So, will it be the Loner or will it be the Skoda? It's the Skoda. Nigel Clegg takes the win. So, round 2. Lily gets a buy run. Lily gets a buy run. Morgan takes on Steve Metcalf. Jason Ainsley against that man. So there, Mr. Greg. Jude Miller takes on Bruce Harvey. I should have left that. Probably takes on so we have a broken team ahead of the race. Anybody else stay on site last night? Anybody else get hurt in the sleep? At least it's not yeah, it's obviously a bit colder. On the live stream, we've just run round number 1 of VW Sportsman, where Lily Stevenson wrapped up the championship. Don Crawford unfortunately went red. Lily took a victory lap in round number 1. So, congratulations to the Stevenson family. Lily making it look easy, honestly. It's certainly not. It really isn't. You can, sir, go on. Well, yeah, you'd think so. Either that or you get to 10 o'clock tonight and there's one car left in the car park and you knows who it was. While it's quiet as well, the track crew, everybody, would like to remind everybody, or the Sandport Raceway would like to remind everybody, please don't forget, if you are staying on site tonight, racers, the area where the crop circles are and around there, I'm sure you've all seen the message, but if you're not going home tonight, that does need to be cleared, please. So even if you're staying, you will need to move away because there's an event tomorrow which is pre-booked. An organisation have that already earmarked for the event that they have tomorrow. So please make sure that area is cleared this evening because from 7 o'clock in the morning you won't be getting any sleep and you'll be asked to shift. So yeah, please. I think everybody got the message anyway, but just to make sure. Just the last bit of sweeping before we get to our round 2 matchups for Pro ET. Morning, Colin. Can you hear me down there, Mr. Miller? Possibly. How you doing? That was cracking last night. That was blooming good. Yeah. It's almost like all that practice has paid off, really, isn't it? I know, but it wasn't on. That's the good thing, though. It wasn't on a Sportsman tree. You know, everything you've been doing isn't on a Sportsman tree. Well done, sir. Excellent stuff. Okay, we have engines fired. We have round number 2 of Pro ET coming round right now, and championship deciders potentially. Okay, just a very quick reminder why it's quiet as well. Thank you very much indeed to the team at Euro Dragster. The 2 Perfect Awards yesterday. Perfect TT was Warren Watts. Perfect Light was Colin Morris. They haven't been claimed yet. There is money with your name on it waiting up here in the tower. So Colin Morris, Warren Watts, you took the Perfect Awards. Colin was for the Perfect Light, although Lily did that this morning as well, but you got there first. And Warren Watts yesterday, or I think it was Friday actually, wasn't it? I think both were Friday actually, for the Perfect ET. Okay, here we go. Matchups round 2. Let's see who's still in at the moment. Obviously, Nick Mugridge is still in the lead. He's got a really fun race with the 3rd place man coming in, Reuven Dawson. Now, Reuven can't win the championship, but if he knocks out Nick, Bob Molden can. But Bob Molden has to win.
Has to win the event.
Everybody else jockeying for position. Quite frankly, though, anyone that finishes in the top 10 in Pro ET does deserve a medal. Not sure if they get one. They had their Christmas party on Friday night. I'll tell you what, they were sucking in the Southern Hemisphere vibes, because they had Christmas and it was 26 degrees. You know, basically what they do in Australia and New Zealand most of the time at Christmas. So Jess Bishop with the Nightmare, slick trick side of the racetrack, 9.10. The Witchcross slingshot, the name's changed. Philippa Turton, 10.42. Now, Philippa lost drive yesterday. I think it was in Wild Bunch. Jess has already gone past her. As long as Jess doesn't break out, she doesn't, nowhere near. A troubled run, unfortunately, for Philippa this morning. Jess moves on. Dave Cherrett, Charlie Seaward. Just to show you how rough the 4 qualifying sessions were in Pro ET, Charlie Seaward with the bracketeer, the Camaro in slick tricks lane. He qualified with an 8.91. His dial-in was 8.90. He was number 14. Probably a bit livelier than everybody would have liked, but not unexpected, really. Conditions markedly cooler, better, tailwind, nothing that we've had for the last 2 days. So dial-ins may go completely out the window like they did with VW Sportsman. Oh, Dave Cherrett pulls the wheels up and goes for the wall. Has to back out of it. Still going to make a race of it, though. Well, Charlie Seaward backs out perfectly, goes 9.22. It's not a 9.890, but it doesn't matter. It's a round win. Okay, the next one is huge, especially if your name is Mr. Molden. Now, Bob is in a position, well, I don't think he's ever been in before, where he's in with a shout of the Pro ET Championship. However, everything has to go in his direction. He has to win here and keep on winning. If Simon Innes takes him out, Simon Innes was only number 32. The reason for that, though, nothing sinister about it. He was just a couple of thou too quick on almost every run he made. Dial-ins are going to be really tricky. If everybody gets off the starting line, we're going to have some serious breakouts. Well, I said if everyone gets off the starting line. Bob Molden puts an end to 2025 for him. See what I mean? He goes 9.24. Way quicker than his dial-in of 9.38. 10.70 was also a breakout for the other lane, but it didn't matter because he did it on a green light. I think that now confirms Nick Mugridge as your 2025 Pro ET champion. I don't know whether he's got the news yet. He's probably concentrating really hard because he's round there getting ready to face. Probably just keeping his mind on the job. Sorry? Yeah, the battle in Pro ET is now for second because Bob Molden's gone out and he was in second. No one can catch Nick now. No one that's left in the running can catch Nick, even if Nick goes out. So it's Reuven who he's racing. Bob's gone, so it's between Don Scott and Reuven Dawson, who's going to be, and Bob Molden, who's going to be second. John Bean, Warren Watts, who goes red? Oh, blimey. John Bean with an 0-1 reaction. He dials an 888. I predict breakouts again. There you go. 884 for John Bean, 886 for Warren Watts. He did have the perfect ET, though, this weekend, so someone from his team, or ideally Warren, would like to come up and collect it, please do. Brett Featherstone and Mr. Mark Huxley. Oh, he's got his girlfriend back on his crew because the car she was helping on got knocked out. How cool is that? 980 for Mark and Brett Featherstone, previous UK Pro ET champion a number of years ago now. I think about 22, maybe 23. But this year, running with nitrous because he wants to be one of the faster cars in the class. Well, no one's gone red. One definitely didn't go red. Well, if Mark backs off, which he does perfectly, there you go. Big breakout for Brett. 893. No, 8, that is. Sorry, that's an 8. It's the lights again. But a brilliant 981. Mark Huxley, though, 0-1 on the tree. That was what did it. Okay, this would have been a championship decider. It's now huge for Reuven Dawson because he needs to win if he wants a shout at being number 2 in the championship. The man in the other lane, Nick Mugridge, subject to official confirmation, has done it. He's there. Don't tell him. Not yet. Don't tell him yet. He's got a job to do. He's got a job to do. Yeah, Bob Molden went red. Bob Molden was the only one that could catch Nick for the Pro ET Championship. So it's a double up for the Mugridge boys in 2025. Junior Dragster and Pro ET as well. He's going to go first. 10.06 for that little dragster. But like we've already seen, the weather is fantastic. Everybody, much cooler air. Everybody's going much quicker this morning than they have been all weekend. Okay, off and running. 8.74 for the Camaro, 10.06 for the now champ. It's going to be Reuven who breaks out by the least. Yeah, that is a 10.00 for Nick. That's what I'm saying. Everybody way off on dialing as well. Nick can console himself with the fact that he is the champion for 2025. He has done it. Yeah, Bob Molden red lit. Even though Nick went out in that round, he is the champion. Now the race is on for number 2 because with Reuven moving through and Bob going out, are they even now? Who's in the lead?
Reuven's got 10 points ahead.
Reuven's gone 10 points, so he's moved into second place.
Yeah.
Depending on how Don Scott does. Neil Watkins, the sole remaining Watkins in eliminations, up against Tom Kay. Neil goes red. Tom with a 0.4. Wow, see, nearly a 10th again in both lanes. Way too quick for both of them on both sides. Don Scott dials a 9.77. He's got the message. That's much quicker than he's been dialing so far this weekend. However, he is one of those in with a chance of being number 2. Up against Ronnie Mercer with Annie. Both staging very cagily. This one would be sorted out at the finish line. Don Scott's trying to run him down. Breakouts again. Yes! Big ones, especially if your name's Ronnie Mercer. 10.14 with no gas. Goodness me. 9.72 for Don Scott. Didn't break out as much, but took the win. So the battle for second goes through on to round. So Reuven Dawson is up against Tom Kay. Don Scott will be taking on Mark Huxley. John Bean taking on Charlie Seward. And Jess Bishop taking on Simon Innes. Thank you very much indeed. Also, I do apologise. Yeah, Don and Mark, well, they're all going to be big ones, aren't they? They could meet, yeah, Reuven and Dog could meet in the semi-finals. It's almost like Colin's in here with me and you can still hear him, isn't it? You know. Thank you very much, mate. Just kidding. Comp Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please. Can we have Comp Eliminator for round run? Chev, check it. A buy run. An absolute potentially golden buy run as well. Her little sister took out her rival for second in the championship. Looking for 790. 786, just a little bit too quick. Okay, Jake Cooper and Amelia Innes. Well done, fellas. So let's have another quick look as well. So Luke Mugridge is there. Kai Cooper is out.
Chever's just pulled level with Kai.
Yeah, Chever's just pulled level with Kai Cooper. Now, someone will be second. It goes to count back, doesn't it?
I don't know how it works
I don't either. So, well, anyway, it is what it is. So Chev will be in the next round, and if she wins the next round, she will be second in the championship. End of story. Quite simply because her little sister took out Kai Cooper. Apparently Letty was rather chuffed with that. Jake Cooper and Amelia Innes. Dial-ins to the 8th mile, supported by Carl Cox Motorsports. Oh dear, Amelia has rolled all the way through stage. I was going to say, don't leave her there, fellas. She might need bringing back. So Jake Cooper effectively gets a freebie. Breaks out by 0.06 of a second. Yeah, unfortunately for Amelia, the car just didn't stop rolling. Bit of junior dragster dodgems on the starting line is not something we're used to seeing. Okay, Letty Checkett, who took out the number 2 in the championship in round number 1. Actually, he took himself out, to be completely fair. He went red. 12.78. An 8.02 for Daniel Todd. Daniel's got to sit there for a while just as the sun comes out to complicate matters. And by that, I mean seeing the tree. So, Emma says to Letty, go get another one. Can we have both Checkett girls in round 3? So the tree will run in the Kestrel lane first. Off and running is Letty, waiting patiently. Daniel Todd. We get to see the reaction times. No one else does. It's fun. Will Daniel get there? He does. Breaks out. Oh, my goodness me. A double breakout. He broke out by 6 foot. Hang on. Yeah. He broke out by less than Letty did. That was the way that one worked out. Actually, sorry, it was the lights on the scoreboard again. She was 700ths too quick. I was trying to calculate how she went, how her dial-in was 12.72 and she went 71 but lost, but that's because it was a 78. Anyway, that was a great race. Letty was actually over the stripe first by 0.5 and they both left exactly together. Eva Davis, Tom Peters. I did say this yesterday. Eva made a perfect case for staying in school on Friday because she turned up on Saturday and went up to number 3 with 1 run. Tom gets the tree first. Eva almost not far behind. That's really close. It's going to be Tom. Eva breaks out by a fair margin, 700ths. I think Tom's one of the first ones in this session to go the right side of his number. So we have one young Mr. Peters through. Can we have the other young Mr. Peters through? This is Harry with the Raptor. 8.27 in the Kestrel lane against Ethan Cannon. 14.70. So the wait continues for Harry. Takes the green. Well, long gone. That's going to be way too quick. It is indeed. There we go. Ethan Cannon, nearly a second too quick. Goodness me. So both the Peters boys are in round 3. Where are they on the ladder? So Harry's there, Tom's up there. You never know. You never know. Vinny Fag and confirmed champ. Or confirmed, well, yeah. Also, back-to-back champion. This is Luke's last day racing a junior dragster. Also, thank you very much, Steve, for putting the post up. First time ever 2 siblings have won the championship as well. So Nick won it back when. Luke's won it now. Deary me. Luke's already gone past Finn and he's already womping the throttle. You can hear. Takes a almost coasting win on a big hole shot. He was 0-1 on the tree. Took the strike by 0.8. Moving on in his last ever race in Junior Dragster. That's one thing Nick mentioned in his post as well. And he's got a bye next round as well, so he will be in the semi-finals no matter what. Driving the finish line as well. Actually knowing when to lift, knowing where your opponent is a massive, massive part of bracket racing. Okay. I think we need darlings, fellas. That's what it was. Okay, Emmy Cromwell and Lola Bell Kent. Well, Frank's already sidelined, unfortunately, in round one. Can Big Sis keep going? I think this is the last pair. It is the last pair, isn't it? Yeah. Another green light drag race. We've had lots of breakouts this morning. But, oh my goodness, two massive breakouts again. Lola, nearly a tenth of a second. But unfortunately for Emmy, hers was worse. She took the stripe, but broke out by over a tenth of a second, unfortunately. The worst of the two breakouts. Very quickly, Chev is up against Lola. Tom against Daniel. Luke gets a bye run. Jake Cooper takes on Harry Peters. Thank you very much, Colin. Much appreciated. Well, the title's done. We just got to decide who's going to be number 2 now. And as if by magic, before we catch our breath, Super Pro ET. Another massive round in the season-long championship. Colin Miller, cruising into winter as only he can. So the Flying Fifer dials a 7.40 in the Kestrel lane. He had a great run last night, near perfect reaction time, bang on the dial in. He did say he did lift just at the finish line just to make sure he didn't go too quick, but judged it perfectly. He is up against Bradley Didwell in the Didwell family drag, so that's his dad Alan out front directing traffic. Bradley. Now, this is going to be an interesting one because I know Alan's won the championship. He hasn't. I thought Alan won.
He wins this race. He's champion.
No, I mean Alan's won the championship in years gone by. Sorry, yeah, I thought so. I'm not sure father and son have done it. Maybe the Giles family have. Possibly. Okay, anyway, for Brad Bidwell, he needs to win. Simple as that. Dials at 7.56, but we've seen what's been happening this morning. Track is in perfect condition. The air is much, much cooler, and they've got a tailwind. Dial-ins need to reflect. Nothing in it at all. Looks like Colin's got his nose in front, but he breaks out. Brad Dibwell and the Dibwell family are champions in Super Pro in 2025. Well done. What a great race. Colin went 7.35. He did back off as well. Went 1.79. Brad was 0.6 on the tree. Went 7.58 on a 56. Basically, that's how you do it. So it's only just gone 10 o'clock and we've settled 2 of them already. Oh. Oh. Al Schofield and a pop from the van underneath the tower. Well, fire crew goes sprinting. Well, I'm not sure whether that was a pop just because it shut itself off and he can restart it. That's Dave Russell, by the way. It doesn't look like it's happening. It's not. Dave Russell gets pushed back, unfortunately. Whatever that pop was means the end of his racing day. So, Alan Schofield. Gets a freebie. Now, I predict if he keeps it booted, that 725 is going to get absolutely demolished. No, 731. It was very tame off the starting line by comparison to the rest of the weekend. Doesn't matter. Win light. Into round number 3. Daniel Giles and Lee Huxley. This is massive as well, this one. So these two, I think Lee is a little higher up points-wise. Aha, thank you very much. Okay, so the Dibwell family have done it, but it's a bum fight for number 2 between Lee Huxley, Mark Bailey and Tom Atkinson now. So Lee Huxley can do himself a huge favour by winning this one and keeping on winning. But both these two know their cars inside out, back to front. I'm sure they'll be ready for the weather. They've all got portable weather stations. They know how good the air is, and they know what there's every chance they can predict what they're going to run. So Lee Huxley 860, Daniel 7.38. Well, Lee's car made a move for the centre line, possibly scrubbed off a bit of speed. Here comes Daniel, but not in time. No. Oh, Daniel breaks out by over a tenth. No, he doesn't. I'm not looking at the scoreboard anymore. Breaks out by 0.02 of a second. So does Lee, but not quite as much. It's down to the last 0.010 of a second. The win light comes on in Lee's lane. Daniel took the strike by 0.001. So, big one for Mark Bailey as well, if he wants to stay alive in the hunt for number 2. I know everybody wants to win, but obviously not everybody can. But again, being in Super Pro, even in the top 10, is terrific. Absolutely terrific if you can do it. Up against Leah Kellett with Dolly Daydream. Leah double classes. Runs in Super Comp as well. That's why the number on the board up there is 890. Basically, just leave the car alone. Try and repeat the same number. Well, it looks like Mark Bailey's out in front. How long for? Wow, through to the next round. He didn't break out. Leo went too quick. 0.04 of a second. This is a big one as well. Scott Hauser, who's not had a terrific year by his own very high standards. Let's face it, he does have very high standards, but this is what I mean. The talent pool in Super Pro is so deep that, yeah, even finishing the top 10 is a major, major achievement. The Atkinsons, coming into this weekend, Tom was number 4. After qualifying, he was still number 4, but he's seen, well, everyone in front of him's gone through. Mark Bailey's gone through. Bradley Didwell's gone through, but he also won. That means he won the championship because he can't be caught. Lee Huxley, we just saw go through as well. So it's now up to Tom to try and keep it alive. However, right behind him is the man in the other lane, Scott Hauser. Whoever finishes this race with a win light will be at least 4th for this year. That gap looks insurmountable until about now. Scott Hauser, 34 on a 33. Tom was bang on his dial-in. It was the reaction time difference for Scott, 0.6 to 0.12 for Tom. So Scott moves up to at least 4th. Tom will finish, I think, no worse than 5th.
Who won that? Liam, Mark?
Hang on.
Is that Mark?
Mark Bailey won that one, yep. Okay, Comp Eliminator, round number 1 of eliminations. Dave Henderson should be up against Lloyd Perkins. But no Lloyd this morning, unfortunately. The car quit about 3/4 track yesterday and just stopped in the shutdown area. So, Lloyd, if you're listening in, mate, hope you're doing okay. Unfortunate end to the season. It still hasn't been a bad one. Dave Henderson going the long way round. This car is in the low 8s more often than not. That one's an 8:15 at 174. One of his quickest runs ever. Congratulations, sir. Wow. Championship points for Comp Eliminator. I think Reuven's there. And Dan is definitely second. Okay, was that the run order? Spencer Tram in the Kestrel lane with the Camaro. He double classes both in Comp Eliminator, very competitive indeed, up against Amir Akram Ashad, who has a really good car this year. He's been down into the 8s. Spence is gone. Well, this is a race to the finish line, not breakouts. Whoever gets there first wins. Oh, so close, but check out the number for Amir. 8:79 at 173 miles an hour. Spence was 0.8 in the tree, on the tree, and that was actually, believe it or not, he needed every bit of that because that was a whole shot win. Amir came absolutely flying past him at the finish line. I think Spence backed off, actually, only 104 at the stripe. 850 bike, please. Could we have you into the pairing lanes? 850 bike, could we have you into the pairing lanes? Well, two guys who've had a really, really good summer in Comp Eliminator. Terry Newton. Terry's actually got every chance of finishing as high as 4th. However, he's got Dan Williams. Now, what's about to happen here is these two know they can both run well under their index. There's every chance they're going to push each other way quicker than they would really like to go. They're both cars that can run 0.8 under their index. But Terry's car bogs off the starting line. Dan will probably lift and coast about now. He does. He will not be caught. And he takes the win with the 10.35. His dialing, his index was 10.88. He might lose a couple for that, but not as bad as it could have been. Check out the speed for the van, though. 166 miles an hour. Still a good season for Terry Newton. Hopefully enjoyed himself. World's quickest and fastest front-engine Ford-powered car. Ruben Dawson on a victory lap with the Honey Wasp. Car regularly down in the 8.8s. Sorry, 7.8s even. Qualified number one with a 7.89. It's just such a shame we're on race day and he's going to back off at the finish line, because in these conditions I'd love to see what this car can do. They'll know from the data, from the half-track numbers and everything else as well, what it was going to run. Coast on through, still goes a 9:44 and lifted before the 8th. What a race this one is. Luke Stevenson against a 6-second legal pro mod. How cool is that? So, Luke with the Don. His daughter's just been confirmed as champion in VW Sportsman. He is currently in the lead of VW Pro. Lines up here against the newest member of the 6-second club, Phil Druitt, with the Hurst Brothers Mustang. Twin turbos under there, qualified with a 694 over 200 miles an hour. Basically, both boxes ticked before winter. Well, Phil took a bit of a while spooling. Oh, goes for a big wander. Is he going to get there? The answer is no! Well, goodness me. Luke with a 0.9 reaction time and a 12.01 beats a 7.41. Unfortunately, when Phil went into stage... when the lights ran, he hadn't spooled the turbo up. The car ran what it did before, 102 to 60 foot. The win margin was 0.3. The difference in speed at the finish line was substantial, 118 against 176. But the win light coming on in Luke's lane. Well, it looks like a good day to be a Stevenson. Emma Goddard should be against Dave Swift, but no Dave this morning, unfortunately. So, not a predetermined buy. That will be Comp Eliminator round number one done. He's just going to take the greens, drove around the water box, didn't warm the tyres. Yeah, there you go. Just going to be pushed back. Saving it for the rest of race day. More round one stuff coming up. And Supergas is going to be next. Your championship winner again. Thank you, sir. Championship winner again is going to be Stu Doyney. He qualified number one this weekend again. Okay. First pair rolling round now is Andy Harrison and John Dalrymple. This is Tony Morris Carburettor's Supergas. Thank you very much indeed to Tony. I'm sure he's not out of bed yet, but hopefully we'll catch up later anyway. Morning, Dave. Thank you very much for your help yesterday. So, yeah, TMC Supergas, round number one. Championship already decided. Again, in a class like this where they're all so close, it's amazing. Really, really amazing feat that it's already been sewn up by Stu Doyney. John Dalrymple Torturing a pair of rear tyres in the full tilt. Going up against Andy Harrison. John didn't dip into the nines during qualifying. Now's his perfect opportunity with this sort of weather. Once again, as per every other class, I predict tons of breakouts, let's put it that way. Nice bit of sun to warm the racetrack. Cool, crisp air and a tail breeze. Could we have ET Bike into the lanes, please, for round 2? I think that is, or 3, is it? 2 or 3? ET Bike, please, into the lanes. So, heads up, first to the finish line wins. Tree runs at the same time. However, leaving at the same time is optional. John Dalrymple goes way too quick with a 9.73. Andy Harrison had that in the bag off the start line with a 0.4 to a 0.2. Good to see John Dalrymple, though, getting the car dialed in and going quicker. Okay, your champ, Stu Doiney. Again, not paying to race in 2026. And by that I mean when they win the championship, they get free entry for the next year. Up against Wayne Hiscock with a big Chevelle. Wayne doesn't run a throttle stop or anything like that. He does the lift and coast at the finish line. Stu with the throttle stop. Wayne will back off about now. 9.94, great race. Beats a 9.95. Winner by 0.5 at the stripes, Stu Doiney. Based on, that was all reaction time. He was 0.2. Wayne Hiscock wasn't late, he was 0.7. But that's why he's the champ. Dave Fulton and another guy who didn't have a great time in qualifying went once in the 10.0s. That's Mark White with a little FX Vega. Mark in the Slick Tricks lane, another one of those roasters. Dave Fulton. Well, Dave lifts perfectly to a 9.95 at only 121. Mark White was losing ground at the finish line as well, which was odd. So, Dave Fulton, round 2. So, the Morris boys, an Andy Dibley pair of very well-loved Camaros. Stuart was number 2 in qualifying, Andy 8. That was 8. That doesn't matter at all because they were only a couple of hundredths apart, all down to reaction times. Andy Dibley, previous UK Super Gas champ, as is Stuart Morris. They both know what they're doing. Big match-up, round 1. Whoa. Sorry, I only said that because I looked at the reaction times. I'll tell you in a minute. They're on time this morning. Andy Dibley goes too quick, and so, goodness me, so does Stuart Morris. But he breaks out by the least. Stuart made Andy break out, though. He was 0.04 on the tree. Andy wasn't slow at all. He was 0.3. Oh. Yeah, the win margin was 0.001. Although it didn't matter because they both broke out, and it was the lesser of the 2 breakouts, which was Stu Morris. But again, that's what happens when one car leaves a couple of hundredths ahead of the other one. They make the car in the other lane go too quick. Unreal. Well done, everybody. Commiserations to Andy as well. That was a great race. Street Eliminator, round number, I think is 1. Into the lanes, please. Street Eliminator, please, for round number 1. We've got bikes around the back of the tower. We've got Conrad as well, who is the last car. No, he's not the last car, sorry. Should be against Dave Cherrett. Oh, he is there. I thought after that very wayward launch, can even see the crew jogging for Dave Cherrett, so they must have only just got there in time. So great to see Conrad back in Supergas. Went 9.96 yesterday. Up against Dave Cherritt, who has been known to make the odd wayward run with this car, but it was very wayward in round number 1 of Pro ET, and it almost pretty much cost him the race because the car went for the wall. He did hang on to it and got back into it. However, this is a heads-up 990 race. With one more to go under the tower. No problems this time at all for Dave Cherritt. He's way out in front and goes way too quick with a 977. He backed right off at the only 111 miles an hour. Conrad, the right side of the number, 1004. All you have to do is be the right side of the number if the guy in the other lane or girl in the other lane breaks out. And the reason I go in the other lane, we've got Sarah Unsworth up now. It's almost a shame for Sarah and Steve and Abby that they can't run the car flat out on this run and they're trying to run 990, because these are the kind of conditions you dream of all year to run really quickly. So that is a small block turbo stick shift bracket car. Yes, you heard that right. Against Lee Morris. Two cars that don't have traditional supergas combinations. Now, will Sarah try and run 990, or will she just keep it booted? She's way in front. There's the answer. 924 at only 130. Well, there was the answer. Make the most of the conditions. 997 though takes the win that time for Lee Morris. Well, I did say it's almost a day you'd like to boot it and not worry about it, and Sarah did, so there you go. Although 130 does seem slightly slow for 924. Okay, ET bike. No, sorry. You're right. Not ET bike, is it? Sorry. 850 bike, I beg your pardon. Goodness me, what a fight. Pete Slater, Carl Thomas, basically, well, yeah.
Well, Carl's gone through, Pete's gone through.
So they've already had round 1, so they're into round 2. So, Pete Wise and Kevin Wright, your first pair. So, the name of the game, 8.50. Whoa, big wiggle for Pete Wise. Kevin Wright's backing off. Hopefully he doesn't back off too much. Just 8.79. That was an expert job. Just had a message from Kaz Waterhouse. Very good morning, Kaz. Up in the grandstand in the bright yellow top. Just wants to say a big thank you to all of her family's support over the year, and thank you for a great year at Santapod. So, Kaz, hi. Thank you very much for the message. Shame you're spectating now, but, you know, it is what it is. Patrick Marie on a predetermined buy run. Well, that's a big shock as well by that measure, because number 1 qualifier in that last run went out. Very strong looking one. I don't think that's going to be an 850. Oh, 847 with a 7. Junior drag bike, please, for round 2, I think, into the lanes. Junior drag bike for round 2, please. Thank you. Okay, J Rowe and Pete Slater. So Pete needs to win this one and keep on winning. Now, I don't know whether he saw the run before. Up against a real tough customer. J Rowe has been doing this a long time. So Pete Slater, Slick Tricks lane. If he wins, it goes on. If he loses, it belongs to Carl Thomas. Oh, that is going to be bad news for Pete. Jay will be looking over his shoulder and staying in front. J Rowe takes the win with a perfectly judged 8.53 to an 8.55. Actually, Pete Slater wasn't too far away at all. Big reaction time difference. J Rowe into round 3, which I think confirms no one else can catch him. Carl Thomas 850 bike champ for 2025. And there he is doing a sideways burnout to celebrate, everybody. That's the way to do it. Bit of drifting. I don't know. He probably saw the outcome of that race. Again, he's got a really tough race against Daniel Madeira with the mid 7-second bike that he manages to turn down to 850. Carl with 1/10 of a second off the line. Carl's got problems. Daniel backs off at the finish line. Well, both of the championship front runners go out in round 2, but Carl Thomas still takes the national championship win. Daniel, 868. Paul Morris, and Patrick DeLange. Paul Morris with the yellow jigsaw down there in the Kestrel lane. Our friend from the Netherlands in the other. Last pair before we move into ET Bike. Yeah, even though Carl Thomas and Pete Slater went out together, Joe Elliott went out yesterday. So that's it. Yeah, there we go. Well, I'm not sure what Patrick DeLange reacted to, but I think it was something he thought he saw, because it certainly wasn't the green. 830, 861. Nicely done for Paul. Funny bike, please, into the pairing lanes, please. Okay, ET Bike round 2. Jake Bowden down there. Going against Nick Playden. Nick, Kestrel Lane, 10.40. Oh, Nick's already in full stage. Here comes Jake. There's not going to be a lot in it on the tree. Well, maybe there was more in it than we thought there was going to be. Nick Playden way out in front, already looking over his shoulder for Jake. Backs off and still breaks out. Oh, goodness me. Right, if you're part of Nick Playden's team, for goodness sake, don't show him that timing ticket. Do not show him the timing ticket. He was perfect on the tree. Perfect. He had loads of room. Oh. Took the strike by 0.83. Jake Bowden moves to round 3. Phil Pratt, Dave Grundy. Dave Grundy's going to go first. They certainly had their coffee this morning. Dave Grundy's looking over his shoulder. Dave Grundy breaks out by over 0.2 of a second. Phil breaks out by 0.03. Also 150 miles an hour for Phil. That's not bad. That's very good. Scott Collier in the Kestrel lane, 9:55. One of, even though he's still not that old, he's a very accomplished bike rider. Used to run in junior drag bike, also in funny bike as well. Very quick in the low 7s. Well, they paired up almost every round in qualifying. Now they're racing. Scott Collier, Robbie Dobby. Looks like Scott's behind, actually. But he... Oh, my goodness. 9:42. I told you the weather was nice this morning. A huge breakout for Robbie Dobby and also Scott Collier. Yeah, I said it was nice this morning, didn't I? Look at that. 132 miles an hour. I think he backed off a little bit at the finish line, too. Well... Basically, it's who breaks out the least today in just about every class. Right, Street Eliminator around there coming up shortly too. Now that's a proper bum fight. Hendrick Meyer, Alan Davis. Alan in the Slick Tricks lane. Hendrick, Kestrel lane. Marshall very helpfully making sure his lid is secure. Well, Alan Davis is a long way in front. He'll be looking over his shoulder sometime soon. which he does to perfection. There was no way that Hendrik Meyer could win that one with a 0.4 reaction time. Okay, Patrick Marie, Carl Rushby. Carl on the Rentsco Racing Machine in the Slick Tricks lane, 11 flat and 870, which is the quickest you could dial actually for Patrick Marie. I think this is the last pair. Carl is off and running. Here comes Patrick. The closing speed's going to be quite big. Whoa. And the breakouts are even bigger. 10.65 for Kyle Rushby. Anyway, that one went to Patrick. Okay, round two matchups very quickly. Phil against Jake. Patrick on a bye run. And Scott will be against his good buddy, Mr. Alan Davis. Junior drag bike. I think this one's wrapped up as well, isn't it? From memory. So, Rico Patterson and Isha Harris. I think Leah is already there in this class. So, Aisha in the Slick Tricks lane does not turn on the win light. She breaks out by 0.03 of a second. She took the strike by quite a lot, actually. Rico basically won because he didn't go too quick, is the simple version of that one. Okay, Leah Morrison, who is the champ for 2025 in UK Junior Drag Bike. She's over there in the Slick Tricks lane. One of the quickest bikes, actually. 8 flat. Up against Lyra Humber, who's already in stage and on the chip. Well, who says you can't leave on time on a bracket pro tree? Leah backs off and still goes 600ths too quick. Oh, that is, once again. So if they both break out, which means they go too quick, the one that wins is the one that breaks out by the least. That was Lyra Humber. She was 500ths too quick. In the other lane, Leah was 600ths too quick. Decided by the matter of millimetres, I'm sure. Comp Bike and Funny Bike, please. Could we have you into the lanes? Comp Bike and Funny Bike, please, for round one. Harry Isaacs, Alia Lester. Alia, Slick Tricks lane. Once again, proving a bracket pro tree is perfectly doable if you're ready. Harry looks like he's out in front. Goodness me. Will they both break out? Harry Isaacs goes over 0.3 of a second too quick. It's just that kind of day. This is going to be fun in a minute. This is ridiculous this morning. I'll explain what I'm talking about in just a minute. Josh McLean, Isaiah Alvarez. Isaiah is off and running. So's John. Once again, nothing in it. Who's going to break out by the least in this race? Isaiah Alvarez is the answer to that one. They both break out by loads. I didn't mean to say it like that, but it's just been that kind of day. It's very... You get the odd one. Not every single race. Jackson King, Darcy Cordell. Darcy was your number one qualifier. 14.95 against the 13 flat. Darcy will get the tree first. Right, let's see if they can break out by half a second like everyone else. I think Jackson is already caught Darcy. Oh, wow. 4/10 of a second, and he lifted early as well. They both broke. That has got to be one of the most ridiculous rounds of any bracket class I think I've ever seen. Every race, I think, was decided by the lesser of the breakouts. And by ridiculous, I mean it was just amazing to watch. It's just unbelievable. Look at that, though. 4/10 too quick. Unreal. Okay, we got Top Speed's Automotive Street Eliminator coming next, I think, which means a bit of track prep, which means Nitro FM for a couple of moments, if you don't mind, which allows me what's known as a comfort break. And back, really, only in a couple of minutes' time, folks. Don't go anywhere. This is going to be seriously quick. So, Nick won it back when. Luke's won it now. Deary me. Luke's already gone past Finn, and he's already womping the throttle, you can hear. Takes a almost coasting win on a big hole shot. He was 0-1 on the tree, took the strike by 0.8. Moving on in his last ever race in Junior Dragster. That's one thing Nick mentioned in his post as well. And he's got a bye next round as well, so he will be in the semi-finals no matter what. Driving the finish line as well, actually knowing when to lift, knowing where your opponent is a massive, massive part of bracket racing. Okay. I think we need Darlings, fellas. That's what it was. Okay, Emmy Cromwell and Lola Bell-Kent. Well, Frank's already sidelined, unfortunately, in round one. Can Big Sis keep going? I think this is the last pair. It is the last pair, isn't it? Yeah. Another green light drag race. We've had lots of breakouts this morning. But, oh my goodness, two massive breakouts again. Lola, nearly 1/10 of a second. But unfortunately for Emmy, hers was worse. She took the stripe, but broke out by over 1/10 of a second, unfortunately. The worst of the two breakouts. Very quickly, nothing in it at all. Looks like Colin's got his nose in front. But he breaks out. Brad Dibwell and the Dibwell family are champions in Super Pro in 2025. Well done. What a great race. Colin went 7:35. He did back off as well. Went 1:79. Brad was 0.6 on the tree. Went 7:58 on a 56. Basically, that's how you do it. See, that 7:25 is going to get absolutely demolished. No, 7:31. It was very tame off the starting line by comparison to the rest of the weekend. Doesn't matter. Win light. There's every chance they can predict what they're going to run. So, Lee Huxley, 8:60. Daniel, 7.38. Well, Lee's car made a move for the centre line, possibly scrubbed off a bit of speed. Here comes Daniel, but not in time. No. Oh, Daniel breaks out by over 1/10. No, he doesn't. I'm not looking at the scoreboard anymore. Breaks out by 0.02 of a second as well. That's why the number on the board up there is 890. Basically, just leave the car alone. Try and repeat the same number. Well, it looks like Mark Bailey's out in front. How long's for? Wow. Through to the next round. He didn't break out. Leo went too quick. The other lane. Scott Hauser. Whoever finishes this race with a win light will be at least 4th for this year. That gap looks insurmountable until about now. Scott Hauser, 34 and a 33. Tom was bang on his dial-in. It was the reaction time difference for Scott, 0-6. Spence is gone. Well, this is a race to the finish line, not breakouts. Whoever gets there first wins. Oh, so close, but check out the number for Amir. 879 at 173 miles an hour under their index. But Terry's car bogs off the starting line. Dan will probably lift and coast about now. He does. He will not be caught. And he takes the win with the 1035. His dialing, his index was 1088. They'll know from the data, from the half-track numbers and everything else as well, what it was going to run. Coast on through, still goes a 944 and lifted before the 8th. So. Well, Phil took a bit of a while spooling. Oh, goes for a big wander. Is he going to get there? The answer is no! Well, goodness me. Luke with a 0.9 reaction time and a 12.01 beats a 7.41. Unfortunately, when Phil went into stage, when the lights ran, he hadn't spooled the turbo up. The car ran what it did before. Okay, hold on to your hats, folks. Round number 1 of Top Speed Automated Street Eliminator. We have a number of casualties, but we also have a number of fascinating championship scenarios coming up. And not only that, we've all been discussing just how good the conditions are this morning. It really is prime time, let's put it that way.
It is indeed. He's not racing.
It just depends, really. The only thing is that championship-wise...
Basically, if Rob Carter makes it to round 2, through round 2, Mark Sheridan has to win the event. Is that correct? Or...
Hang on, let's have a look.
So, ladies and gents, Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator is 100% street legal, taxed, MOT'd, insured. You cannot compete in eliminations in this class without completing a mandatory cruise that happened last night. No matter how good you do in qualifying, if you don't complete the cruise, you cannot race.
Well, Joe Baxter is currently number 3 in points. And he can finish as high as 2. I reckon that's gettable, though. No? Okay.
So Joe in the Fox Body in the Slick Lane, and Nigel Hale in the Brick of All Bricks in the Kestrel BLA.
Well, Joe spins the tyres, and so, look at that. A 330 burnout. I'm so sorry, I shouldn't laugh. 866 at 165. Wow, goodness me. Utterly bizarre first pair.
It is going to be one of those rounds, all or nothing. So that was the first pedal fest I've seen in Street Eliminator for a long while. Coming up next, we have Ash Cooper, the Transit God, in the Slick Lane. Effectively a test weekend for him with the new combination 548 cubic inch motor with new twin 88mm Pro Mod turbos.
Sorry, I've just looked at the ladder. Mark Sheridan's got a buy, and then he'll get Joe in round 2.
Yeah.
Do they go for it, or do they save it? That's the thing.
Well, you know, I did ask Mark what the plan was for his round 1 buy run, and his response was a cheeky grin. No words, just a cheeky grin.
Which means let's have it, I think, really. Well, the thing is, though, is that you spend so long building it, tuning it, doing absolutely everything to it. And, yeah, to not stand on it would be not like a racer, really, would it? If you know what I mean. You know, the amount of times I've heard the phrase, I'm going to take it easy, closely followed by a massive personal best.
Well, speaking of which, in not the next pair, but the pair after, we'll have Tony Higgs and he had a nightmare yesterday. Snapped the input shaft on the car and had just about enough time between that run and the cruise to put a different gearbox in it. And the gearbox that's in that car now is John Webster's gearbox from his Pro Mod. And Jenny and Tony would like to give massive thanks to the Websters for the donation, if you will. The gearbox went in last night, the shifter has gone in this morning, and the Websters would also like to just thank people for the concern and the messages in regards to John. John had a bit of an incident on Friday, but he is absolutely unscathed and absolutely fine. In fact, he's down there on the start line.
Well, I was going to. You say incident, something let go.
It did.
Yeah, so it wasn't. Yeah, no, he didn't get into anything or anything like that.
No, it was a parts failure.
Basically parts failure. That was it. And it was a part that, well, again, I'm sure John will explain in his own inimitable style. But yeah, John's down there checking it out, and I'm sure. I mean, that's racers being racers again, isn't it? Lending everything out of the car.
The generosity and the camaraderie is kind
fantastic.
of pretty much unmatched.
Well, also the fact that, I mean, if John hadn't had that issue, Tony wouldn't be racing.
No.
So Rob Carter needs to win and pretty much keep winning if he wants to be 2025 champ. He's gone to extraordinary lengths to do this as well, it has to be said, because he's raced this car all year here. Apart from one event where they went and did Street Week in Sweden, Rob flew back from Sweden, did one qualifying run, and then flew back again, didn't he?
Yeah, he's been absolutely everywhere and been pretty much non-stop this summer. That car, or at least the transmission, between services did 2,800 miles this year between services.
So it's a proper street car.
Oh, yes.
Okay, that's Rob Carter down there with Percy the Passat up against Ash Cooper with the Transit. Wow, Rob Carter, look at that go!
117 to 60 foot.
Goodness me, this is his first full run of the weekend, and it's a 7:27 at 187 miles an hour. Sorry, 37. Right, I'm going to shoot that scoreboard. Seriously, 7:37.
7:37,
Sorry,
matching his personal best. He's been 7:30s on slicks in the past, but this is
that's the first on street tyres.
the first was at European finals, and he's just matched it there with another 7:37 on the radials.
Well, now everyone knows what's out there. Not like they don't anyway. Being told to click off, I'm not entirely sure why. Michael D'Souza's down there as well against Tony Higgs. So yeah, you can't say, I mean, last event of the season, but you can't say enough about the generosity of everybody in drag racing. That loaning your incredibly expensive parts to people in other classes just so they can continue. I'm not sure what the delay is actually. Well, if Rob Carter does take the championship this year, he's going to seriously deserve it.
Absolutely.
He did have a bit of luck in his favour as well, I think, because am I right in thinking the weekend of the Bug Jam? Oh no, they did complete the event, didn't they? But he came over, flew over, got his qualifying points, and then went back to Sweden. So he didn't really compete that weekend.
No, sort of damage limitation, if you will.
Absolutely, and well, it's proved worthwhile, isn't it?
He's had not a smooth run of it the last couple of events. They've been struggling with issues with dropping cylinders down track, and even yesterday he was talking about anything above 25 psi.
Yeah.
Anything above 25 psi, he was burning up stuff. But as you saw in that last run, looks like he's got that sorted. Michael D'Souza in the Bella Zephyr in the Kestrel Beer Lane came into this weekend with a personal best of a 9.3.
I've just realised. Yeah,
it's a bye run.
Supposed to be against Steve Venables.
Ooh. Yeah, so Steve Venables didn't complete the cruise last night and therefore not in eliminations. Had some torque converter issues. So Tony will be on a single.
Wow, it's a very good job he was as well, because the line lock wouldn't hold the car. Did the smart thing, put it into stage, got the green light, then went, even though it trickled through when he tried to build the boost. That was a lucky one.
So yes, due to victims from damage and not making the cruise, Michael D'Souza also has a bye run into the second round. As I say, coming into this weekend, had a personal best in the 9.4s and has taken 3/10 off that this weekend, down to the 9.1s, over 140 miles an hour. I think the nitrous is working.
So much for the it's calmed the launch down. Yeah, I don't think that'll be a 9.1, but it'll certainly be fun. Still goes 9.56. Check the speed out as well, 141 miles an hour. Now that would have been his personal best almost, up before this weekend. 9.56 for Michael D'Souza. Well, we've got a couple of races hopefully coming up now, and what races we have. Sorry? Oh, Rob won that one.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yes, right. Yeah, Billy McDermott and Joe Stevens. But before we get there, we have a bye run.
Your number one qualifier, Mark Sheridan, a new personal best last night, 7.28 at 200 miles an hour. This car has been almost 210 miles an hour on multiple occasions. Again, when I asked him what the plan was for this bye run in the first round, he said absolutely nothing and just gave me a cheeky smile. So we shall see.
That wasn't a very meaningful burnout, but it doesn't matter. Maybe he'll take it to like 3:30, make sure the tune's okay for the starting line. Because this is very important. You know, you want to make sure, especially with Street Eliminator as well, you want to make sure you can make all the rounds. And this weekend, again, unfortunately, is another perfect example of that, where just when things appear to be going perfectly, they don't.
Yeah, I believe if Rob Carter wins the next round, he's wrapped the championship up. If he doesn't, Mark has to win the event. And he's just taking it for a Sunday drive.
Well, the first racer in history not to lie, I think. Yeah, he knows what he's got in it. He needs to save it.
So Bill McDermott in the Bentley coming up next alongside Joe Stevens. Joe Stevens ran down into the 8.8s for the first time with the Cresta this weekend. And Bill in the Bentley was number one qualifier until Mark ran 7.28. Bill ran a 7.30. Bill ran a 7.35. Vicky ran a 7.36, McSweeney ran a 7.37, Baxter ran a 7.38. It's been a pretty tight weekend so far.
Lively as you like. Pro Mod into the pairing lanes, please. I bet they're looking forward to round one as well. Okay, Bill McDermott with the Bentley. Interesting to see John Webbs are taking it all in down there. John built this car 12 years ago, maybe, something like that?
A long while ago now, and it's had a few years of hiatus, but when it's been campaigned, it's been one of the quickest street cars in the country.
Well, no real building up boost, it looked like, for Bill McDermott. That is a flying run for the Bentley again. It's a 7.23 at 204 miles an hour. Low ET of the weekend, and Bill's quickest and I think fastest run ever as well to boot.
I know you don't like those scoreboards. It was a 7.28, just so you know. Bucker. Still, the quickest run of the weekend and the quickest run from that car. 204 miles an hour.
They're still not hanging about, let's put it that way.
So James Murray with a bye run as Al McSweeney.
I got one thing right. It was the quickest run of the weekend because it got one on the end.
Ah,
there you go.
Perfect.
Well, not really.
Well, perfect-ish.
Yeah, it's sort of slightly less calamitous. Yeah, so Al McSweeney should be in the other lane against James Murray here.
But he didn't complete the cruise, so James has a bye run into the second round. Has been consistently in the 9.3s this weekend and at the finals, European finals, shall I say.
Can he tickle the 9.2s? Again, the conditions are there for it.
He
there
does.
You go. 9.27, 145 miles an hour, another new personal best for James Murray. Congratulations. So in round two, some huge matchups. Mark Sheridan against Joe Baxter. Michael D'Souza against Tony Higgs. Bill McDermott gets a bye run, and James Murray will take on Rob Carter. Thank you very much indeed, sir. A very good morning to the lovely Liz. As we move on to two wheels. Round number 1 funny bike. Morning, Liz. How are you?
I'm all right, thank you. Very good.
Did you enjoy the breeze last night? Probably not.
Lord.
I'll take that as a no.
We had a SOS phone call from Abby at 6 o'clock this morning that all the awning sides were flapping around everywhere. And it's like, oh, no.
Goodness me. Whose awning was that?
Renee's.
Renee's.
All unzipped itself here.
It unzipped itself. But that at 6 o'clock this morning, though, it was calmer by that. Yeah, last night was way too lively. Anyway, Thomas Josvik, Sean Branch. Sean Branch leaves slightly slower, but comes on strong at the top end, just in time. 7:41. I think that's one of his quickest runs ever. Also, the speed, 183 miles an hour.
He'll be happy with that.
Thomas Josvik. Thomas Josvik went 7:66. In a rather good losing effort. Okay, Martin Zalstra should be alongside Dan, but he's not. Unfortunately, broke Friday, I think it was, something like that.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Bit of a war of attrition, but this is... hang on a minute. So we did actually have 5 bikes. So there'll be 1 buy run, which is Dave Peters. Daniel, with this not predetermined buy, then gets a buy into the final. You can smile. You're allowed to smile. It's okay. You are allowed to smile. I know Kev's down there helping him. First time back riding for how long?
8 years. Go on, lovely.
A bit of shake on the launch. His best in qualifying was an 8:19. That is an 8:34, 154 miles an hour. Doesn't matter. He'll still be in the final round. Well, he's got to do that again.
Look at Kev, he's smiling and everything.
Steady. Well, Dave Peters is going to take the green, and I say that with fair confidence because he's staged much closer to the wall than he probably should. Yesterday, Dave went 7:08. Really come together this season for Dave. First ever 6-second run
Certainly
as
has.
well. I mean, it's a very big achievement on a funny bike, isn't it? Especially one that's been around as long as that one. And I'm not being rude. It's just obviously it's taken years of fettling to get to that point, to get everything happy. Thank you very much indeed, Cole. So, semi-final round was going to be Dave Peters against Sean Branch, who we saw take the win. And Daniel, like you said, got a buy run.
Fabulous.
You see, you are allowed to say that. It's no problem. Okay, comp bike, round number 1 coming up. 8 bikes. Championship, I think, is between Jasmine and Mike. Ah, Jasmine is down there. They got it fixed.
Yes, yeah.
So, Dan Diath with the side chick Hayabusa from Basildon. Dan had a couple of pretty good runs, but I know he wants more than a 7:26. Up against Chris Neary. Every bike is a 7-second bike apart from one. They are all very quick, very competitive. Last outing a year for a lot of them. Dan gets the whole shot by a couple of tenths of a second. Beautiful looking run in the Slick Tricks lane.
Oh, look at that.
7:22. Check out the speed as well. 207 miles an hour. Without being rude, I think he left quite a bit on the table off the starting line. 127 to 60 foot. He was quicker than that in qualifying. Chris Neary bows out with a 7:82. Okay, could we have Comp Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? Comp into the lanes. I think that was Comp. It's gone now and I've pressed it. Was it Comp Eliminator? Sorry. You'll know. Pete Slater. It's not Comp Bike because they're there, aren't they? Pete Slater and Paul Hambidge. Numbers 4 and 5. They were 100th apart in qualifying. So is Pete Slater on... Is that Sean Mills' old bike? Is that right? 3/100ths of a second for Pete Slater. Will it be enough? He's well off into the distance there. 7:27. His quickest run of the weekend. Okay, Jasmine Cordell. This one is massive. It's going to be Patrick Rawnsley against Jasmine Cordell. Jazz really needs to win this one. The whole Cordell family. Brett just came up to see us. Want to say a very massive thank you and get well to Phil, who's down there on the starting line. Good luck to Jasmine. She's been in the points lead for most of the season. She's done terrifically well. Good luck to Jazz. Had trouble in qualifying with broken stuff. Needs this win. Well, Jasmine is way out in front. That will be a round win for the Cordells.
Oh my God. 7:06.
Is that a 7? No, it's 7. Yeah, it is 7:06. Sorry, 185 miles an hour. Well, that might make Phil feel a bit better. I thought that was thought that was 86. Sorry, that's why
amazing.
I didn't say it. 185. What a fantastic run for Jasmine. By some margin, her quickest ever, and knocking on the door of the 6th. What a time of the year to do it as well.
Oh, absolutely.
Unreal. Mike Piggott. Who is number 2 in the championship, just behind Jasmine. But Jasmine going through. Well,
Michael's got to win the event.
Michael's got to win the event now, no matter what Jasmine does. So, round 2 matchups are going to be Dan Diath against Jasmine and Mike Piggott against Pete Slater. So, by run for Mike, he went 7:16 in qualifying. .128 to 60. That was not going to be his quickest run. Still not bad. Still 204 miles an hour at 7:37. Well done, Brett. 7-0. Where did that come from? Dearie me. Okay. I think on the right. Well, up next we've got Motorsport UK Pro Modified. We do have Top Fuel Bike as well. We've got a little bit of track prep before we get there, so we won't be a couple of moments. Thank you, Liz. Much appreciated as always. Nitro FM if you don't mind. And yeah, Pro Modified Top Fuel Bike coming your way. However, leaving at the same time is optional. John Dalrymple goes way too quick with a 9.73. Andy Harrison had that in the bag off the start line with a 0.4 to a 0.2. Stu with the throttle stop. Wayne will back off about now. 9.94 Roasters. Dave Fulton. Well, Dave lifts perfectly to a 9.95 at only 121. Mark White was losing ground at the finish line as well, which was odd. So, sorry, I only said that because I looked at the reaction times. I'll tell you in a minute. They're on time this morning. Andy Dibley goes too quick, and so, goodness me, so does Stuart Morris, but he breaks out by the least. Stuart made Andy break out, though. He was 004 on the tree. Andy wasn't slow at all. He was 03. No problems this time at all for Dave Cherrett. He's way out in front and goes way too quick with a 9.77. He backed right off at the against Lee Morris. Two cars that don't have traditional supergas combinations. Now, will Sarah try and run 990, or will she just keep it booted? She's way in front. There's the answer. 924 at only 130. Well, there was the answer. Make the most of the conditions. Whoa, big wiggle for Pete Wise. Kevin Wright's backing off. Hopefully he doesn't back off too much. Just 8.79. That was an expert job. Very strong looking one. I don't think that's going to be an 850. Oh, 847 with a 7. Junior drag bike, please, for round 2, I think. Into the. It belongs to Carl Thomas. Someone will mention anyway, yeah, but it's so good to see 2 turbo Mustangs doing so well. And yeah, Andre qualifying did fairly well, but by his own high standards. He was living in the 570s back in April. The conditions are very similar to what we had in April, I think.
Yeah, today even more than yesterday evening, for sure.
Yeah.
It's funny to say, you know, multiple 580s and he's 2/10 off
what he's run before,
off his highest level.
Well,
so.
the thing is, I think the thing is I think what they're suffering with is a slipping torque converter. I think that's what's happening. So that's why the speed is there at the top end, but the car just doesn't accelerate nearly as hard as it has done before.
He's been hovering around the 1 second zone for his 60-foot, so unlike previously earlier this year, down in the 9.5s.
Well, a bit of damn and blast going on. 672 at 238 miles an hour. Another ET doesn't match the speed one. Yeah, that's the first time I've ever seen the tyres spin on that car like that. 118 to 60 foot. It still takes the round win, obviously. John West was due to be in the other lane. He was going to race David Vector because David has a bye run in round 1 as well. Yeah, we got a couple of bye runs coming up, unfortunately, sadly due to breakage, and commiserations to John Webster's team because they had such a wonderful summer with the car. It was just getting quicker every single run, culminating in that fantastic 583.
So Michel Torrens' crewman gives him the signal.
Putting a lot of heat in the tyres.
Really does sing on the burnout now, that car.
It sings all the way down. It's just, it's almost like a 580 bracket. It's like Andre's car pretty much. It's just like a 580 bracket car, which is what Pro Mod kind of should be. And it's just come on to that level where, it's just come on to that kind of level where 580s are, you need to be there. If you want to be in the top 10, you've got to be in the 580s to play. Which is ridiculous, but great in the same measure, isn't it? And by ridiculous, I mean in an obviously very good way. So Michel Turenne made a number of qualifying runs. He went 585 either 2 or 3 times, I think, actually. But they haven't seen weather like this yet. They haven't seen air conditions this chilly. It's not actually that bad. In the sun, it's quite warm. The forecast high today is about 16 degrees, something like that. Might even be warmer than that already. But with the sun out, one of Europe's best racetracks, and the tuning talent they have, let's see what they can do on this bye run. You know they're going to be trying.
.94 60 foot for Michel.
580, 247 miles an hour. A new official personal best for Michel Turenne. Knocking on the door of the 570s. I think all he can hear in the shutdown area on the radio is his crew going, "Wah!" really loudly in his ear, I think.
So the short numbers, 0.94 to the 60 foot, 2.53 to the 330 and 3.805 to the 8th mile.
Yeah, quickest every increment of the weekend. That's the one they've been looking for. Well, he will be in the semi-final against the winner of this next race.
So Andy Robinson in the anger management Camaro broke the axle, broke some part of the axle, and have spent all of yesterday underneath the rear end of that car putting everything back together.
As opposed to the engine, for a change.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm not being rude, I'm just saying that they just never stop working on it, do they? So, they're both going to get that moment where they're going to come around the corner and look at the scoreboard and go, yeah, I could do that. Well, Jean's car didn't really get up on the tyres during the burnout. He's been having a number of issues just getting the car to go backwards and forwards. There we go. He's coming back again, but he might need to warm the tyres up a little bit more than they are, because I don't think they even really spun. Andy Robinson put in a really stout run at the beginning of the weekend, went 584. I think that was back on Friday, wasn't it?
Yes.
He made 2 really good 580 runs.
And then, yeah, had the axle brake on him on the launch in the next run and has been getting it fixed ever since.
They are very, very good at finding weak points, aren't they? You know? A very good friend of mine who built a car to go quicker than he ever had. I said to him when he started, I said, what's about to happen is you're about to go through a series, a very steep learning curve of breaking one thing after the other, and finding all the things that aren't quite up to what you've got in it anymore. And he did. Very expensive experiments. Exactly. So Jean Delemont decided not to attempt to reheat the tyres, purge the nitrous, and making his way to the staging beams. What's unique about this, actually, they both have the same 68 Camaro body. They both got the same mould. Identical bodies and completely different power adder and engine combinations. 521 cubic inch Hemi supercharged for Andy Robinson and 960 cubic inch nitrous injected for Jean Delemont. That'll be the lack of burnout for Jean. Andy long gone, 583. 3 with a 3, thank you very much. 245 miles an hour. It did look like it was breathing rather well all the way down the track. Yeah, the lack of a burnout for Jean hurt him as soon as he let the clutch out. Well done to the Robinsons. Fabulous effort to get the car back in one piece and knocking on the door of personal bests once again. 0.95 to the 60 foot for Andy there, 384 at the 8th mile. Absolutely. Very close to full-on tyre shake as well, but he drove through it and you could see the tyres sort of paddling and wobbling, but maintained grip the entire time. What we're not going to mention was he was also 9/10 thousandths from throwing it all away. Yeah. Oh, yeah, 008. 008 on the tree. Well, we were all concentrating on Jean spinning the tyres and Andy disappearing in the distance. But a 008 is much closer than you probably want to be. You should have saved that for the semi or the final, you know. Okay, bye run for David Vector. It's going to be, the matchups are going to be, wow, Andy against Michel Turenne, winner of that one, gets number 2 in the championship. So David hasn't driven this car since Friday. Put it in the number 1 spot in qualifying in the first session. It's driven him mad since Friday. It has driven him mad since Friday. Ellen was in the car doing some licensing yesterday. Now, David, more than likely, because the couple of runs Ellen put in, the first one, I think it spun, the second one, it shook quite hard. Even though he, out of the trailer, went 583 to qualify number 1. Even though he did that, that's the only run the car's made where it's gone past the Christmas tree. So he's probably just going to hit second gear and save it for the semi-final round, where he will be going up against his, another one of his turbo nemesis, Andre Arnaud. Yeah, Pro Mod Series finals are going to be lively, to say the least. Or you never know. Winter starts later on today, so he might just keep it pinned all the way through. We'll check out the short numbers and see how he compares to everyone else, but yeah, Andy with a 9.5, Michel with a 9.4. They are not hanging around today. David's been as quick as 5.74 on the quarter mile in this car. So after all the good work, good luck, earned himself the bye run. There. Well, good job he had that test run. He will be up against Andre, who spun the tyres as well. Well done to the Robinsons. Amazing effort. Tell your dad he was 008 on the tree as well. That was almost a whoops. Very almost a whoops. Yeah, so one pair of semi-finalists were in the low 580s. One ran a 580. The other side, neither of them got off the starting line.
No.
Which is actually bizarre.
I did think it was going to be a bit of an all-or-nothing session given the conditions and how tight the track will be. Coming around under the tower, JC Grant in the immaculate, state-of-the-art Porsche with the billet 3-litre 2JZ turbo power plant under the bonnet. He has had a pretty intense 24 hours.
Okay.
So yesterday, that looks a bit more like it. Yesterday on the burnout, the pulley jumped off the car.
Oh.
Which
Is that what it was?
Which put the timing out.
Yeah, that's not going to help, is it?
Which bent the pistons. Sorry, pistons bent the valves. The cam pin sheared.
Oh, jeez.
So between yesterday afternoon and this morning, a spare head was put on, but cams were basically had to do a 5-hour journey to collect the cams. It's all back together this morning. Yeah, had a, shall we say, not a relaxing evening yesterday.
Goodness me. Well, we know he clicked off and got pushed back, but then you tend to think, okay, hopefully that's just something electrical, not too bad, whatever.
No, it was quite the opposite. It was a bit of everything. Also, the burnout just now was a lot stronger than yesterday's because he's now burning out in 4th gear as opposed to 3rd gear.
Okay. Which gives the tyres more chance to spin, obviously.
Yeah, indeed. If you've not seen this car before, again, it's a 2JZ based billet 3-litre 6-cylinder on low boost on the dyno before the start of the season. It was pushing way over 2,000 horsepower, capable of potentially closer to 3,000 once they start giving it the beans.
Technically known as boost, but same thing, obviously. The car itself, as we've said many times, is an absolute rolling work of art, as pretty much everything is here. It's just the world's fastest car show, isn't it? Bit of a stagger on the wheelie bars as well. If you notice, the left one's higher than the right. JC having a wanderer for most of the track.
Wow.
Oh my word.
673.
At 206 miles an hour, smashes both ends of his personal best. A 6.7, that's like a 3/10 improvement. Maybe the car was trying to tell him something yesterday. You know, I don't want these bits in, I want the other ones in.
Well, they said after all the work they put in the last 24 hours, they also put an extra 5 psi at the back end.
Well, that made a difference, didn't it?
It was also off the throttle at least twice during that run.
He was still feathering it, I think.
Unbelievable.
When it was going for a little bit of a wander. What a way to end the season, Jamie. Thank you very much, sir.
Absolutely.
Okay, Top Fuel Bike. Jerry Luke, Steve Willett, your first pair. Well, hi. Welcome back to Liz.
Thank you. I feel like a boomerang.
Well, I'm happy to say you don't look like one, so there we are. Jerry Lukes, how happy was Jerry yesterday?
He was that happy. He was chopping onions when I saw it.
Goodness me. Wow, 6:22 yesterday. Numbers 2 and 3 qualifier. I don't think we're obviously not going to see number 1 qualifier. We're not going to see by the looks of it. So this is basically a prelude to in the final. This is the race. Both these two in the low 6s yesterday. Steve Willett, Jerry Lukes. Oh, Steve backs out of it and drifts over. Jerry blows the tyre off as soon as he cracks the throttle after a wonderful time in qualifying. just didn't move. It just went straight up instead of forwards, unfortunately. Well, Steve was on a really good run. And that's how Steve Willett wins championships. He just keeps going rounds, which is the way to do it, isn't it? It's a very, very big shame for Jiri and Phil and the whole team to end the season that way. But they've had a fantastic weekend nonetheless, I think.
He's still got a 6-2.
He's still got a 6-2, exactly that. Also, while we're here as well, we're not going to see the other semi-final because that was due to be between the #1 qualifier, Neil Midgley, and Phil Crossley. Now, Phil looked like he burst something at the finish line yesterday.
Yeah.
And Neil obviously had a worse time of it.
Yeah, indeed.
So it's a licensing run again for Ryan Davidson, who is doing a pretty good job so far, do you think?
I think so, yeah.
Other than his riding, the one thing that's really impressed me is how strong the bike is.
Yeah.
Because
You
know, it sounds really good. You know, it's almost unheard of for a top fuel bike to come out of the box, if you will, and run 102 60 foot, which is what he did yesterday. So good luck to Ryan. Hopefully going to be at least half track this time. He's been in the 7 O's on a funny bike. However, this is a whole different animal, literally. That was another 102 to 60 foot. I don't know whether it's taking him by surprise or he's doing that deliberately, but I think...
Yeah. I was going to say he knows what to expect now.
Yeah, well, very, very good, very capable. Also, just on the subject of Neil Midgley, we want to wish him all the best. According to reports, Neil, back at the track. I can say that out loud because he's here. So there we go. After having an off in the shutdown area yesterday to being back at the track today. Neil Midgley, if you can hear us, the whole team, that was a horrible thing to go through yesterday, and we wish you nothing but the best, as always.
Absolutely.
Super Street bike, round number 1. Jake Michelle and the one and only Boyce. It's very weird to see Stacey standing out there in normal clothes, not leathers, actually. But unfortunately, she got bounced in round 1 yesterday, didn't she, in 850? It's that tough. So, 2 good buddies going at it here. Well, at least it's not your doorbell. That's what it is when Colin's here. Well, that might be, though. So, yeah, Chris Reed, Kestrel Lane, and Jake, we're in the number 1 in the Slictrix lane. Well, Jake is long gone in the distance to a 664 at 225 miles an hour. Boyce, though, the ET, he won't be too worried about. Check the speed out. 206 miles an hour. Now, does that mean by qualifying and racing, Boyce is second in the championship? Yes. Is that what that was? Yeah?
Yep.
Well, Jake, though, with low ET of the weekend, check out the speed, 119 to 63 as well. Goodness me. Yeah, Chris Boyce gave up a bit on the 60 foot. Definitely not in the back half, though. 206 miles an hour. I think that's the fastest he's ever been.
Yeah.
Okay, Travis Marie, he's going to want to come back next week now, isn't he? He's not wanting to have winter off. Travis Marie, Al Morrison, your numbers 1 and 8 qualifier. 118 to 60 foot for Al. He's just seen Jake go 664. What number has he got? It's a 662! 226 miles an hour. I think that is his new personal best as well for Mr. Morrison. Unbelievable. Travis, all he could do is watch and admire, I think.
I think Johnny's got his lucky boots on.
He's always got those on.
These are new ones.
Well, do you know the really bizarre thing is Al Morrison's actually been faster than that before.
Has he?
He's been 230.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I was up the top end when he did it. It was bedlam. Right, Kostas Giannopoulos, who had a great run on Brad's bike yesterday. Was Brad happy about that? I'm sure he was.
Yes, he was.
Up against Josh Stubbins. I'm sure Nicola's watching in on holiday. Well, Josh was in the 6.9s, went 6.97 yesterday. However, as is very evident, the conditions are there to go unbelievably quickly.
Considering it's so cold out there.
But that's what's doing it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, they both get away pretty well. 119 to 60 foot for Josh. This is going to be huge for Josh Stubbins. It's a 683 at 210 miles an hour. I'm sure a pina colada's just got chucked across the pool in Cyprus after that. Yeah. I would say it's a bit early, but probably not now. Well done to the Stubbins family. That was exceptional.
Well done, Rick.
That is an enormous personal best for Josh as well. When they go 1.1 to 60 foot anything, you know it's on every time. Martin Hallett, Ross Morrison. What would be really perfect if we could finish this session with Martin Hallett getting his first 6. He's been 7-0 loads of times. He's been well over 210 loads of times. However, he's got to get around Ross Morrison first. So this bike in the slick tricks lane, is it for sale? Definitely.
Yes.
Gary's not going to be riding it again, no? Okay. Talking about Gary Bow's machine, which Ross Morrison is on board. Yeah, everyone's on loaners this weekend, aren't they?
Yeah.
Good luck to both of them. Martin Hallett with a much quicker 60 foot than usual. He's got his leg out and the bike's trying to pitch him off. 7.28 at 2.09 for Ross Morrison. Martin Hallett with his quickest launch of the weekend, but couldn't hang on to it. 7.40, 1.77. Well, Super Street Bike is nothing but lively.
You can say that again.
Liz, thank you so much for your help again.
Okay.
Goodness me.
See you later.
All right, let's just reset our pacemakers as we go into round number 1 of Supercomp, everybody. Coming round right now, Eddie Brown. Ellie Mae Brown taking on the Jeff Cowley. So, Jeff Cowley, comp eliminator into the lanes, please. Could we have comp eliminator, please? So, Ellie Brown was your number 3 qualifier. Jeff Cowley, number 7. None of that matters now. All about running 8.90. Kestrel lane for the dragster. Slick tricks lane for the door car. The weather might actually help Jeff Cowley get closer to the number because it's been kind of maxing out at 9 zeros. Ellie's going to be the one that's got to slow it down. So Ellie's car's going to die in the middle and then pick up again. Jeff is going for the centre line. Nothing in it at the stripe. It's Ellie with the lesser of the 2 breakouts. She also had a whole shot on the starting line. Well, Ellie Mae Brown has had a wonderful year driving that car. I'm sure Mum and Dad are very proud indeed, to say the least. Okay, Leah Kellett wearing the number 1. And I think she will be again next year too, up against John Bean. She didn't have a great time in qualifying though. John Bean is the higher qualified car of these two, with the door car in the slick tricks lane. We can just put out, sort of reset our pacemakers after that session of Super Street Bike, I think. What have they got left for us later on today? Goodness me. It's always Easter in this event that produce the most unbelievable performances just because the weather, because the air is so good. Proper Disneyland conditions. However, not if you've got dial-ins. So Leah's car's going to come on strong in the top end. John with the brakes on. Leah goes 8.92. 173.02 on the tree as well. John Bean couldn't win that one. He was first over the stripe with the brakes on, but he went way too quick. So Charlie Seaward sort of has the same problem. He runs this car all out to run 8.90, and it pretty much does all the time. However, the weather is going to help the car go quicker, which is what it did earlier in Pro ET. Up against Warren Watts, winner of the Perfect ET Award earlier on. Which reminds me, we're still waiting for Stuart. Yeah. Nothing in it between those two muscle cars. It looks like Charlie's in front, but Charlie goes too quick. Stop me if you've heard this before. The lesser of the two breakouts. Charlie Seaward actually had quite a bit in the bank off the starting line as well. Just didn't back off enough at the finish line. So John Turner should be alongside 00 Dave Fulton. So Dave Fulton trying to run 8.19, goes 8.81. Matchup, semi-finals. Warren Watts against Eddie Mae Brown, Leah against Dave. I think second is still up for grabs, I think. Okay, Sky Collier with another licensing run. Getting very well acclimatised to this dragster. Apparently the only issue they've had so far is the fact that I've called her backup guy a Power Ranger. Yeah, not you, the one in front. So Sky doing an absolutely great job. They've had issues with the trans brake, holding the car on the starting line. Sky has actually run the car to the 8th mile, so I think she's been signed off to the 8th mile, so this could well be a full run this time round. Whole family down there, Jerry doing the backup behind the car. Scott still with half his leathers on because he's still in play in ET Bike. Mum Sharon's doing the filming, and Sky's doing a great job of driving. Parachute pin out. The reason she's not running in eliminations is because she is still licensing. However, she's getting further and further down the track and closer to getting a license signed off to be able to race. So once again, good luck, Sky. That was a lot more like it. All the way through this time to an 8.91 at 146 miles an hour. Everybody in the grandstand, put your hand together for that young lady. Now, if you're going to do a licensing run, how about doing a licensing run that is bang on the time that you're supposed to be running? Also, at 146 miles an hour, I think that is an absolute tears in the eyes moment for the Collier family. You can see them down there, Sharon and Jerry and everybody, and obviously Sky. Well done. Unbelievable. Yeah, that's got to be licensing run of the decade. That's utterly incredible. Well done, Sky. Okay, back to eliminations. Mark Elchingham with a bye run in round number 1 of Outlaw Flat 4.
Right, Johnny is champ, whoever goes further.
Well, whoa, Mark goes for the photographers who don't move. Of course not. Too busy looking at your camera. Yeah, might drop it otherwise. Well, Mark cruises through into round number 2. Okay, Adam Lowe should be up against Mark Pascoe, but no Mark Pascoe in this round of racing. Could we have VW Pro into the lanes, please, for your all-important round number 1? VW Pro, please, into the lanes for round 1. Yeah, so no Mark Pascoe. Adam Lowe, he was number 3, went 10.92. I've said it a few times. However, the weather conditions are vastly improved from every other point of the weekend. And normally aspirated air-cooled machines like cool air, as do most raced engines. 10.79, there we go. Chipping a fair chunk off of what he ran in qualifying. As if by magic. James Wootton, Darren Shepherd. Well, unfortunately, Darren had a reaction time that started with a 1. As in 1 second, not 0.1, unfortunately. James Wootton, long gone. 11.37. Again, quicker than his qualified time. Beats an 11.38. Okay, Adam Phillips, Johnny Marriage. Johnny, we saw getting trailered away on Friday. But he fixed it. They got it ready, saved it for round 1. So Johnny with the Miss White is your champion in 2025 for Outlaw Flat 4. He went 10.67 in qualifying. $11.44. Not quite as quick, doesn't matter. Still a round win. Well done, fellas. I'm sure you fancy having a bit of sleep after all the hard work. Okay, I think I can see round the back of the tower. Comp Eliminator, round number 2. Is it 2 or 3? I've lost count. I think it's 2. Yeah, VW Pro are on their way down. But before we get to Comp Eliminator, just a quick track sweep, as I can see Dave climbing in the tractor. Nitro FM, if you wouldn't mind, for a couple of moments, and we're back pretty much straight away. So Eddie's car's going to die in the middle and then pick up again. Jeff is going for the centre line. Nothing in it at the stripe. It's Ellie with the lesser of the 2 breakouts. She also had a whole shot on the starting line. Proper Disneyland conditions. However, not if you've got dial-ins. So Leah's car's going to come on strong in the top end. John with the brakes on. Leah goes 8.92. 173.02 on the tree as well. John Bean couldn't win that one. He was first over the stripe with the brakes on, but he went way too quick. Nothing in it between those 2 muscle cars. It looks like Charlie's in front, but Charlie goes too quick. Stop me if you've heard this before. The lesser of the 2 breakouts. So Dave Fulton trying to run 8.19, goes 8.81. Matchup, semi-finals. Warren Watts against Eddie Mae Brown, Leah against Dave. That was a lot more like it. All the way through this time to an 8.91 at 146 miles an hour. Everybody in the grandstand, put your hand together for that young lady. Now, if you're going to do a licensing run, How about doing a licensing run that is bang on the time that you're supposed to be running? Also, at 146 miles an hour, I think that is an absolute tears in the eyes moment for the Collier family. You can see them down there, Sharon and Jerry and everybody, and obviously Sky. Well done. Unbelievable. Well, whoa, Mark goes for the photographers. Who don't move. Of course not. Too busy looking at your camera. Yeah. Might drop it otherwise. Well, Mark cruises through into round number 2. No Mark Pascoe. Adam Lowe, he was number 3, went 10.92. I've said it a few times. However, the weather conditions are vastly improved from every other point of the weekend. Normally aspirated air-cooled machines like cool air, as do most raced engines. 10.79, there we go. Chipping a fair chunk off of what he ran in qualifying. Well, unfortunately, Darren had a reaction time that started with a 1. As in 1 second, not 0.1, unfortunately. James Wooten, long gone. 11.37. Again, quicker than his qualified time. Beats. He went 10.67 in qualifying. $11.44. Not quite as quick. Doesn't matter. Still a round win. Well done, fellas. I'm sure you fancy having a bit of sleep after all the hard work. Okay, I think. Oh, I hate to interrupt this. It's not my fault. They came round the corner. What can I do? Panama, Van Halen. Look it up. What a tune. Okay. Round number 2 of Comp Eliminator. So Dan Williams and Dave Henderson. Dave, fresh off an outstanding run in round 1. Down into the 8-1s with the Audi. Up against a real tough customer though. Dan Williams will get the green first. Don't forget, Comp Eliminator is Index Racing. They build the car they want with the size engine they want, and then they have to run a certain amount of weight per cubic inches. Tune it to go as quick as you can, and it's a heads-up race to the finish line. So the Chevelle will go first. Well, Dave Henderson goes red. That's not going to... Oh, big boom for Dave Henderson. Bits all over the place. Dan coasting at the finish line to a 10.82. Dave Henderson pulls over to the side of the track. Well, it doesn't look like there's any fluid on the track in the Kestrel lane. There's plenty of bits, though. Dave Henderson does actually make the scrutineering turn off, but something let go in a rather spectacular way out there. Yeah, I think the track looks all right. It's just the bits and pieces, whatever they are. But normally something doesn't go boom like that without the associated fluids that go along with it. That was big. Okay, I'll tell you what, Pete, put that track back on. That's our fault for interrupting it, wasn't it? If you don't mind, yeah, put the track back on again, and we'll be back as soon as we can. Thank you. Well, the safest way to get going again quickly is to hand back to Nitro FM. It appears to be that's not the case anymore. It's the best thing to do is put a Van Halen song on, and hey presto, we're back to racing again. Number one in the championship, Reuven Dawson. I think he is nailed on now as the winner of comp in 2025. Very competitive class, lots of people trying to win this, and he's done a stellar job all summer. He's had a little bit chipped off of his index as well. Even cruising up there, look at that. Slick Tricks Lane, 873 is his index. 1168 with the G-Stock Automatic of Spencer. Well, Spence had a 0-2 light. Will it be enough to hang on? Here comes the Honey Wasp. Nope. Oh, Reuven takes an enormous chunk out of his index. It's the end of the year. He still went only 153 miles an hour. Goodness me. Spence went 11:13 though. That's not bad at all. Hang on, was his index 68? So he went over half a second under as well. Emma Goddard should be alongside Luke Stevenson.
Same with VW Pro.
Okay, well, VW Pro are next. So I'm presuming that's why he's not here. So Emma gets another freebie, actually. Had one in round one. Okay, so that sets up the semi-finals of Comp Eliminator, where Emma has a race, folks, against Reuven Dawson. Dan Williams with a bye into the final round. Well, would it be the numbers 1 and 2 in the championship race in the final? The only one that can stop that happening is Emma Goddard. He just got pushed back right there. Okay, VW Pro, I think, will be our next class. And they're coming round right now. Just need to get Emma's car out of the way first. Can we have Sportsman ET into the lanes, please, for the next round of racing? Cracking on through it in good fashion today, which is kind of the way. This is like purpose design built day for drag racing, you know. So VW Pro, the quicker of the two dialing classes for the Volkswagens. 16-car elimination ladder, which is why they didn't run their first round last night. They're running them now. Wayne Gill, Carl Goldsmith. Carl had a bit of a lively start to the weekend. Carl goes first. Wayne has a good think about it, is the best way to put that. Carl has the tendency to break out by a mile, though. Hopefully he lifts, which he does perfectly. Well done, Carl. 11.64 and a 40. That was a breakout in the other lane as well for Wayne Gill. There's no way he was going to win that one. Okay. Joe Hall and Hazel Carter. Hazel, 11.93. Joe, 11.40. Well, apologies, I mentioned the reaction times in the first race, although it was fairly obvious. Hazel is out in front, but for how long? Not long enough. Goodness me, both of them way off their dial-ins, unfortunately. Hazel slowed to a 13.97. Shame. James Hodgson taking on Abby Tether in the next matchup. Abby with the very streetable Golf. Dials 12.85. And James, 10.60 even. Couple of seconds on the tree in favour of the Golf in the Kestrel lane. Yeah, I'm not going to read out the reaction times. However, I think everyone saw it. James is going to get there. It's just as long as he doesn't break out. He's hard on the brakes now. Takes the win. Yeah, Abby had a 1 and a bit second reaction time, unfortunately. Yeah, either that or the sun, means she can't see the tree that well, because that can happen too. Pro Modified Super Street Bike and I'm not calling them. Sorry, that's the 90-minute warning. Sorry, it's all right. Don't panic. Everyone going, no, we're not ready. Yeah, that was just the 90-minute warning. Ignore that. Ed Keach, Rob Jump. Ed with the Porsche got the full SP yesterday from Luke. What a terrific story about this car is he bought a 944 that was in a right state. And for his birthday, they found one, proper barn-fired, and bought it for him and gave it to him for his 40th birthday. What a lovely bunch, VW DRCR. Now it's up to Ed to try and win with it. He was number 1 qualifier for a little while. He has already caught Rob Jump. Already. Just has to not break out, which he doesn't. That was really good from Ed Keach. He was 0.1 on the tree, but he had that made up. He had the difference made up pretty much by the Christmas tree. Okay, Phil Blogg and Mike Strachan with the Audi. Yeah, you can tell that Audi's rather special because the dial-in is 1150 for a street car, which is, yeah, quick. That could be why as well. There's an electric car in Street Week in the States that's in the 950s every event. Well, absolutely neck and neck. I think Phil has got his nose out in front as long as he doesn't do that, which is break out by a load. He goes 0.3 too quick. He had that. He took the stripe by 0.4 of a second, so he had loads and loads of wriggle room. Mike Strachan with the win and the lesser of the breakouts. Okay, in the water box now is the big one in terms of the championship, especially if your name is Jake Fronda. 11.85, another incredibly quick Golf down there in the Slick Tricks lane. Taking on Fran Herbert. So at the moment, Luke is Fran's biggest fan. And Luke, oh my goodness me, he's going to come round and sit in the water box and watch this happen. Oh, I'm not sure. I think I'd keep my eyes closed because I wouldn't want to know. So basically, Luke is in the lead by a couple of 100 points. The only person that can catch him is Jake with the gold Golf over there in the Slick Tricks lane. If Jake wins, the pressure continues. If Fran wins, Luke's done it. VW Sportsman into the pairing lanes, please. Could we have VW Sportsman down, please, into the lanes? Thank you. So the Golf in the Kestrel lane will get the green first. Well, Jake Fronda has already gone past Fran Herbert. I think second gear was missing in action. As long as Jake doesn't break out, which he doesn't, Jake Fronda moves on to round number 2. Well, Fran did actually have an advantage on the start line because Jake's reaction time started with a 5. Just couldn't carry it to the finish line. Okay, well, Jake's through. Your championship points leader is down there on the starting line next. Coated race bearings, RTMG Performance, 32 racing wheels, street races, and GP turbos. And Luke Stevenson, actually the chairman of the VW DRC, against his very, very good friend, they're all good friends anyway, Jacob Bailey. In the Slick Tricks lane, Luke is going to get the green first. Dials 12.05. He went in the 11s earlier, so that's probably a little conservative. Jacob with 10.50. Luke is off and running. Jake goes red by 0. Sorry, Jacob goes red by 0-1. The win light is in Luke's lane. See what he runs. 11.93. Doesn't matter. All about the win light. So I think if Luke wins the next round, is that it? Yeah. If Luke doesn't win the next round, Jake's got to win the event, basically.
No Dave Henderson.
Okay.
No Stu Hodgson. Luke's got a buy.
So no Stu Hodgson.
Yeah.
Okay. And Dave Henderson obviously went bang in a rather serious way. Yeah. So Luke's got a buy run. That's it then. Game over. We have twin Stevensons. Break the beams. Well, basically, they've got to keep the car running. Jamie and Andy, you've got to make sure the car still runs. And Luke takes the championship.
Oof.
Jacob was really trying, though. I mean, 0-1 red is oh so close. Sportsman ET, Matt Halsall, Aaron Springford. The passenger today is Batman. Thank you very much for the message, Matt. Matt goes red. Aaron goes to round 3. Win light is on. Let's see what the Lexus can run, actually, because the win light's on. He can run it out the back door. No, he doesn't. He puts the brakes on. Goes 12.42 just to make sure. Aaron into round 3. Okay, Terry Attree and Jane McCready with Ben's van. 15.24 for the van. We already have our champion confirmed, the Sportsman, with Gary Lake again. It is impressive in a class as competitive as this to have it sewn up by the last race of the season, before you even get here, really. Jane off and running. That's a lot of ground to make up, but she will get there. A huge breakout for Terry Attree. Who knew street-driven Ford Focuses went a lot quicker when the weather's cool as well? 1866, that was about half a second breakout. Jane McCready goes to round 3. Sophie Evans and Chris Creswell. Sophie was 29 qualifier, and she's in with a shout going to round number 3 here. 13.08, plays 14.70 for the Fiesta. It's a red for Chris by 0-2. Sophie will move to round 3, no matter what she runs. If she's seen the win light, she can keep it pinned all the way through. She doesn't have to break. Yeah, 13.07. That would have been bang on anyway. Right, Alex Pryor with Tony the Nugget. Very cool looking little Metro. With a tow bar, I might add. In the Slick Tricks lane against Simon Swarbrick. Simon just barely squeaked in. Number 31 he was in qualifying. Well, Alex Pryor is long gone in the distance. Here comes the full pop. Will it be in time? Brake lights on for the Metro. A massive breakout again. Simon Swarbrick, though, both reaction times had a 5 in them. 0.5 for Tony the Nugget. In the other lane, it was a 0.5, which is pretty much as close as you can get to, well, yeah. It's going to be very hard to win with that, let's put it that way. Lewis Gilbert, Jill Medley. I really, really love this Jeep. Kids will never be late for school. Three runs for the Camaro first. Nothing in it at the finish line. Jill Medley, lesser of the two breakouts, folks. Nothing in it on the tree as well. Only a couple of hundreds between the pair of them. Jill Medley, round 3. Right, your number 1 qualifier, Rob Quesrell with the Smurf. I think that family might like Ford Fiestas. Up against Dan Holloway with the Fox Body Mustang. 14.70, plays at 12.70. Dan's just trying to tickle the Mustang into stage. There you go. Oh, goodness me. Well, Rob's red light was closer than his brother's, but that's not going to be much consolation, unfortunately. Dan Holloway with a freebie into round number 3. And runs 11.99. Dips it into the 11s. Okay, possibly the only car, although someone will correct me if I'm wrong, that won't be affected by the weather is the electric seal. Should be called electric eel, but electric seal in the Kestrel Lane. Sir Sealington, it's known as. Two very different ends of getting about, let's put it that way. An electric SUV and a V8 Camaro. Kirsty Tram is in the Camaro in the Slick Tricks lane with a 12.10. Jordan Griffin is in the Kestrel lane, 16.37. Well, taking the win with the 12.17 on a 10 is Kirsty. She was double. No, she wasn't. 081. I can't read again. I do apologise. Thank you. Felicity Gibbs and Gary Lake, your champion again for 2025. Felicity has the unenviable task of making him red light. Gary goes 03 red. Well, he is human. He's human. Felicity takes the win. Goes way too quick, predictably. Gary goes a bit too well. We move on to VW Sportsman. We've got a bit of news. Just because we are that far ahead in the run order, we are going to slot in a lunch break, half an hour, 30-minute lunch break after round 3 of Super Pro, just to help everybody with turnaround times as well. We're still, we're still well up for doing well today, but not very often we get a lunch break, or the marshals get a lunch break indeed. Nigel Gregg and Jason. Jason goes red this time. Damn and blast. 066 red. Nigel was 0.45 red. Well, Jason, I think, was the benefit of a red light in round 1. Gets bitten by one there. Don't run 13.10. He runs 13.00. Still a good weekend for the Ainslow family, hopefully. Okay, John Gallant and Jerry Sadler. The VW Sportsman Championship is decided, as is VW Pro. Well, when Luke stages in round 2 it is. Couple of 14-second cars, so there won't be much in it all the way down the track. Can't say it out loud, but, well, you know. Looks like Jerry's in front. Jerry's got on the brakes. Jerry brakes out by about 0.3. In the other lane, broke out only by 0.15. Could we have 950 bike into the lanes, please? Could we have 950 bike, please, into the pairing lanes? Thank you. Okay, Polly Judge should be in the 2-seater today. How much has she got her bottom lip out, Rob? Huge. Mile. Yeah, like that. Yep. Fair enough. Up against Andy Cooper. Well, Polly definitely didn't go red. Is the most positive spin I can put on that. However, she is still miles in front out at 3/4 track. Looking over her shoulder and braking. And still goes. That's why she was so far in front. Half a second. Don't ask me. I don't know. I'm not technical. Half a second too quick for Polly. Win on the other side of the racetrack. How does that happen all of a sudden? Well, it appears that good air affects street cars as well as race cars. Bruce Harvey, George Miller. Bruce in the Kestrel lane, 1361 and a 14 flat for George. Well, good-looking launches in both lanes. This one will be sorted out at the finish line. A race between two rather cool-looking Audi TTs. Brake lights coming on for George. Well, for once, they both don't break out. It was actually Bruce Harvey, though, closer to his dial-in and taking the strike by 0.11. Okay, Josh Lee with the two-door Golf against Carrie Reid. So not much in the dial-ins, only 0.2 between the pair of them in favour of the Golf. On the tree at least anyway. However, Josh couldn't hang about for the green light. 0.18 went red. As the Herbert boys give each other a big hug down there. Because Carrie's into round 3. Breaks out. Doesn't matter. Red light trumps a breakout, obviously. Right, I'm going to get shot. Apologies, Morgan. That's very neat handwriting, though. I like that. So, Morgan Wilson. I must have said that wrong all weekend. Ooh. Red light for Steve Metcalf. Morgan Wilson goes to round 3. That was a 0.34 reaction time for her. Steve Metcalf was 006 red, though. Oh, so close. Let's see what Morgan can run this time. 17.28. Sorry, I don't mean to laugh. But that's quite lively, isn't it? That was me saying her name right that did that. It was me doing that, wasn't it? Sorry, guys. I do apologise. Lily Stevenson with a bye-run, a victory lap, if you will. Not like she needs any help this year. Making it look easy. 082 reaction time, which in the street car is pretty handy, to say the least. So will it be a 1370? Everybody's been breaking out all day today. 1355, there you go. Well, the good thing is, she's won the championship and Luke just has to break the beams and he's the champion as well. It's not a bad day to be a Stevenson, is it, really? Wild Bunch into the lanes, please. Could we have Wild Bunch into the pairing lanes, please? I can see Nostalgia Superstock round there for round one. I think we had the last pair. Hey, is this a rerun? It is a rerun. Yeah, a rerun of round number one in VW Pro. What reason? I'm not entirely sure. Abby Tether and James Hodson. No idea why. But obviously something was amiss. The race director said, yep, bring him back. So James Hodson chasing Abby down. I think he took the win light before. Is he going to do it again? Brakes on. He does. 2 times in a row. Even though Abby runs bang on her dial-in. That is a massive whole shot win for James Hodson. Abby, unfortunately, was 0.4 on the tree. That was the end of her day. Wild Bunch and 950 bike, please, into the lanes. Can we have Wild Bunch and 950 bike? We just got a very brief pause where everyone's getting suited and booted for Nostalgia Superstock, which I think is the next class. Is that right, Cole? It is indeed. Nitro FM, only for a couple of moments. We're just getting through everything. So they're all getting suited up, ready to go. We've still got about, I don't know, about half an hour to go, and then the race director has slotted in a half-hour lunch break for all of our crew and everybody out there as well. Just really more than anything to help with turnaround times, just to make sure that everybody is ready. So it's only going to be about a few minutes because they're getting in the cars. Guy King's getting in his, Don Scott's getting in his, but it won't be long. You never know, Pete. Stick Panama on again, we might get it done. Matt goes red. Aaron goes to round 3. Win light is on. Let's see what the Lexus can run, actually, because the win light's on. He can run it out the back door. No, he doesn't. He puts the brakes on. Goes 12:42 just to make sure. Aaron into round 3. Jane off and running. That's a lot of ground to make up, but she will get there. A huge breakout for Terry Attry. Who knew street-driven Ford Focuses went a lot quicker when the weather's cool as well? 1866, that was about half a second breakout. Jay McCready goes to round 3. It's a red for Chris by 0-2. Sophie will move to round 3, no matter what she runs. Okay, Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please. Can we have Pro ET into the lanes, please? Thank you very much indeed. Okay, Nostalgia Superstock, round number 1. So Dave Bilodeau is in the lead at the moment in the championship, but Spence is close enough, really, isn't he? He needs 2 rounds on him. Yeah, he needs 2 rounds on him. Is what he needs. So Guy King and Don Scott are your first pair. This is, though, a 16 elimination ladder, which means there's extra points available and potentially extra buy runs too. Okay, Guy King with the awesome Chevelle over there against Don Scott. Don dials 971. Guy 1021. Once again, conditions ripe for going seriously quick. Don Scott doesn't wait for the green. Guy King goes 039. Let's see what they both run. 1022. Oh, look at that actually for a race. Don Scott broke out. Doesn't matter. In fact, he red lit and broke out just for good measure. So Dave Bilodeau on a bye run, which is going to help his championship chances no end. If he gets to the semi-finals, I think that's it, isn't it? Yeah. Looking for 988 with the Yorkshire Heavy. 977. Once again, stop me if you've heard this before. Okay, hold my beer. I'm back in 10.0. It's possibly the greatest ever dial-in board, that one, for Paul Smale with Thirsty Work. The Chevelle from Edinburgh in the Slick Tricks lane. Up against Spencer Tram, who dials 11.13, which was the number he just ran in Comp Eliminator. Well, this one's going to be fun at the other end. Spence needs to win this. And he doesn't. He gets beaten by, well, both ends. Paul Smale left on him and ran virtually dead on his dial-in. Spencer runs his quickest run, though, in a long while. 10.11.08. That's actually 6/10 under his index in Comp as well. So I think that means, does that mean that Dave Bilodeau is your 2025 champ for Nostalgia Superstock? Stu Thompson, Ian King. Ian dials 10.35, much quicker than he was running before. Probably going the nines now. Kiwi dials 972. It's going to be very, very close at the stripe, this one. Ian with the advantage, and Ian takes the win. Look at that. 39 on a 35, and he was 0-2 on the tree as well. His first ever 0 light as well, I think. I'm not being rude, I'm just saying out loud. But in qualifying, he's been like 0.3 every time, and then when it matters, he does it. I'm sure he'll be happy with that. 982 for Chris Goodale. Should be alongside Mick Sharp, but Mick Sharp got pushed away 2 days ago. We haven't seen him since, unfortunately. 977, as if by magic. Another breakout. Okay, I think it's is it 950 bike next? We've also got Wild Bunch down there as well.
Spencer confirmed as runner-up.
And Spencer's confirmed as runner-up. It's almost like there's a little voice in my head that you might be able to hear telling me that, isn't it? You know, it's like a little background noise, you know. Yeah, so Wild Bunch are there. And the bikes are down there as well, just getting suited up. So it won't just be a moment. Let's have a quick look, see where we are on the order. Yeah, so Wild Bunch are there. 950 bike. So just to let everybody know again, we've got the Wild Bunch there, we've got 950 bike, we've got Pro ET, Junior Dragster and Super Pro to go. Then we'll be having half an hour lunch break, and then we should continue after that, all being well, with Pro Modified and everything else too. So, yeah. A rather awesome day so far, to say the least. It's been very, very good indeed. Right, Nitro FM, if you don't mind, it's going to be a couple of minutes. Oh, thank you. Be a couple of minutes, so if you don't mind filling the gap, that'd be great. Thank you very much.
Yeah, down in the 9.5s.
Well, a bit of damn and blast going on. 672 at 238 miles an hour. Another
0.94 60 foot for Michelle. 580.
247 miles an hour. A new official personal best for Michelle Turenne. Knocking on the door of the 570s. I think all he can hear in the shutdown area on the radio is his crew going, "Wah!" really loudly in his ear, I think. JC having a wanderer for most of the track.
Wow.
Oh, my word.
673.
At 206 miles an hour, smashes both ends of his personal best. A 6.7, that's like a 3/10 improvement. Maybe the car was trying to tell him something yesterday. You know, I don't want these bits in, I want the other ones in.
Well, they said after all the work they put in the last 24 hours, they also put an extra 5.
Okay, here we go then. It is the Wild Bunch.
Well, that wasn't a message from God, that was Colin. That's I think that's 5 words. That's the most you've said, isn't it, today? Something like that. Just so that everybody knows, Colin's so enthusiastic. He's obviously, I'm the one talking this weekend, but Colin's doing all the points and the calculations and everything else as well, helping tremendously. Phil James, Rob Brown. Really funny post from Hayley yesterday. I think it was Hayley. It's like, how the blooming heck do we break out running into a massive headwind, which it was yesterday. The dial-in today is 8.40. And for the for the funny car in the other lane, Phil James, who is incredibly successful with that little rampage. Will be taking the tree first, 9.36. Rob's going to be trying to chase him down. Now, this is a race, so are they going to be lifting? Whoa, 9.44, bang on the money. Congratulations to Rob Brown. Well done. Phil James was actually over the finish line first, but he broke out. So, by virtue of winning that race, Rob gets a bye run in the semi-finals into the final rounds.
I think that might be enough.
That might be enough for him to win the Wild Bunch Championship as well. Okay. Subject to confirmation, as it always is. Well, you can hear the hunting noise of the blown Chevy in the Time Traveller. Who is going up against Marie Mills, who I don't think is... She stood behind plenty of blown cars. I don't think she's ever raced one.
Did you see that?
35.
Broke out by less than 100.
Well, very fortuitous for the rounds. So we got this race for the Wild Bunch. Really good to see Bob along with the time traveller as well. Well done to the Browns. Congratulations. That's what it's all about. I'm just amazed he didn't break out, really. But, you know, what can you do? He won that by not breaking out, frankly. So, yeah, Bob's dial is only a 7.3 run. That car goes nearly a second quicker than that. So I can only presume he's got it turned down. Now, he does run a load of nitro in there. Now, once again, someone out there will know, and they're going to correct me if I'm wrong. I am pretty sure this is the world's only bracket racing nitro car. I don't know of another fuel car on the planet in existence that bracket races. Yes, this has a comparatively small load of nitro, but it is a blown nitro Chevy all the same. Someone message me. Anyone on the planet other than Bob Hawkins runs in bracket racing with a blown nitro car? Got to get around Marie this time. 10:30 for Marie, 7:31 for Bob. Well, Marie's going to hear him coming, and he's going to go flying past, and he runs a 6:87. Well, breakouts all over the place, really. Marie goes 10:33. She didn't break out. Well, no shoots for Bob in the shutdown area, but I think he's got it woed up pretty well. Yeah, he has. He's turning around to make the corner down there. He clicked it early, went 181 miles an hour. Well, obviously he turned it down. Not enough. Philippa Turton with the bye run into the semi-final round where she'll be racing against Marie. So there will be a lady in the final. It'll be either Marie or Philippa. As Chris says, the racetrack is yours. Can we have Junior Dragster into the lanes, please, for round number 3? Junior Dragster into the lanes for round number 3. We've got Pro ET round there as well. Well, Philippa had a good time Friday. Not such a good time yesterday, today. That's more like it. And it goes into third gear as well by the sound of that. 10:51. Okay, that'll work. It's a round win. $9.50 bike semi-finals. Well done to Bob Hawkins' teams. That's one of the best breakouts of the day, that one. That's pretty good. It's the quickest breakout of the day, too. Dave Hall and Hayden Michelle. Just having a quick check over there in the Kestrel lane. And back over the wall again. Gets the thumbs up. So Hayden Michelle is already confirmed as the champion for 2025 in 950. No one's wanting to go on stage. There we go. Dave Hall's in. Hayden out there in front by some margin, lifts, coasts, and judges it perfectly. 9:52. Dave Hall did actually take the stripe, but he was nearly 0.2 of a second too quick. That's the way to do it. Okay, Josh McLean, who was the number 1 qualifier with a 9:51, gets a freebie in this round of racing. So Hayden's in the final, and he'll be against Josh. Which actually, this round win moves Josh up into second place in the championship as well, 9:55. So it'll be the championship 1 and 2 placings racing for the big trophy a bit later on today. Well done, Hayden. Well done, Josh. Okay, Pro ET, I do believe, is next. So we've got 2 more classes to go. We've just had 950. We've got Pro ET, Pro ET, Junior Dragster, and Super Pro. to go before we have a half-hour lunch break, and then we'll be back with you after that. So the first pair round by the looks of it. Jess Bishop. Oh, he's just turned it off again. Okay, so Jess Bishop and Simon Innes are at the front. Yeah. Looking forward to the race? Of course you are, yeah. Well, it's round 3. You're bound to, aren't you? Deary me. John Bean is going to be taking on Warren Watts as well. Don Scott, who actually only just run in Nostalgia Superstock, but he did lose, so hopefully he's on his way down again. I think he's there, actually, yeah, back of the lanes. Up against Mark Huxley. Tom Kay is going to be taking on Reuven Dawson. Championship is settled in the favour of Nick Mugridge, pretty much by that win last night over the Morris boys. If the Morris boys are still around, by the way, Stuart still has some money unclaimed up here for the perfect light he pulled yesterday. Reuven Dawson is currently in second place, but Don Scott is still in eliminations, and they're tied on points, I beg your pardon. So one of those two, I think, is going to finish second at the end of today, because they're all in round 3. Yeah, so it's between Reuven Dawson and Don Scott. Whoever goes the furthest will be number 2 in points in Pro ET. So Simon Innes and Jess Bishop rolling round now. Okay, Jess Bishop got past Philippa Turton and Bill Wilson to get here. Simon got round Lee Morris to start with, and then Bob Molden in the last round. So this is for a place in the semi-finals, I beg your pardon, sorry. So Simon dials 1069, Jess 9.10. There's more out there than a 9.10. Maybe just leaving herself a bit of wriggle room. Coin flip on the start line. That's going to be super close. Wow. Jess broke out by 0.04 of a second. Simon Innes, from almost not qualifying, goes to the semi-finals. Hopefully still a good weekend for Jess and the team. John Bean, Charlie Seaward. A couple of cars that have been running in Super Comp. However, they're not putting 890s on the board for this one. 886 for Charlie Seaward. Can we have Super Pro, please, if you're not there already? Super Pro into the pairing lanes, please. For round number, I think it's... Yeah, John Breen, 883, 886 for Charlie. Well, John Bean's already gone past Charlie. And he still breaks out. Charlie Seaward, his lucky day. Well, he was nowhere near his dial-in. He was 03 on the tree. John Bean goes too quick again. I think he actually backed out of it just before the finish line too and still went too quick. Still. Junior dragsters are down there, I can see. And Super Pro, if you could please, if you are not there already, please come and join us for round number 3. Tom Kay, Reuven Dawson. So it's between Reuven and Don Scott for the second. Gets it pretty much, I think, now. However, standing in Reuven's way is Tom Kay. Well, Tom Kay is out in front. Here comes the door car. But it's not enough. Tom Kay takes the win. He was not 997 on 995. He was 0-1 on the tree. As soon as Reuven went 0-7, there was no room. Reuven can console himself with being champion comp eliminator, and he's either going to finish still second or third in Pro ET. We just have to do a bit of maths depending on how Don Scott does here against Mark Huxley. Am I right in thinking Mark is the sole remaining Huxley in competition? I think he is. 5 down to 1. Not much in it on the dial-ins. 975 for Mark with the Corolla. Don Scott, 968. Don Scott wins this. If Don Scott wins this, he locks up second in the Pro ET Championship. Mark Huxley is going to do everything he can to stop him. And he does. Bang on. 975 with a 2 on a 975. Don Scott was not that far off. 972 on a 68. The advantage off the line was to Don Scott, but Mark just did that better job at the finish line. 0-2 win margin, and we have to load a number crunching to do now to find out who actually finished second in the championship. But Mark Huxley coming to the semi-finals in Pro ET. Oh, Lee Huxley's still in, I beg your pardon as well. He's sitting over there, sorry. I should have known that.
I can't declare it. I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah, we're not going to confirm who's where or what. Well, we can't do that anyway. Yeah, by our calculation, it's too tight for us to even put our hands up and get it wrong, so we're not going to. We will leave it to everybody official to work it out. Yeah, 10 points in it, one way or the other, whether who is 2 or 3, between Reuven Dawson and Don Scott. And Bob Mould as well. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Forgot about Bob. Yeah, so Lee Huxley's over there. We've got junior dragsters lining up now. So we've got junior dragster, super pro, and then we have a half-hour lunch break, which is most unusual. However, it's just one of those days, which is it was the last full-on racing day of the season, championship racing day of the season. It's nice to have. So in junior dragster, we already know that our champ is Luke Mugridge. He has a bye run in this round of racing. The big one really is between, two great friends actually. I didn't realise Chev was racing Lola. So Chevy Checkett and Lola Bell Kent. If Chev wins that, she becomes runner-up in the championship. She's still done very well, no matter what. And I still think, even if she doesn't win it, let's have a quick look. Where is she on there? Look. 23, so she's got 50. Yeah, so she will either finish second or third. And if she loses, it's for up to someone way higher paid than us, to work out whether she or Jake finishes second. So first out, whoop, that's the tyre cover. That's both tyre covers, actually. That was unusual. Yeah, so it will be a bye run for Luke Mugridge into the semi-final round. His last ever event in junior dragster, and he's going out as a winner. That's his brother standing there with him and his mum as well. They have had a phenomenal season, the pair of them. I think they're going racing together next year in a completely different car. Both of their cars are up for sale, if not sold already. Is that a 004 red? It was, wasn't it? i.e. very close indeed. He was going to take it all the way through, see what it runs. 794. Also making history as the first ever siblings to win championships in the same class. How awesome is that? Okay, this is the big one to see who finishes number 2. If Chev wins, it's definitely her. If she doesn't, someone else can work that out. Because it ain't going to be us. Up against a very good friend, Lola Bell Kent. 8.15 plays an 8 flat for Chev. No matter what happens, it's been a fantastic season for the Checkett family. Bear in mind, Chev was at school on Friday. Everyone else got 4 runs in or 3 qualifying runs in. She didn't. She turned up, made 1 run Saturday, and here she is on the verge of the semi-finals. So the tree's going to run that side. Lola goes red! Mick Checkett nearly strangles Guy down there. Chev breaks out. Doesn't matter at all. Lola goes red. It is Chevy Checkett who is number 2 in the championship. Was that a bit of celebrating going on down there? And can I just say as well, Letty, you helped do that because you beat Jake in round 1. Well done. Yeah, there you go. Drag racing's fun, isn't it? Fun. Anyway, Big Sis going to the semi-finals. And definitely finishing number 2. Thought the best part of that was Mick nearly ripping Kai's head off, but there we go. Okay, Daniel Todd and Tom Peters. Now the Peters boys are still on a collision course for the final round as well. Daniel Todd, dials 799. Tom Peters, dials 823. Oh, quite a big red light for Tom Peters. You could see he moved well before the green came on. Daniel Todd will be in the semi-finals to race Chevy Checkett. So Daniel Todd and Chev. Who will be on the other side to race the champ. Luke Mugridge is already there. It's going to be either Jake Cooper or Harry Peters. Harry Kestrel lane. Jake in the Slick Tricks lane. Jake's going to get the tree by about half a second. Oh, and it's 2 red lights for the Peters boys in a row. They take themselves out, both of them. That was a close one, though. That was a 00 red. But all the same, it's going to be Jake Cooper taking on Luke Mugridge and Daniel Todd against Chev. You never know. Number 1 and 2 might even race in the final round. Super Pro ET. Round 3. Okay, this is our last class before we have half-hour lunch break. Okay, predetermined buy for Lee Huxley. As we may have said before, it's not like the Huxleys need a tune-up run, is it really? This sets up the semi-final round. Well done to the Checketts. What a summer. Ha-ha! As long as Kai's not got too sore a neck, Mick, that'll be all right. Enthusiasm's good. So gets a chance to run it all the way through to see what it will do. The Dark Horse Mustang goes, goodness me, 8:58 with a 1. This is going to be a super fun matchup. Big block carburetor car against a small block blown car. Talking, of course, about Al Schofield, Scott Hauser. 725 is the number on the board for Alan Schofield. He's actually had a really good season. Where is he, Cole? Have a quick look. He's in the top 10. He's probably moved up quite a bit as well, look. So Dave's gone. Josh has gone in round 1. So I think he maybe end up finishing 8th, something like that. Subject to confirmation, of course. That's Alan Schofield with the Scud Dragster in the Slick Tricks lane. Dial 725. The tree will only have 7/100th difference in the green light coming on between him and Scott Hauser. Scott dials 732. Well, Alan didn't wait for the tree to go green in his lane. He's going to keep his foot in it anyway because it's the last run of the season. Goes 723. Scott goes, is that a 32? It is as well. Scott with 32 with a 9. He was 04 on the tree. Virtually no wriggle room. Well done, everybody. Still a fabulous weekend for Al Schofield. Okay, last pair. The winner of this one gets a bye run into the final round. Lee Huxley. Lee Huxley will race Scott Hauser on the other side of the ladder. The winner of this one, well, isn't it fate that it's Mark Bailey and Bradley Dibwell? Well, we knew these two could match up if they got this far. However, if they both got this far, we knew the chase for number 1 would be over, because Brad had amassed, and his dad Alan there, had amassed enough points before this weekend started that if this happened, they would hold their lead at the end of play today. Mark Bailey, 875 with a big cuter. He still had a fantastic season. He still will, by the looks of it, finish number 2. Can he get a little bit of revenge and make winter a bit shorter by taking out the man who won? No, he goes red. That was an 0-1 red for Mark Bailey as well. So close. Brad takes it on through, breaks out. Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Okay. That means Bradley Dibwell now gets a bye run into the final round as well. On the other side of the ladder, Lee Huxley and Scott Hauser. And the winner of that one...
If Lee wins that, I think he takes second.
Okay, and if Lee wins that one, he takes second. So, awesome stuff. Half-hour lunch break, folks. Go get yourself fed and watered. We're definitely going to do that because we never normally get the chance to. Also, for our track crew, get half an hour off. Yeah. Almost unheard of. When we come back, I think we'll be diving straight into, I'm not calling anybody, but straight into Pro Modified, Comp Eliminator, Super Street Bike and Top Fuel Bike. Well, Top Fuel Bike's going to be the final round, actually, isn't it? So we might not run that till a little bit later on. Anyway, all subject to confirmation. Way above our pay grade, let's put it that way. Back around 1:30, everybody. So, like I said, get yourselves fed and water. Back ASAP.
I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la.
Now, Philippa lost drive yesterday. I think it was in Wild Bunch. Jess has already gone past her. As long as Jess doesn't break out. She doesn't, nowhere near. A troubled run, unfortunately, for Philippa. They did with VW Sportsman. Oh, Dave Cherritt pulls the wheels up and goes for the wall. Has to back out of it. Still going to make a race of it, though. Well, Charlie Seward backs out perfectly. Goes 9.22. It's not a 9.890, but it doesn't matter. It's a round win. Who goes red? Oh, blimey. John Beam with an 0-1 reaction. He dials an 8.88. I predict breakouts again. There you go. 8.84 for John Bean. 8.86 for Warren Watts. Okay, off and running. 8.74 for the Camaro. 10.06 for the now champ. It's going to be Reuven who breaks out by the least. Yeah, that is a 10.00 for Nick. Sole remaining Watkins in eliminations up against Tom Kay. Neil goes red. Tom with a 0.4. Wow, see, nearly a 10th again in both lanes. Way too quick for both of them on both sides. Both staging very cagily. This one would be sorted out at the finish line. Don Scott's trying to run him down. Breakouts again. Yes. Big ones, especially if your name's Ronnie Mercer. 10.14 with no gas. Goodness me. Her little sister took out her rival for second in the championship. Looking for 7.90. 7.86. Just a little bit too quick. Stage. I was going to say, don't leave her there, fellas. You might need to bring him back. So Jake Cooper effectively gets a freebie. Breaks out by 0.06 of a second. Tom gets the tree first. Eva almost not far behind. That's really close. It's going to be Tom. Eva breaks out by a fair margin, 0.07. I think Tom's one of the first ones in this session to go the right side of his number. So we have one young Mr. Peters through. Can we have the other young Mr. Peters through? This is Harry with the Raptor. 8.27 in the Kestrel lane. Against Ethan Cannon. 14.70. So the wait continues for Harry. Takes the green. Well, long gone. That's going to be way too quick. It is indeed. There we go. Ethan Cannon, nearly a second too quick. Goodness me. So Nick won it back when. Luke's won it now. Deary me. Luke's already gone past Finn and he's already womping the throttle, you can hear. Takes a almost coasting win on a big hole shot. He was 0-1 on the tree. Took the strike by a 0.8. Moving on in his last ever race in Junior Dragster. That's one thing Nick mentioned in his post as well. And he's got a bye next round as well, so he will be in the semi-finals no matter what. Driving the finish line as well. Actually knowing when to lift, knowing where your opponent is a massive part of bracket racing. Okay. I think we need dial-ins, fellas. That's what it was. Okay, Emmy Cromwell and Lola Bell Kent. Well, Frank's already sidelined, unfortunately, in round one. can, Big Sis. Keep going. I think this is the last pair. It is the last pair, isn't it? Yeah. Another green light drag race. We've had lots of breakouts this morning. But, oh my goodness, 2 massive breakouts again. Lola, nearly a 1/10 of a second. But unfortunately for Emmy, hers was worse. She took the stripe, but broke out by over a 1/10 of a second, unfortunately. The worst of the 2 breakouts. Very quickly, Shem. Nothing in it at all. Looks like Colin's got his nose in front, but he breaks out. Brad Dibwell and the Dibwell family are champions in Super Pro in 2025. Well done. What a great race. Colin went 7:35. He did back off as well. Went 1:79. Brad was 0.6 on the tree. Went 7:58 on a 56. Basically, that's how you do it. See, that 7:25 is going to get absolutely demolished. No, 7:31. It was very tame off the starting line by comparison to the rest of the weekend. Doesn't matter. Win light. There's every chance they can predict what they're going to run. So, Lee Huxley, 8:60. Daniel, 7.38. Well, Lee's car made a move for the centre line, possibly scrubbed off a bit of speed. Here comes Daniel, but not in time. No. Oh, Daniel breaks out by over a 1/10. No, he doesn't. I'm not looking at the scoreboard anymore. Breaks out by 0.02 of a second as well. That's why the number on the board up there is 890. Basically, just leave the car alone. Try and repeat the same number. Well, it looks like Mark Bailey's out in front. How long for? Wow, through to the next round. He didn't break out. Leo went too quick. The other lane. Scott Hauser. Whoever finishes this race with a win light will be at least 4th for this year. That gap looks insurmountable until about now. Scott Hauser, 34 on a 33. Tom was bang on his dial in. It was the reaction time difference for Scott, 0.6. Spence is gone. Well, this is a race to the finish line, not breakouts. Whoever gets there first wins. Oh, so close, but check out the number for Amir. 8.79 at 173 miles an hour under their index. But Terry's car bogs off the starting line. Dan will probably lift and coast about now. He does. He will not be caught. And he takes the win with the 10.35. His dialing, his index was 10.88. They'll know from the data, from the half-track numbers and everything else as well, what it was going to run. Coast on through, still goes a 9.44 and lifted before the 8th. So. Well, Phil took a bit of a while spooling. Oh, goes for a big wander. Is he going to get there? The answer is no! Well, goodness me. Luke with a 0.9 reaction time and a 12.01 beats a 7.41. Unfortunately, when Phil went into stage, when the lights ran, he hadn't spooled the turbo up. The car ran what it did before, 102 to 60 foot. The win margin was 0.3. The difference in speed at the finish line was substantial, 118 against 176. But the win light coming on in Luke's lane. Well, it looks like a good day to be a Stevenson. However, leaving at the same time is optional. John Dalrymple goes way too quick with a 9.73. Andy Harrison had that in the bag off the start line with a 0.4 to a 0.2. Stu with the throttle stop. Wayne will back off about now. 9.94 Roasters. Dave Fulton. Well, Dave lifts perfectly to a 9.95 at only 121. Mark White was losing ground at the finish line as well, which was odd. So, sorry, I only said that because I looked at the reaction times. I'll tell you in a minute. They're on time this morning. Andy Dibley goes too quick, and so, goodness me, so does Stuart Morris, but he breaks out by the least. Stuart made Andy break out, though. He was 0.04 on the tree. Andy wasn't slow at all. He was 0.3. No problems this time at all for Dave Cherrett. He's way out in front and goes way too quick with a 9.77. He backed right off at the against Lee Morris. Two cars that don't have traditional super gas combinations. Now, will Sarah try and run 990, or will she just keep it booted? She's way in front. There's the answer. 9.24 at only 130. Well, there was the answer. Make the most of the conditions. Whoa, big wiggle for Pete Wise. Kevin Wright's backing off. Hopefully he doesn't back off too much. Just 8.79. That was an expert job. Very strong looking one. I don't think that's going to be an 8.50. Oh, 8.47 with a 7. Junior drag bike, please, for round 2, I think, into the... It belongs to Carl Thomas. Oh, that is going to be bad news for Pete. Jay will be looking over his shoulder and staying in front. Jay Rowe takes the win with a perfectly judged 8.53 to an 8.55. Actually, Pete Slater wasn't too far away at all. Carl with a 1/10 of a second off the line. Carl's got problems. Daniel backs off at the finish line. Well, both of the championship front runners go out in round 2, but Carl Thomas still takes the national championship win. Well, I'm not sure what Patrick DeLange reacted to, but I think it was something he thought he saw, because it certainly wasn't the green. 8.30, 8.61. Nicely done for Paul. Well, Nick's already in full stage. Here comes Jake. There's not going to be a lot in it on the tree. Well, maybe there was more in it than we thought there was going to be. Nick played way out in front, already looking over his shoulder for Jake. Backs off and still breaks out. Oh, goodness me. Right, if you're part of Nick Playton's team, for goodness sake, don't show him that timing ticket. Do not show him the timing ticket. He was perfect on the tree. Perfect. He had loads of room. Oh. Took the strike by 0.83. Jake Bowden moves to round 3. Phil Pratt, Dave Grundy. Dave Grundy's going to go first. They certainly had their coffee this morning. Dave Grundy's looking over his shoulder. Dave Grundy breaks out by over 2/10 of a second. Phil breaks out by 0.03. Well, they paired up almost every round in qualifying. Now they're racing. Scott Collier, Robbie Dobby. Looks like Scott's behind, actually. But he... Oh, my goodness. 9.42? I told you the weather was nice this morning. A huge breakout for Robbie Dobby and also Scott Collier. Yeah, I said it was nice this morning, didn't I? Look at that. 132 miles an hour. I think he backed off a little bit at the finish line too. Well, Basically, it's who breaks out the least today in just about every class. Right, Street Eliminator around there coming up shortly too. Now that's a proper bum fight. Hendrik Meyer, Alan Davis. Alan in the Slick Tricks lane. Hendrik, Kestrel lane. Marshall very helpfully making sure his lid is secure. Well, Alan Davis is a long way in front. He'll be looking over his shoulder sometime soon, which he does to perfection. There was no way that Hendrik Meyer could win that one with a 0.4 reaction time. Okay, Patrick Marie, Carl Rushby. Carl on the Rentsco Racing Machine in the Slick Tricks lane, 11 flat. An 870, which is the quickest you could dial, actually, for Patrick Marie. I think this is the last pair. Carl is off and running. Here comes Patrick. The closing speed's going to be quite big. Whoa. And the breakouts are even bigger. 10.65 for Kyle Rushby. Anyway, that one went to Patrick. Okay, round two. So, Rico Patterson and Isha Harris. I think Leah is already there in this class. So, Aisha in the Slick Tricks lane does not turn on the win light. She breaks out by 0.03 of a second. She took the strike by quite a lot, actually. Rico basically won because he didn't go too quick, is the simple version of that one. Okay, Leah Morrison, who is the champ for 2025 in UK Junior Drag Bike. She's over there in the Slick Tricks lane. One of the quickest bikes, actually. 8 flat. Up against Lyra Humber, who's already in stage and on the chip. Well, who says you can't leave on time on a bracket pro tree? Leah backs off and still goes 600ths too quick. Oh, that is, once again. So if they both break out, which means they go too quick, the one that wins is the one that breaks out by the least. That was Lyra Humber. She was 500ths too quick. In the other lane, Leah was 600ths too quick. Decided by the matter of millimetres, I'm sure. Comp Bike and Funny Bike, please. Could we have you into the lanes? Comp Bike and Funny Bike, please, for round one. Harry Isaacs, Alia Lester. Alia, Slick Tricks lane. Once again, proving a bracket pro tree is perfectly doable if you're ready. Harry looks like he's out in front. Goodness me, will they both break out? Harry Isaacs goes over 0.3 of a second too quick. It's just that kind of day. This is going to be fun in a minute. This is ridiculous this morning. I'll explain what I'm talking about in just a minute. Josh McLean, Isaiah Alvarez. Isaiah is off and running. So's John. Once again, nothing in it. Who's going to break out by the least in this race? Isaiah Alvarez is the answer to that one. They both break out by loads. I didn't mean to say it like that, but it's just been that kind of day. It's very... You get the odd one. Not every single race. Jackson King, Darcy Cordell. Darcy was your number one qualifier. 14.95 against the 13 flat. Darcy will get the tree first. Right, let's see if they can break out by half a second like everyone else. I think Jackson is already caught Darcy. Oh, wow. 0.4 of a second, and he lifted early as well. They both broke. That has got to be one of the most ridiculous rounds of any bracket class I think I've ever seen. Every race, I think, was decided by the lesser of the breakouts. And by ridiculous, I mean it was just amazing to watch. It's just unbelievable. Look at that, though. 0.4 too quick. Unreal. Okay. We got... Well, Joe spins the tyres, and so, look at that. A 330 burnout. I'm so sorry, I shouldn't laugh. 866 at 165. Wow, goodness me. Utterly bizarre first pair.
It is going to be one of those rounds, all or nothing. So
that's Rob Carter down there with Percy the Bassat. Up against Ash Cooper with the Transit. Wow, Rob Carter, look at that go!
117 to 60 foot.
Goodness me, this is his first full run of the weekend, and it's a 7.27 at 187 miles an hour. Sorry.
Be on a single.
Wow, it's a very good job he was as well, because the line lock wouldn't hold the car. Did the smart thing, put it into stage, got the green light, then went, even though it trickled through when he tried to build the boost. That was...
I think the nitrous is working.
So much for the it's calmed the launch down. Yeah, I don't think that'll be a 9.1, but it'll certainly be fun. Still goes 9.56. Check the speed out as well, 141 miles an hour. Now that would have been his personal best almost.
If Rob Carter wins the next round, he's wrapped the championship up. If he doesn't, Mark has to win the event. And he's just taking it for a Sunday drive.
Well, the first racer in history not to lie, I think. Yeah, he knows what he's got in it. He needs to save it.
So Bill McDermott in the Bentley coming up next alongside Joe Stevens. Joe Stevens ran down into the 8.8s for the first time with the Cresta this weekend. And Bill... And Bill in the Bentley was number one qualifier until Mark ran 7.28. Bill ran a 7.30. Bill ran a 7.35. Vicky ran a 7.36. McSweedy ran a 7.37. Baxter ran a 7.38. It's been a pretty tight weekend so far.
Lively as you like. Pro Mod into the pairing lanes, please. I bet they're looking forward to round one as well. Okay, Bill McDermott with the Bentley. Interesting to see John Webb's taking it all in down there. John built this car 12 years ago, maybe, something like that?
A long while ago now, and it's had a few years of hiatus, but when it's been campaigned, it's been one of the quickest street cars in the country.
Well, no real building up of boost, it looked like, for Bill McDermott. That is a flying run for the Bentley again. It's a 7.23 at 204 miles an hour. Low ET of the weekend. And Bill's quickest and, I think, fastest run ever as well, to boot.
I know
Slightly less calamitous. Yeah, so Al McSweeney should be in the other lane against James Murray here.
But he didn't complete the cruise, so James has a bye run into the second round. Has been consistently in the 9.3s this weekend and at the finals, European finals, shall I say.
Can he tickle the 9.2s? Again, the conditions are there for it.
He
there
does.
you go. 9.27, 145 miles an hour. Another new personal best for James Murray. Congratulations. So, in round shots, Sean Branch. Sean Branch leaves slightly slower, but comes on strong at the top end. Just in time. 7.41. I think that's one of his quickest runs ever. Also, the speed, 183 miles an hour. First time back riding for how long?
8 years. Go on, lovely.
A bit of shake on the launch. His best in qualifying was an 8.19. That is an 8.34, 154 miles an hour. Doesn't matter. He'll still be... Dan gets the whole shot by a couple of tenths of a second. Beautiful looking run in the slick tricks lane.
Oh, look at that.
7:22. Check out the speed as well. 207 miles an hour. Three hundredths of a second for Pete Slater. Will it be enough? He's well off into the distance there. 7:27. His quickest run of the weekend. Good luck to Jazz. Had trouble in qualifying with broken stuff. Needs this win. Well, Jasmine is way out in front. That will be a round win for the Cordales.
Oh my God. 7:06.
Is that a 7? No, it's 7. Yeah, it is 7:06.
7:06.
Sorry, 185 miles an hour. Well, that might make Phil feel a bit better. Going through. Well, Michael's got to win the event now, no matter what Jasmine does. So, round 2 matchups are going to be Dan Diath against Jasmine and Mike Piggott against Pete Slater. So, by run for Mike, he went 7:16 in qualifying. .128 to 60. That was not going to be his quickest run. Still not bad. Still 204 miles an hour at 7:37.
Down in the 9.5s.
A bit of damn and blast going on. 6:72 at 238 miles an hour. Another
0.94 60 foot for Michelle. 580.
247 miles an hour. A new official personal best for Michelle Turenne. Knocking on the door of the 570s. I think all he can hear in the shutdown area on the radio is his crew going, "Wow!" really loudly in his ear, I think. JC having a wanderer for most of the track.
Wow.
Oh my word.
673.
At 206 miles an hour, smashes both ends of his personal best. A 6-7, that's like a 3/10 improvement. Maybe the car was trying to tell him something yesterday. You know, I don't want these bits in, I want the other ones in.
Well, they said after all the work they put in the last 24 hours, they also put an extra 5 psi at the back end.
Well, that made a difference, didn't it?
It was also off the throttle at least twice during that
he
run.
was still feathering it, I think. 6s yesterday. Steve Willett, Jerry Lukes. Oh, Steve backs out of it and drifts over. Jerry blows the tyre off as soon as he cracks the throttle after a wonderful time in qualifying. Just didn't move. It just went straight up instead of forwards, unfortunately. Well, Steve was on a really good run. And that's how Steve Willett wins championships. He just keeps going rounds, which is the way to do it, isn't it? He's been in the 7.0s on a funny bike. However, this is a whole different animal, literally. That was another 102 to 60 foot. I don't know whether it's taking him by surprise or he's doing that deliberately, but I think,
Yeah. I was going to say he knows what to expect now.
Yeah, well, very, very good, very capable. Also, just on the subject of Neil Midgley, we want to wish him all the best. According to reports, Neil, back at the track. I can say that out loud because he's here. So there we go. After having an off in the shutdown area yesterday to being back at the track today. Neil Midgley, if you can hear us, the whole team, that was a horrible thing to go through yesterday, and we wish you nothing but the best. Yeah, Chris Reed, Kestrel Lane, and Jake wearing the number 1 in the Slick Tricks lane. Well, Jake is long gone in the distance too. 6.64 at 225 miles an hour. Boyce, though, the ET, he won't be too worried about. Check the speed out. 206 miles an hour. Now, does that mean by qualifying and racing, Boyce is second in the championship? Is that what that was?
That was
Yeah?
it, yeah.
Well, Jake, though, with low ET of the weekend, check out the speed, 119 to 60 foot as well. Goodness me. Yeah, Chris Boyce gave up a bit on the 60 foot. Definitely not in the back half, though. 206 miles an hour. I think that's the fastest he's ever been.
Yeah.
Okay, Travis Marie, that's he's going to want to come back next week now, isn't he? He's not wanting to have winter off. Travis Marie, Al Morrison, your numbers 1 and 8 qualifier. 118 to 60 foot for Al. He's just seen Jake go 664. What number has he got? It's a 662! 226 miles an hour. I think that is his new personal best as well for Mr. Morrison. Unbelievable. Travis, all he could do is watch and admire, I think.
I think Johnny's got his lucky boots on.
He's always got those on.
These are new ones.
Well, do you know the really bizarre thing is Al Morrison's actually been faster than that before.
Has he?
He's been 230.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I was up the top end when he did it. It was bedlam. Right, Kostas Giannopoulos, who had a great run on Brad's bike yesterday. Was Brad happy about that? I'm sure he was.
Yes, he was.
Up against Josh Stubbins. I'm sure Nicola's watching in on holiday. Well, Josh was in the 6.9s, went 6.97 yesterday. However, as is very evident, the conditions are there to go unbelievably quickly.
Considering it's so cold out there.
But that's what's doing it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, they both get away pretty well. 119 to 60 foot for Josh. This is going to be huge for Josh Stubbins. It's a 683 at 210 miles an hour. I'm sure a pina colada's just got chucked across the pool in Cyprus after that. Martin Hallett with a much quicker 60 foot than usual. He's got his leg out and the bike's trying to pitch him off. 7:28 at 2:09 for Ross Morrison. Martin Hallett with his quickest launch of the weekend, but couldn't hang on to it. So Eddie's car's going to die in the middle and then pick up again. Jeff is going for the centre line. Nothing in it at the stripe. It's Ellie with the lesser of the two breakouts. She also had a whole shot on the starting line. Proper Disneyland conditions. However, not if you've got dial-ins. So Leah's car's going to come on strong in the top end. John with the brakes on. Leah goes 8.92. 173.02 on the tree as well. John Bean couldn't win that one. He was first over the stripe with the brakes on, but he went way too quick. Nothing in it between those two muscle cars. It looks like Charlie's in front, but Charlie goes too quick. Stop me if you've heard this before. The lesser of the two breakouts. So Dave Fulton trying to run 8.19, goes 8.81. Matchup semi-finals. Warren Watts against Eddie Mae Brown. Leah against Dave. That was a lot more like it. All the way through this time to an 8.91 at 146 miles an hour. Everybody in the grandstand, put your hand together for that young lady. Now, if you're going to do a licensing run, how about doing a licensing run that is bang on the time that you're supposed to be running? Also, at 146 miles an hour, I think that is an absolute tears in the eyes moment for the Collier family. You can see them down there, Sharon and Jerry and everybody, and obviously Sky. Well done. Unbelievable. Well, whoa, Mark goes for the photographers who don't move. Of course not. Too busy looking at your camera. Yeah, might drop it otherwise. Well, Mark cruises through into round number 2. No Mark Pascoe. Adam Lowe, he was number 3, went 10.92. I've said it a few times, however, the weather conditions are vastly improved from every other point of the weekend. And normally aspirated air-cooled machines like cool air, as do most raced engines. 10.79, there we go. Chipping a fair chunk off of what he ran in qualifying. Well, Street Eliminator, please. Next round, please come on down. Nostalgia Superstock round 2. So, first round, Dave Bilodeau with the Yorkshire Heavy confirmed as champion for 2025. Going up against Ian King, who to our calculations, these are only our calculations, as everything we say is only ours. I think that was Ian's first round win with doors. He's had loads, probably hundreds, on 2 wheels over the years. So Ian's going to get the green first. No, he's not, because he went red. 0.26 red for Ian. Dave Bilodeau moving on. Well, someone who doesn't actually break out. 983 on a 78. Pair of Chevelles. Even though it says Kamara on the screen, they're both definitely Chevelles. Paul Schmale does a 10 flat this time. And a 9.78, I think that is. Yeah, Ian's cruising down the shutdown area. Can't send the next pair of cars down there till the track is clear. I think Ian might be stuck, actually. Yeah, the quad is going down to get him. Unusually. Yeah. 4 Chevelles in the next round. Cool. Yeah, Ian's actually stopped halfway down the shutdown area. The quad's gone out to get him. I've only mentioned it about 100. It's all right. No problem. Otherwise, I'll have it, yeah? Fair enough. I can be Colin Morris. Okay, while we have a quiet moment, a couple of very important announcements. The first one is, could Colin Morris please come up to the tower, see the guys from Euro Dragster, and collect your perfect light money, still outstanding at the end of the weekend. So, Colin Morris, if you haven't left already, please come up to the tower. The other one, which is a very important one as well, is there is a separate event tomorrow morning that has already been long-standing pre-booked. Santa Pod Raceway need the top end of the pits cleared, please. There have been maps sent out. There are in loads of notifications, but they just want to really make sure everybody... You can still stay on site, just not there. So please make sure you move this evening if you are planning on staying. Obviously, if you go home, don't matter. So, Paul Smale, Chris Goodale, your next battle of the Chevelles. $10 flat, 9.78. Well, after that waiting, Paul Smale goes red by 0-2. Chris Goodale into the semi-finals, where he gets a bye, and he goes 9.82 to 78. Everyone's got the memo. No one's breaking out. Guess what? It's another Chevelle. ET bike, please, into the lanes. Thank you very much. Sky King, predetermined bye run. He will race Dave Bilodeau. airing out the front of the Chevelle. On his way to hopefully a 10.21. He's didn't be quicker than this goal the rest of the weekend. 10.19 into the 10.1s. Could we have Junior Drag Bike into the lanes, please, for your next round of racing? Junior Drag Bike. We have got Super Gas collecting in the lanes as well. So apologies, folks. It's going to be a little strung out for the moment because, yeah, they're just getting down here. Conrad's there. The champ has just turned up as well. But those are the only two cars in the lanes at the moment. They're probably not far away, so we won't be only be a couple of minutes. So back to Nitro FM again for a moment, but we won't be long. Okay, very quick announcement. Ian King's crew, somebody from Ian King's crew, if you could please go and retrieve him, and probably the car as well, from up the top end, if that's okay. Ian King's crew, if you could please go up the top end. He's stranded at the top end of the shutdown area. So if you could please make your way up there, either Mick or Dan, that would be great. Thank you very much indeed. Back to you guys as we get everybody in Super Gas strapped in and ready to go. However, leaving at the same time is optional. John Dalrymple goes way too quick with a 9.73. Andy Harrison had that in the bag off the start line with a 0.4 to a 0.2. Stu with the throttle stop. Wayne will back off about now. 9.94 Roasters. Dave Fulton. Well, Dave lifts perfectly to a 9.95 at only 1.21. Mark White was losing ground at the finish line as well, which was odd. So, sorry, I only said that because I looked at the reaction times. I'll tell you in a minute. They're on time this morning. Andy Dibley goes too quick, and so, goodness me, so does Stuart Morris, but he breaks out by the least. Stuart made Andy break out, though. He was 0.04 on the tree. Andy wasn't slow at all. He was 0.3. No problems this time at all for Dave Cherrett. He's way out in front and goes way too quick with a 9.77. He backed right off at the against Lee Morris. Two cars that don't have traditional Super Gas combinations. Song introduces racing. Well, half of it. Tony Morris carburettor Super Gas round 2. Stu Doheny, Conrad Stanley. The champ, the modern day champ, if you will, Stu Doheny against the previous champ from, I think Conrad won the Super Gas Championship years ago. Super Comp, could we have you down as well, please? Super Comp for round, I think it must be 2 semi-finals actually, I think. Heads up race, first to finish line wins, as long as you don't go quicker than 9.90. If you do, it's the lesser of the two breakouts, or the only one that breaks out will lose. Well, Stu's car dies due to the throttle stop. It will come in again now. Conrad drifting over towards the centre line. Conrad goes way too quick. 960. He was definitely off the throttle as well because he only went 131 miles an hour. Right, okay. While he's down there on the starting line, could somebody please tell Colin Morris that he needs to come and collect some money from Euro Dragster? Stu Morris, I think, needs some attention from his wardrobe. Yeah, just getting. I'm not sure whether that's his head restraint or the net. One of the two. Well, by virtue of that round 2 win for Stu Dorney, he gets a bye into the final. So not only will we win the championship, but he's got a chance to run for the big trophy this weekend too. It's going to be Stuart with the lesser of the breakouts, 989 with a 0. Dave Fulton goes 983. He was also 0-2 on the tree. Congratulations. Somebody please. Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Jeanette. Well done. Someone had to tell him. I've only been trying to get him to come up here for the last 2 days, whatever. Okay, Andy Harrison and Lee Morris. Andy with the Sierra Sapphire over there, another previous UK Super Guest champion. This for a place against Stu Morris in the semi-finals. Okay, 990 is the number. And Lee goes red, quite a big red actually, 0.1. At 0 reaction time for Andy Harrison in the other lane. That doesn't matter because the win light still comes on for him. Okay, and a 990 with a 1. Nicely done. Okay, Stu Doiney with a bye run. Stu Morris against Andy Harrison. 850 bike round 3. This for a place in the semi-finals. Is that right? Semi-finals? Yeah, we got 5 rounds of racing in 850. Kevin Wright, Jay Rowe. Kevin in the slick tricks lane. Jay looking like he got the jump off the line, but not by much. This is going to be a close one because Kevin's going to keep it pinned all the way through. And he goes way too quick. 8:27 and 8:41 isn't really that close for Jay Rowe. Just not as bad as the guy in the other lane, Jay Rowe, in the semis. So we've got ET Bike down there. We've got Street Eliminator as well. Okay, Daniel Madeira and Patrick Marie. Daniel with the beautiful green machine over there in the Kestrel lane. Made the quickest 850 bike run I think I've ever seen. I think he went 740 something. And Patrick from the Netherlands. No slouch at all. Both these two solidly in the mid-8s. Well, they both leave pretty much together. Daniel's out in front, sits up, coasts, and breaks out by 0.03 of a second. Patrick Marie, they both had 0.7 lights, so that was who had the better bike at the top end. Okay, Paul Morris on a predetermined bye run. Jay Rowe will get a bye into the final round, so he will be there. Paul Morris will be going against our friend from the Netherlands for the other spot in the final. 8:54. Absolutely perfect. Okay, we've got Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator ready to go, but before we get there, just a very, very quick bit of track prep. It won't take long at all. So Dave, just with the spray of the starting line, Ian will drag it with the tractor. We welcome back up into the tower, Mr. Jamie Binney. I don't know if you've had a chance to talk to anybody, sir.
I've spoken to a few people. I spoke to Joe, Mr. Baxter, who, as you saw in the first round of eliminations today, not an ideal pass. Spun at about 1 second and then spun again about 5 seconds into the run.
Okay.
I can't remember if it was last night or this morning, but when I asked him what his approach was for today, he said 2 words: don't suck.
Fair enough. That's big words for a guy with a turbo, but okay.
And Anthony, the undeniable nutter Higgs in the Capri, had been having a few issues even since the switch over to the new Pro Mod gearbox and shifter.
That's a very good point, yeah. So that's a very big change in the setup of the car as well, isn't it?
Yeah, and they also, I mean, they had issues yesterday being they had the new transmission out of the Pro Mod Mustang, but the shifter was, last night for the cruise, was the same shifter that he normally uses, so the gears were all out of place, all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
This morning, they got the Pro Mod shifter from John as well, and after the first session, obviously you saw him with issues on the start line, and that was due to having to bend a couple of linkages to get them where they needed to be.
Sorry. Okay.
You've got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, no. Well, fortunately, he had a buy run to be able to work that out. You know, if there was someone in the other lane, he wouldn't have had that luxury.
No. Rob Carter very happy. 737 matching his PB with the Passat.
Well, that's his quickest on the street tyres as well, I think.
It is.
Wasn't it?
So
Yeah, is that right?
he did the exact same ET at the European finals for the first time on the radials and just matched it this morning. And then we have James Murray, who was very happy with, shock horror, another PB.
Of course.
927 for the Cortina wagon. Highest mile an hour as well, I do believe, 145 miles an hour. Mark Sheridan in the last session pootled down the track, I imagine, to save it for when he really needs it.
Which is now.
Because
he's racing Joe Baxter in this first side-by-side run. They get the call to fire him up. How nice is that? I'm guessing Ellie Brown and Leah are racing each other. Oh, mate, they might not be racing each other. But Ellie just ran down and gave Leah a hug, which is always nice to see. So, yeah, this Mustang of Joe Baxter, it only debuted at the start of the year. A couple of test weekends before he even got to the season. Everybody knew it was going to be quick when it was dialed in. Just how quick he dialed it in was a bit of a shock, but, you know, that boy knows what he's doing. This is huge as well, really, because these at the moment... I think both of these are number 2 and 3. So if they haven't tipped it all in for this run, I don't think they ever will. Let's put it that way.
yeah, Mark Sheridan in the Barracuda in the Slick Chicks lane with the Noonan Hemi twin turbo power. And Joe with the twin-turbo Ford motor in the Fox body.
It is a Ford in there,
It is a Ford,
yeah?
yes. Keeping the purists happy. Both these cars have been down into the 7.2s at over 200 miles an hour. Street legal, street tyres, tax and MOT.
Just hope for a good race. Joe Baxter Mustang, the cuter for Mark Sheridan. Well, Mark Sheridan rolls through stage. Joe Baxter is off and running with his boot in it all the way through to a 7.26, 204 miles an hour. That is a real shame for Mark Sheridan. It wouldn't hold on the starting line. Joe Baxter was going to be seriously tough to get around though. Has he been 7.1? I think
He's been
7.20,
7.20 at 205, right. So it's very close
to his quickest ever.
To his best performance.
Well, did we mention that boy was good? Michael D'Souza against Tony Higgs.
So if you noticed there, just after completing the burnout, Tony actually tested the bump and the two-step, which is a very good idea, given
Smart move, yeah.
what they've had to go through last night and this morning. Michael D'Souza ran a 9.5 in the Bella Zephyr earlier today with his biggest wheel stand to date. They've definitely got the nitrous system working. That car's been down as quick as 9.1 this weekend for a new top personal best performance.
Well, he goes into full stage. Tony Higgs has got a bump in.
Well,
here-
Tony skating around.
Here comes Tony Higgs, and there he goes. 768, 180 miles an hour. Oh, he still pulls the chutes halfway down the shutdown area. 9:13, new PB for Michael D'Souza, though. Gave it everything he had.
He certainly did. I don't know whether going into full stage straight away was intentional, but
Well,
he gave him a run for his money.
he certainly did. He got out there, and Tony Higgs was looking at the back of that Zephyr for a while. Also, big credit really to Tony Higgs and the team for getting down second run with all new stuff in there. It's not even his.
Yeah, stuff that's not designed to be in that
No,
in
not
that
at
combination.
So Rob Carter
Is this the one?
could possibly be the one. If Rob Carter wins this, I think he is the champ. Standing in his way, James Murray.
It's not a done deal until the win light comes on.
Oh, you got it. What does he do? Take it easy? Not by the looks of that. Terrific looking run for Rob Carter again. Seals the championship with a 7.40, 188 miles an hour. Well done to the blue team down there. 2025 Street Eliminator champion. Another great run for James Murray as well. 9:27 at 145.
The exact same time and speed he ran in the last round. But yeah, congratulations. Massively deserved Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator Championship for 2025 to Rob Carter in Percy the Passat.
Comp Eliminator, please. Next round.
So Bill McDermott in the Bentley.
With a bye run.
Been down into the 7.2s now this weekend. The quickest pass that car's ever made in the previous round. Over 200 miles an hour once again. Are they going to stand on it? Or are they going to take it easy for the finals? Semi-finals.
No, they're going to blow the tyres off. Well, that was a good opportunity to see what the track would take, and they found it. It's not necessarily the track issue, it's the too much power too soon type issue. We've got a great pair of mouth-watering semi-finals, so possibly set for some of the best ever. Rob Carter is taking on Bill McDermott. On the other side of the ladder, Joe Baxter is racing Tony Higgs. And the winner of that race will be number 2 in the championship.
Spicy. I'll see you for the next round.
That's how we like it. Thank you, sir. Very much indeed. Pro Mod as well, please. Semi-final round, if you wouldn't mind coming down. ET Bike, round number 3. I think this is replacing the semis. Uh, 11 flat is the dial-in for Carl Rushby on a predetermined buy. Can we have Super Street Bike as well, please, for the semi-final round? 10:57 again, way too quick for Carl. Might want to change that dial-in ball down to a 10.5. Okay. Phil Pratt taking on Jake Bowden. I think it's on, Liz.
Okay.
Yeah. If you can hear yourself, it's definitely.
can hear
We
myself.
can't see a damn thing. Honestly, I'm squinting non-stop to see the screen, everything else. Even if I put sunglasses on, I definitely can't see it. So, no point at all. Is it nice out there?
It's getting warm.
Well, it's not too hot. It's just really pleasant.
It's
isn't it?
nice, not too bad.
Very lovely indeed. Okay, Phil Pratt was number 1 qualifier, sewn up the championship for 2025. He dials an 886, 10.23 for Jake. Jake will go first by almost a second and a half. Well, off and running. Phil's going to be pulling alongside. And he's already there. Perfectly judged for Phil Pratt, 9.12 and an 8.86. It's the win light that counts. He was off the line first. Basically, that's how to do it. Okay, Scott Collier with his full leathers back on again. Against Alan Davis. Did you see what Sky did? Did you see the run Sky made earlier?
Yes, I did. Went up to see her, and this smile is just
fabulous. Absolutely fabulous. Proper family moment that was.
Oh, it really was.
So Alan Davis will go first. Here comes Scott. I think he's going to get there. He does, and he's already sat up and coasting. Perfectly judged, Mr. Collier. And that goes down as a whole shot win as well. He was further away from his dial-in, but a big starting line advantage, a 0 reaction time for Alan. It started with a 0.3. Semi-finals, Scott, Byron. Phil will be going against Kyle. Sorry, my eyes are failing me. This is like Friday all over again where I can't see a damn thing. Okay, junior drag bike. Yeah, honestly, if you put sunglasses on, then you can see, but then I can't see anything at all, especially the screen. It's great fun. It's a good problem to have, though. It's much better than I always say too hot is better than too wet, anytime.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
100%. Lyra Humber and Isaiah Alvarez. Is this the sort of thing you'd have had a go at if you had the chance to when you were little?
Juniors, definitely.
Oh,
yeah.
100%. Have you always done bikes?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes. I got past my bike test. Gone, about 30-something years ago.
It's not bad considering you're 41. So, it's all right. More cake. Lyra trying to run it down. Oh, look at that. Isaiah takes the win by 0.44. An 0.9 to a 0.14 reaction time was pretty much the same difference at the finish line as well. That means Isaiah gets a bye run into the final round. So that was a 2-for-1. Okay, other side of the ladder, Darcy Cordell having a wonderful time in junior drag bike. Yeah. She still looks too little to be on the bike. It does look like someone sat on the bike in the middle and squashed it just so she can so she can reach everything, doesn't it? You know what I mean? Up against Rico Patterson. Darcy goes first. Here goes Rico. All Darcy's doing is being a sitting duck at the moment. Here comes Rico coasting. Rico takes the win. Darcy actually, for once, not quite on a dial-in for a change. Never mind. Still a fabulous weekend for the Cordell family. Okay, Ailey Alestro, I think, is the last one there. We've got Super Comp round there. We've got Comp Eliminator as well. Semi-final matchups. Isaiah has a bye run. Rico will be against Alia, who goes through with a 9.22 on a 14.
That's it.
Thank you, Liz.
Didn't say a lot that time.
The only problem is as we go through eliminations, there's less and less bikes, so there's less time to chat. But that's a good problem to have. It means we're getting it done. Supercomp semis. Could we have VW Pro into the lanes for what I think will be round 2, if I can count? VW Pro, please, come on down. Okay, Leah Kellett and Dave Fulton. Semi-final round of Supercomp. Don't forget, comp semis and pro mod semis aren't far away as well. Gonna be so much fun. So, Roadster against Dragster. Male against female. Dave Fulton against Leah. Well, big starting line advantage to the Roadster, but he breaks out. Dave Fulton had a huge margin on the starting line. He was 003 on the tree to Leah's 09. Yeah, but Leah stayed the right side of the number, which is the most important thing to do. Dave Fulton probably did back off. Trouble is, though, is when you've got the car in the other lane chasing you down at that kind of speed, you're very reluctant to let off just in case they whiz past you just at the finish line. Dave Fulton did everything he could there. Unfortunately, apart from run the number. Okay, will it be an all-female final? We're about to find out. Ellie Mae Brown with the Miss Stig car. Ellie is over there in the Kestrel lane. Leah is already wrapped up the championship. However, Ellie might still have a say in who's second. Warren Watts, previous winner, or winner this weekend, I should say, of the Perfect ET Award, went 8.90 with a 0. Heads up, first to the finish line wins. Dragster and door car again. Looks like Warren's in front. And Warren goes way too quick. Ellie runs bang on the money, 8.90. She was also 0.5 on the tree. She's going to the final round. I don't think Warren Watts gives a monkey's what he ran that time. That was just let's see what the car will do. 8.56 at 1.59. It's a rather serious breakout. So it will be an all-female final. Leah Kellett, Ellie Brown. How cool is that? Comp Eliminator semi-finals, a bye run and a race. Dan Williams gets to cruise through. Probably run the car through the first couple of gears and then just back off and make sure it doesn't do any damage to his index, which I don't think he will do if he does that. Right behind Comp, we've got Pro Modified. We've also got JC Grant back as well with the Porsche. Dan will probably kick it into neutral about now. Coast the rest of the way. (11:34), only 81 miles an hour. VW Sportsman, please. Sorry, VW Pro and Sportsman ET. My apologies, not VW Sportsman. VW Pro and Sportsman ET into the pairing lanes, please. Emma Goddard, Reuven Dawson. Reuven Dawson's index has taken a massive clonk after that round earlier. Look at that, 8.47. He's going to have to go all out to beat Emma Goddard, who has a lot more in reserve index-wise than Reuven does. This is going to be interesting. Can the glitch take out the guy who's just wrapped up the championship? Emma Goddard looking to go to the final round here at the National Finals with the front-wheel drive Integra. All of the front-wheel drive posse down there, winning her on. Here we go. Unfortunately, Emma goes red. Yeah, Reuven does the smart thing, which is backs off and doesn't destroy his index anymore. That's a big hit on his index. That took nearly 4/10 out of his index. That was very, very big in that round before. So, numbers 1 and 2 in the championship will race for the last trophy up for grabs in Comp Eliminator. Okay, we have Pro Modified semi-finals round there. Jamie, back up here in the tower. It looks like we might be missing someone. Andre should be against David.
I see David, he is here.
Oh,
They're
he
just
is
rolling
there.
him forwards
okay.
now.
Sorry. It's just because he was out of our view.
So this semi-final could be a semi-final at any round of the FIA series as well. Top 4 of the absolute top contenders.
Final or anything, frankly. It's going to be one of those, isn't it, really? Jason's going to come round in a minute. Did you get a chance to have a chat with him or not?
I didn't. There was a lot of stuff going on. Obviously, they're over
Celebrating.
673 from the Porsche.
Well, he might have a match race against Phil Druitt.
It looks like that might be what's about to happen.
That would be cool. That would be very cool indeed.
But first, MS UK Pro Modified.
Yeah, we have the small batter of Pro Mod final to set up. Andre Arnover, all the way from Estonia. He spent so much time here. He's an honorary Englishman.
And it's not often that he's not the favourite if you consider the performance, or at least the qualifying performance so far.
Well, most importantly for this is their last hurrah for the season. Winter starts in about a minute for one of these two, and preparations for the final start for the other. And I just hope it's a good race, because both of these are top quality racers.
And they both put a huge amount of effort in. Andre with his general, the amount that he travels to get to the races, and David and team for the rather heroic parts gathering this weekend.
Well, they all put everything into this, and this is the kind of race that, depending on how it goes, will help we ease winter a little bit. Let's put it that way.
Could we see side-by-side 570s? It's happened before. It could happen again.
It's that kind of weather. There's a little bit more heat in the track this time, so the start line will be a little bit warmer, which they might like. Like I said, these two both, every car in the semi-finals qualified. Andre was the slowest at 588. So Turbo car against blow car one more time in 2025. Estonia and the Netherlands here in the UK. You lucky people. Well, David unfortunately goes red. Andre goes 584. Check that speed out. 254.68 miles an hour. Still with only a 1 second 60 foot. He was 390 to the 8th mile. That's a 1.94 back half for those of you that do that kind of thing. And I'm not surprised at that speed as well. David, that was unfortunately for him quite a big red as well. That was a 0.17. That was definitely an itchy finger or foot.
Yeah, great early numbers, as you say. Wasted on that occasion.
Well, he did actually shake as well just after he punched second gear. So it will be the turbo car in the final again. And I think that also confirms Andre as Pro Mod champion in the UK. Well, I was going to say that would be a good highest revving burnout competition, but Andy wasn't on usual form that time.
No, Michelle is certainly outshining him in that regard.
Definitely.
In the previous round, Michelle in the Slicktricks lane ran a personal besting competition of 5.80. Andy crept up and almost matched his personal bestie team of 582 when he ran 583 in the previous session.
Andy was 00 on the tree as well, so anyway, let's just hope this is as good a race as we want it to be. We know it can be, and we hope it can be. Waiting in the final is the new UK. I told you he was an honorary Englishman. He's now going to have to get a suit and come back to the MS Motorsport UK Gala to come and pick up his Pro Mod trophy. Andre Arnover. So Andy Robinson with the car. Him and Luke built themselves in their workshop. Very talented driver, tuner, basically one-stop shop if you like. If you want to go fast in a door car, it's Robinson Race Cars. They're number 2 and 3 qualifier. They're qualified ETs were 584 and 585. None of that matters now.
A pair of Camaros, one with a 2014 body and one with a 1969 body.
And one from the UK and one from Holland as well. Spot in the final against Andre. Oh, unfortunately, Andy shakes in second gear. 581 at 245 miles an hour.
Take a look at that 60 foot.
Well, for both of them, 0.938 for Michel Turenne. Andy was 0.946. Unfortunately, Andy shook at the top of first gear and backed out of it. It was a shame because it was absolutely neck and neck as they went past the tree. They were both 0-3 on the tree, both of them.
That was shaping up to be a classic.
Just one of
Unfortunate
those
for
things.
Andy.
But final round, Turbo against Blower again. Netherlands against Estonia.
Okay, so
It will be a bye run. It's okay.
one more time we have JC Grant in the Porsche 944 with a billet 3-litre 6-cylinder 2JZ. I said 2JZ instead of 2JZ. I'm getting a slap on the wrist here.
Not only the wrist. Sorry.
So this car, capable of producing near 3,000 horsepower at the moment, they are running it on, as I say, relatively low boost, only around 40 psi. Only, and took a huge chunk out of his personal best in the last session, when he went from a 7.0 to a 6.73 at over 200 miles an hour, and again he was on and off the accelerator.
There was
multiple times.
a fair amount of that going on, but the car was, to be completely fair to him, he spent many years building this.
A long time.
And it was moving around. It was moving around on him a bit.
So built by Robinson Race Cars. Luke behind the car, watching on. So JC brings it into the beams.
Well, he now knows he's got a race. He's got a 6-second, 200-mile-an-hour race car.
That's an arrow straight launch.
That's planted all the way through. That's going to be much quicker. It's a 6.56, only 199 miles an hour. 105 to 60, 424 at 173 to the 8th.
Superb job. He was on it a little bit more consistently on the throttle, however, as you say, slower on the mile an hour, but
He would have not back off. In all honesty, it's a bit of a weird one to explain that, is if you lift early, you get almost the same ET by
your speed is massively
drops straight away. And the best way to describe it, it's quite weird, is like if you drive your car in first gear and you get it up to 30 miles an hour, the engine's going to be screaming at you, which is what that's doing. If you then step off the throttle sideways, the car just, exactly, your head hits the dash pretty much, doesn't it? Don't try that on the way home, anybody, for God's sake.
So another exhibition run. Phil Druitt in the ASD Fuel Tech Mustang, the Hurst brothers' own Mustang. Wedge motor, twin turbo. Currently running in Comp Eliminator, next year looking to step up to Pro Modified. They're running on relatively low boost, about 16 PSI at the top end.
.102 to 60 foot. Whoop, on and off it. Yeah, better to save it for another day if it does get out of shape, especially with the big door car. He still goes 7.6. But they got the car very, very well set up for the starting line now.
Certainly, I don't think they haven't done a 102 to 60 foot all week.
It's been the same every time. Outlaw Flat 4, please, into the pairing lanes, because we have Outlaw Flat 4. We've got VW Pro round 2, VW Sportsman. I can't remember which round it is either. But anyway, Jamie, thank you, mate, very much indeed.
Thank you.
And don't try that first gear thing. Whatever they do, don't do that. Oh, we've also got Super Street Bike round there as well. I think actually it's Super Street Bike that are going to come round now after the final of what will be the final of Top Fuel Bike. possibly the most experienced top fuel bike rider in Europe. Steve Willett with the dealer. Been at this for a long while with this bike, incredibly successfully as well. Many event wins, many championships as well. And once again, 2025 is the ACU Top Fuel Bike Champion. Quick victory lap before winter. Hopefully a quick victory lap before winter. Well, that's experience for. He's leaning it out to get a bit more speed up so he can make the turn up the top end. So, Steve Willett, your winner in Top Fuel Bike. Bit of a survival of the fittest this weekend. Okay, Super Street Bike semi-finals right behind the tower before we go back to four wheels. Yeah, 20 miles an hour. Steve is cruising up there. Let's hope he can make the turn off up there by scrutineering. He'd prefer to be making the last one, where we are cracking on through everything, aren't we? So the semi-final ladder for Super Street Bike. Al Morrison Jr., who in round number one went 6.62 at 226. Taking on Ross Morrison. So it's a battle of the Morrison boys. However, Ross isn't on his own bike. He's on Gary Bowes. On the other side of the ladder, Jake Michelle, who went 6.64 at 225. Believe it or not, that's not Jake's personal best. It's close, but it's not yet. Josh Stubbins, though, it definitely is. 6.83. He went 210 miles an hour. So they will be matching up in the first pair, actually, because the Morrison boys are going second. Yeah, just getting Steve's bike retrieved from the top end. It might be a minute. I think they're actually getting the quad hooked up. Just as Liz comes back into the tower for this semi-final round of Super Street Bike. Wouldn't miss this, would you? Obviously not. No. Right, plonk your headset on. So you mentioned to me a minute ago you had a chat with somebody. Is it okay to say out loud who?
Yes, it is.
It is, okay. Please tell me who you talked to and how's he doing?
I'm a bit puffed, I ran.
It's all right.
I had a chat with Neil Midgley.
Okay.
He's chipped a bone in his ankle. He's got a boot and crutches. He's not using the crutches.
Not using the crutches, just the boot, fair enough.
And he's got a few chunks taken out of him.
Okay.
He's got to see a plastic surgeon for some surgery on his...
But other than
that, bit of rash on his face, black eye. But he's smiling.
And fine, apparently.
Fine. Yeah.
Goodness me. Well, after coming off at 200 plus miles an hour, yeah, exactly. That's nothing short of miraculous. Josh Stubbins, Jake Michelle. Thank you very much indeed for the message, Nicola. She said it wasn't a pina colada that went flying, it was a beer.
It's a beer.
It was beer, which is completely fine. That's her lad down there and her husband, Josh Stubbins, just giving him a pat on the back. I'm not entirely sure what it must be like to send your kid down there at a couple of 100 miles an hour. Up against Jake Michelle. Almost dead even on the tree. Josh has got the jump.
Oh, my goodness.
Can Jake run him down? He's running out of space. The answer is yes.
Yes.
Oh my
wow.
word. What an unbelievable race. Jake Michelle took that by 0.5. He was 0.7. Josh was 0.8. Josh went 6.83 at 208. Jake just got there with a 6.79 at 220. But Jake was visibly feathering the throttle that time, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He was visibly feathering the throttle to keep the bike in a straight line. Well, match up of the Morrison boys. Rick changes lanes because I think did he tune Al's bike?
Yes.
I think he does. Pretty sure he does. So the Morrison boys going at it. Well, Ross's bike is no pooch, but he's on Gary Bowes this weekend, like you said. Green light drag race, first to finish line wins. Al is out in front. I doubt he's looking over his shoulder. He wouldn't be going 6.63 at 2.25. Ross loses out with a 720 at 191. Those boys. Final round between Al and Jake.
Mental.
Sorry, it's going to be mental, isn't it? Both been in the 660s. Could we have Rowie T into the pairing lanes, please? So I'm guessing, yeah, exhibition stroke test run for Costas. So just tell us about, so Costas is part of Jake's team, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
But he broke his bike quite badly, didn't he?
I think he's run out of engines.
He's run out of engines. Is that a plural, is it?
Yeah.
Okay. So he's borrowed Brad Head's bike for this weekend, went 7-2 in qualifying,
did.
which was the
Nice.
quickest. I don't know what it must be like for Brad, though, watching his bike fly down the track.
I think he's quite pleased it's done the numbers it's done.
Yeah, it's starting to show the
Yeah.
promise. Okay, Costas gets the thumbs up from Darren. David, sorry, not Darren. Full. Okay, he went 7-2 yesterday. Well, all the boost comes in at once. 8:23 at 177. That wasn't the plan.
No, that's an interesting run.
To watch. Yeah. I remember years ago, Steve Venables said to me that he said that he whatever boost ramp he loaded in didn't load in properly, and he didn't find out till he was on one wheel through the finish line because the bike went straight up and it all chucked every bit of boost in at once.
Yeah.
And it went straight up in the air. You have to be really quick to catch it, don't you? Okay, Martin Hallett. Multiple 7-0s. You know what we're hoping for.
Absolutely.
We should know after the 60 foot because the back half is definitely there. $60 is 120. He's still got his foot hanging off.
Oh.
736. I think staying on the bike was preferential to running.
Absolutely, yeah. Self-preservation kicked in.
Something like that. Okay, we're on with VW Pro. Thank you, Liz, very much indeed. And in case anyone didn't hear that, Liz said that Neil Midgley is basically okay. Obviously a bit banged and bruised like you would be coming off at 200 miles an hour, but in one piece and here. Okay, Ed Keach, Carl Goldsmith going at it. However, Ed has gone red by 001, unbelievably. Carl goes 11.16 as well. I think they're quite happy with that. Ed, though, goes 10.78 at 122. I think PB's on both sides of the track for respective cars there. Well, Luke gets a gift, a buy run. A championship stroll for Luke Stevenson. Frankly, he deserves it for all the time, effort and energy he puts into promoting VW drag racing and front-wheel drive non-stop. Much stronger looking launch. Dole's 11.60. If he breaks out with this one, I think they'll be doing handstands. 11.46? By far his quickest ever run at 121 miles an hour in that car anyway, I have to say that. So Luke takes his victory lap. Wow. I must admit, I thought the 11.6 was optimistic, but 11.46. Okay, Jake Fronda and James Hodson. The winner of this one gets Luke in the next round. There goes Jake. Running him down is James. Nothing in it at the finish line. Brake lights coming on. And it's a win for James Hodson. Perfectly judged. Because he didn't break out, basically. The guy in the other lane did. James Hodson still took the stripe by 0-3. Okay, Mike Strachan with the Audi. Off and running alongside Joe Hall. Joe's fallen way behind, unfortunately. As long as Mike Strachan doesn't break out, which he's now cruising. Yep, 11.88 win light. Okay, that is the semi-final set. Carl is going to be against Mike Strachan, and Luke is going to be taking on James Hodson. VW Sportsman to set up the semi-finals, I think. It is indeed. Okay, Morgan Wilson with the ever quicker dial-in for the Beetle of 17.40, taking on the newly crowned champion for coated race bearings. I love the giggle. The giggle does it. Just having a quick tree reset, which is why they're not coming forward just yet. That's Lily Stevenson down there. Saw Dad just run a personal best. Lily dials a 13.63 this time around. Morgan a 17.4, I think that was. There we go. Okay, so it will be the bug that takes the tree first before the little Audi. Can both Stevensons? Well, they doubled up at the first event of the year, winning both classes. It's still on today at the moment, anyway. There goes Morgan. Oh, and the champ goes red. Unfortunately, that was an 09 red for Lily. Oh, well, she can stick around and cheer Dad on, which I'm sure she'll do. So Morgan will be in the semis with a 17.35. Another breakout. Who cares? It's getting the name right that does it. See, that's what makes all the difference. Sorry, getting the right kid, not the name right. Bruce Harvey and Nigel Gregg. $17.50 for Thunderbird number 4, who is off and running. Closely followed by Bruce. Not the Bruce, of course. At the stripe it will be in the Kestrel lane. Bruce Harvey. 13.73 on a 61, and surprisingly, it wasn't a breakout. Okay, one more buy, which is for Andy Cooper, and we have one race who are just underneath the tower right now. Then we've got Outlaw Flat 4 behind them, Sportsman ET as well, cracking on through it, thick and fast. We've got a lot of our finals set up already, and a lot of our other classes semi-final rounds are pretty close too. 15.3 on a 14.50. Someone who was nowhere close to breaking out. Not something I've said many times today. Okay, Carrie Reid and John Gallant for a place in the semi-final against Andy Cooper. Right behind them, Sportsman ET, round 3 as well. Okay, both dial exactly 14 seconds. So the heads up 14-second bracket race. The tree will run at the same time, and whoever stakes the stripe without breaking out, or breaking out by the least, which has been a bit of a theme today, will be the winner. The tree will run exactly the same time. And they both move pretty much the same time. You can see that. So, Carrie or John into the semi-finals? The answer is John, with a lesser of the breakouts, as I've mentioned a few times today. Carrie goes 13.76 on a 14. They were only a couple of hundredths apart on their reaction times. Okay, Sportsman ET. Round number 3 for a place in the semis. The T-Caddy Racing of Alex Pryor with Tony, the Nugget, the Rover. Up against Aaron Springford, who I think is having one of his best days ever in competition. He's had some pretty good days with Colin Miller, but not in the driver's seat. Well, the Metro goes red. Aaron is in the semi-finals. Now let's see if he backs off this time or keeps his foot planted in it. He might see the win like this time. No, he's still got the brake lights on again. Nice and safe. 12.71 in the semi-finals for Aaron Springfield. Springford. Field. Foot. Sorry. Jay McCready, Kirsty Tram. Terrific matchup. Really good to see Jane going rounds with Ben's van. However, she does have a tough customer in the other lane, in the form of the one and only Miss Kirsty Tram, who, believe it or not, didn't race until a few years ago and then instantly did very well. Seems to be a bit of a theme, that. So Jane's going to go first, which she does on a green light. Kirsty goes on a green light as well. Who has the best car at the stripe? They will both be there, neck and neck. It's nip and tuck. Jay McCready goes too quick, so does Kirsty, but not by as much. Jay McCready was over the line first, but only by 0.1. She would have had to slow up an awful lot to be the right side. Still a great day. Okay, Sophie Evans and Dan Holloway. Sophie dials 13.05. Dan dials as quick as you can dial in Sportsman ET, 12.00 for the Fox Body Mustang in the Slick Tricks lane. Staging very carefully. Well, I think Dan is already alongside Sophie. So this is, yeah, you can hear it. It's going to be feathering it to the finish line, making sure he takes the stripe, which he does. He had a 0.1 reaction time. Unfortunately for Sophie, hers was 0.5, which is pretty much the end of that. Oh, well. Getting more practice, getting better. Okay, a couple of young ladies for your last pair. Felicity Gibbs with Little Miss Rampage alongside Jill Medley. So one side of the semis are already set. It's going to be Dan Holloway taking on Aaron Springford. The winner of this one gets Kirsty Tram. So the Mustang will get the tree run first and goes on the green. Trying to run her down is Jill Medley. Don't know whether Felicity will hear that big V8 coming. Jill's nearly there. Wow. They both go too quick, funnily enough. Felicity Gibbs was 0.87 on the tree. Jill was 0.35, but it didn't matter in the end because they both broke out.
Hello again.
Big welcome to Liz Charman, who has some... well, first of all, we got to say, Jasmine Cordell, I'm pretty sure if Jazz wins this round against Dan, she is the 2025 Comp Bike champion. They've had some hell of a races, these two. You have some info about about what Jasmine ran earlier.
Right, Jasmine run a 706 at 185, which is faster than Sarah Jane Head when she ran her 708 at 184.
Faster and quicker.
Yep.
Excellent. Well, she might need to do it again with Dan in the other lane.
Absolutely. Right,
so big moment in the season for both these two. Well, Jazz's bike will leave the line stronger. Here comes the turbo power at the top end. Dan's got it. 721 beats a 720 on a whole shot. Dan was 04 on the tree. Jazz was 09. Wow. It's just
still awesome though, wasn't it?
You bet. Well, that leaves it open now. With Jasmine going out, Mike Piggott needs to win this race and the final rounds. However, the Cordell family are Pete Slater's biggest fans right now. I have to say as well, though, that 720 that Jasmine just ran, that would have been her quickest run until, well, the one before, really, wouldn't it?
Yep.
Okay. Final against Dan Diaz. Well, expertly caught by Pete Slater. I don't think he's got enough for Mike Piggott, though. Oh, so close. 723 takes out a 748. Reaction time advantage for Pete Slater. Well, it goes to the final round.
It's the mile an hour that does me.
203 miles and 202 as well, yeah. Unbelievable. Liz, thank you very much for your help. Once again,
you're welcome.
We have Outlaw Flat 4. I was going to say we've got Funny Bike, so don't go anywhere for a couple of minutes. Outlaw Flat 4 semi-final rounds. Already the champion, Johnny Marriage, in the Slick Tricks lane. Well, Johnny Marriage goes for the wall. Can he pull it back? Adam Lowe is out in front at the moment. That's close. Johnny Marriage takes it. 1082 going the long way round and looking very spectacular. Final round berth. So this race is for runner-up in the Outlaw Flat 4 2025 Championship. The beautiful Velociraptor of James Wooten over there in the Kestrel lane, up against Mark Eltringham. Now, Mark has got the much quicker car, or had the much quicker car. However, it depends if he decides to aim for the photographer. Whoa! Wow, round of applause for Mark Eltringham. He didn't win the race. James Wooten finishes number 2 in the championship. How did he hold on to that? Well, the car's still going. I think it might have doinked the wheelie bar and his pants. But, goodness me, that was way more lively than it needed to be. James Wooten had a whole eyeful of Mark Eltringham right in front of him. That he was an awful lot worse than that. But yeah, Mark actually pulls off the track at the top end. Unreal. Well, we got a little bit of cleaning up to do because we got some blocks to replace. Those are some very big and sideways squiggle lines. Really big. Okay. Nitro FM just for a couple of moments, if you don't mind, while we do a little bit of clearing up. We won't be a minute. Honestly, that won't be long at all. Just basically checking Mark Eltringham's heart rate. And pants after that, I should think. Dearie me.
Heading towards the pencil.
Oh, and it's 2 red lights for the Peters boys in a row. They take themselves out, both of them. That was a close one, though. That was a 00 red. But all the same, it's going to be Jake Cooper taking on Luke Mugridge and Daniel Todd against Chev. So gets a chance to run it all the way through to see what it will do. The Dark Horse Mustang goes, goodness me, 8.58 with a 1. Well, Alan didn't wait for the tree to go green in his lane. He's going to keep his foot in it anyway because it's the last run of the season. Goes 7.23. Scott goes, is that a 32? It is as well. Scott with 32 with a 9. He was 0.4 on the tree. Virtually no wriggle room. Well done, everybody. Still no, he goes red. That was an 0.1 red for Mark Bailey as well. So close. Brad takes it on through, breaks out. Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Okay. That means Bradley Dibwell now gets a bye run into the final round as well. On the other side of the ladder, Lee Huxley and Scott Hauser. And the winner of that one...
If Lee wins that, I think he takes second.
Okay, and if Lee wins that one, he takes second. So, awesome stuff. Half hour... Not, because he went red. 0.26 red for Ian. Dave Billadome moving on. Well, someone who doesn't actually break out. 9.83 on a 78. Well, after that waiting, Paul Smale goes red by 0.2. Chris Goodale into the semi-finals, where he gets a bye. And he goes 9.82 and a 78. Everyone airing out the front of the Chevelle, on his way to hopefully a 10.21. He's thinking quicker than this goal the rest of the weekend. 10.19 into the 10.1s. It's going to be Stuart with the lesser of the breakouts. 9.89 with a 0. Dave Fulton goes 9.83. He was also 0.2 on the tree. Congratulations. Okay. 9.90 is the number. And Lee goes red. Quite a big red, actually. 0.1. At 0 reaction time for Andy Harrison in the other lane. That doesn't matter. because the win light still comes on for him. Okay, and a 990 with a 1. Kevin Wright, Jay Rowe. Kevin in the slick tricks lane. Jay looking like he got the jump off the line, but not by much. This is going to be a close one because Kevin's going to keep it pinned all the way through. And he goes way too quick. 8.27 and 8.41 isn't really that close for Jay Rowe. Just not as bad as the guy in the other lane, Jay Rowe. Well, they both leave pretty much together. Daniel's out in front, sits up, coasts, and breaks out by 0.03 of a second. Patrick will be going against our friend from the Netherlands for the other spot in the final. 8.54. Absolutely perfect. Back to the Mustang. The Cuna for Mark Sheridan. Well, Mark Sheridan rolls through stage. Joe Baxter is off and running with his boot in it all the way through to a 7.26. 204 miles an hour. That is a real shame for Mark Sheridan. It wouldn't hold on the starting line.
It's not a done deal until the win light comes on.
Oh, you got it. What does he do? Take it easy? Not by the looks of that. Terrific looking run for Rob Carter again. Seals the championship with a 7.40, 188 miles an hour. Well done to the blue team down there. 2025 Street Eliminator champion. Another great run for James Murray as well. 9.27 at 145.
The exact same time. Semi-finals.
No, they're going to blow the tyres off. Well, that was a good opportunity to see what the track would take, and they found it. It's not necessarily the track issue, it's the too much power too soon type issue. We've got a great pair of mouth-watering semi-finals, so possibly set for some of the best ever. Rob Carter is taking on Bill McDermott. On the other side... can we have Super Street Bike as well, please, for the semi-final round? 10.57 again, way too quick for Carl. He dials an 8.86, 10.23 for Jake. Jake will go first by almost a second and a half. Well, off and running. Phil's going to be pulling alongside. And he's already there. Perfectly judged for Phil Pratt, 9.12 and an 8.86. It's the win light that counts. He was off the line first. Basically, that's how to do it. Here comes Scott. I think he's going to get there. He does, and he's already sat up and coasting. Perfectly judged, Mr. Collier. And that goes down as a whole shot win as well. He was further away from his dial-in, but a big starting line advantage, 0 reaction time. Beautiful late summer day. Well, it's not even late day, early autumn day. So, Daniel Berglund, someone you know very well.
Very well.
Give us his story. How long has he not been racing for? What did he do before?
He's not been racing for about 8 years. And before that, it's Tony Clark's nephew, so he used to crew for Tony.
He used to crew for Tony Clark?
Yeah.
The one and only Tony Clark.
Absolutely. But
so which bike did he race before?
he used to ride one of Jip's.
Okay.
So he had the
Similar to this, basically.
Yeah, he's had to go on the funny bike. He had to go on the street bike. He was in 950 with that.
So he has a bye run into the final round. We have a race this coming up. I doubt that's going to be any quicker.
What's that?
Well, he's still going. 886 at 155, but it did smoke through the finish line almost every single time. The engine was still running though, whatever that is. Right, If they can pick it up, it's not that bad. They can pick it up. Well, the bike is still smoking right down the end of the shutdown area. No one is springing into action, which is normally a good sign. Yeah, whatever that is, they're picking it up. So it can't be anything mechanical or part of the engine, because it would be too hot to pick up, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And if it wasn't, they must have asbestos fingers.
Oh.
Okay, well, he's in the final round anyway. He made the turn off, and obviously there is no clean-up to do other than picking bits up, I think, which the track crew are getting a bit expert at after the last couple of pairs that have gone down there. So Daniel will be in the final round against one of these two. We have Sean Branch and the Rigaboot Express himself. So we were just talking about the engine in Sean Branch's bike. Just tell us a little bit about that, because it's I've never heard of what he's done. Let's put it that way.
It's big.
It's big, yeah. Okay. So it's a big engine, but also has
Blower and turbo.
why blower and turbo? Don't know. I didn't even think you could put the two together, but obviously it's possible.
Apparently so.
Yeah, I mean compound turbo like Storm. So one turbo in front of the other.
I'm probably going to be corrected later and say, no, it's not right, Liz.
Fair enough. So yeah, that's Sean Branch down there, who is the champion for 2025 in Leaks Landscape Funny Bike. The track crew just out doing the last checks up there in the Slick Tricks lane. Whatever came off Daniel's bike obviously didn't stop it, and isn't in any way moisture related. We are moving on very, very quickly. Do you know what? The time is 3 o'clock. Funny Bike semi-final was due at 3:05. Although we've already had comp bike semi-finals, but all the other semi-finals are there. I think I can see Super Pro ET, Pro ET as well around there too. So all we've got left to run, really, we've got quite a lot of semi-finals. Final round set up. We have one that is completed, which is Top Fuel Bike, because Steve Paulette took his buy run earlier. And we just have this final left to set up. A Funny Bike. Yeah, whatever it is, doesn't really want to come off the racing surfaces, which is why they're taking the time to do it, isn't it? So do you have, while you're here and it's quiet, do you have any plans to go racing again? Other than... Possibly, yeah? Possibly.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know whether it will happen, but I'm hoping that we're going to be here in a fortnight.
Okay.
With the Funny Bike.
Right. So remind us how you managed to accidentally acquire a Funny Bike as well.
Yeah, I'll have to ask Kev that one.
Okay. Right. But he acquired it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's acquired
Okay.
it. I'm sort of, can I have a go? I can have a go. It's really predominantly for Jake,
Okay.
but I'd like to get my national licence again, really, and then
Take it. See what happens
See what
after that.
happens,
Yeah?
yeah.
So has Jake ridden anything like that before?
No.
No.
no,
Okay.
he's juniors, and that's been
And
it.
that's been it.
Yeah.
So the bike in question, whose was it? Whose is it?
It was Steve French's.
You did mention that the other day, yes,
Yeah.
of course. Which means it doesn't hang about at all, does it? He used to give Top Fuel bikes fits with that thing
Yes.
all around
Yeah.
Europe.
I mean, Scott did really well on it. I'm not expecting to go as fast as that, because I quite like my bank balance at the moment, to be fair.
Yeah, and all your bits where they are, basically.
Yeah.
So, but so it's a Funny Bike that's been way down into the low sevens, possibly even sixes, I think.
They've
That's
done
around the high sixes,
$6.99 on it, yeah.
Is it going to be running Funny Bike, or is it going to be running comp bike, or is it just sort of wait and see sort of thing?
Wait and see.
Wait and see. Okay.
Wait and see.
Well, which means I won't see you up here as much, obviously, if you're going to be busy.
Oh, I'll be out in the first round, so I'll come up and have a chat.
That's very optimistic of you. Okay, I'm not sure what the hold is because the track is clear. There we go. Dave gives the signal to fire it up.
Let's see if I can find out what it was.
So Daniel Berglin is already in the final round with the bike you just saw go through there. He will be up against one of these two. How long's Dave Peters been at this as well? A hell of a long
About
time.
150 years.
Okay. But looking at him, you'd never guess, would you? No?
Irrepressible man. Love him to bits.
Well, he's been at it for years with the same bike as well for a long time, and he's just, like I said earlier, progressively chipped away at it, got quicker and quicker and quicker. Sean Branch's bike, by comparison, looks like the Death Star, if you know what I mean. It's
like
just
David and Goliath, isn't it?
huge and ominous, and you know.
Yeah.
However, don't be fooled.
Crazy bit of kit.
Don't be fooled at all. The Rigaboot Express is the quicker of the two. Well, Sean keeps it in a straight line, but Dave Peters is long gone. 7:33
Nice.
beats a 7:54. Good speed for Sean Branch, though. 184. Thank you, Liz. Once again, much appreciated. It's warm, isn't it? Yeah. I can't believe it's warm today. It's not supposed to be. It's supposed to be chilly. Okay, Simon Innes, Charlie Seward, semi-finals of Pro ET. I can see Super Pro over there. I can see the semi-final round of Street Eliminator as well. Gonna be fun. So Simon Innes dials a 10.68. He was number 32 qualifier, i.e. dead last in the field. Almost didn't make it. Here he is on the verge of the final round. Well, they both have identical lights. Breakout for both of them. But Charlie Seward breaks out by the least. They were both 0.10 on the tree. Well, the Cinderella story for the number 32 qualifier ends in the semi-finals. But Charlie Seward, well done to the gang. Into the final round, where they will be racing one of these two. Now, if you said a junior comp dragster was going to be on the verge of the final round, you might not have picked this one. But Tom Kay is always really good on the tree and really good on his dialing. He's got Mark Huxley in the other lane, who is going to go exactly 0.2 of a second after him. Tom Kay goes red, and that was my fault. I put my hand up because I said he's good on the tree. He was 0-1 red. Mark Huxley was 0-4. There will be a Huxley in the final of Pro ET. Breaks out as well with a 967. Okay, that's your final round of Pro ET. Charlie Seward. Charlie Seward against Mark Huxley. However, where there is an ET championship, there is a Huxley. As if by magic. Lee versus Scott. I think this is, this is for a place in the final round against Bradley Dibwell, who is round the back of the tower for his predetermined bye. So we are pretty much at final rounds for almost all of our classes. We've just got the semi-finals to run through, then we'll be collecting our finalists. Oh. Track guy goes for a quick look at that. He should be in the Olympics. So 8.58 for Lee. 7.32 for Scott. Scott won in a whole shot in the last round. Two of the very, very best to ever compete in Super Pro. Scott goes red. That was a 0-2 red. Lee was 0-5. There will be two Huxleys in the final round. Oh, just to add insult to injury, Scott goes dead on with a 2. But he went red, unfortunately. Lee was a couple of ticks too quick. It doesn't matter. Scotty went red. So, yeah, two Huxleys in the final round.
Subject to confirmation, Lee is now runner-up.
Yeah, subject to complete confirmation in Super Pro. The final round will be between the numbers 1 and 2 in the 2025 championship. However, the number they all want is the one that Bradley Dibwell is going to be wearing next year. Well done to Charlie Seaward's team. What a weekend. My goodness me. From right out the box Friday morning. Okay, so Brad gets a tune-up for the final round. 7:53 into the blazing sunshine. Well, he goes 0-2 on the tree. And he goes 7:54. He would have been very, very hard to beat, no matter who was in the other lane. Okay, junior dragster. Semi-finals. Luke Mugridge confirmed as champion in the Slick Tricks lane. Up against Jake Cooper. Now, we do have an apology to make. He missed Jake creeping up in the standings. Jake still has a very outside shot at finishing in the top 3. He can't win because Luke's done that. All depends on what happens on this run. However, the champ hasn't come this far to only come this far. Luke Mugridge wants to go out in junior dragster on a high. It's a green light drag race. Well, Luke is going to get there, but he breaks out. It's going to be Jake Cooper in the final round. Luke did get there first, but they both broke out. Right, Jake's in the final. One of these two will be in the other lane, Chev Checkit or Daniel Todd. Now, again, we've redone our calculations, and there is a chance that Jake Cooper could be number 2, but it all depends on what happens in this race. But again, all this is, as always, subject to confirmation. They both want a final round spot. Both 790 cars. Both going to leave at the same time, or at least take the tree the same time. There's going to be nothing in it all the way to the finish line. The winner is Daniel with a 799. Chev breaks out by 0.07 of a second. Well done, Mr. Todd. Still a fabulous weekend and season for the Checkit family. Again, all of this is subject to confirmation. Chev will finish either number 2 or 3 in the championship, depending on what Jake does, I think, in the final. Super Gas for a place in the final. Stu Morris and Andy Harrison right behind them with a bye run, as if he needs it, is Stu Doiney. So the number this time, they both have 9.90. The tree will run at the same time. First to the finish line wins without breaking out. Normally, this is decided by whoever reacts quickest on the tree, and a lot of the time, they both do. Not yet. Wow, Andy Harrison went red. He was on the chip just a bit too early. Went 009 red. Stuart Morris is going to take it with a 980. It doesn't matter after that. But yeah, Andy Harrison, during staging, was a bit too eager to get up on the chip. So it will be the Morris boys in the final round of Tony Morris Carburettors Super Gas, where he will be racing the champ again. Well, very uncharacteristic 08 light for Stu Doiney. I'm sure they're more interested in what's going to happen on the scoreboard. 995 backed off just before the finish line. So Dave Fulton is runner-up in the National Super Gas Championship now. Stu Doiney is the winner, and it will be an all-Stuart final. Pick your favourite Stuart. Doiney or Morris. Okay, Street Eliminator semi-finals. Absolutely mouth-watering matchups, these. Joe Baxter taking on Tony Higgs. And Rob Carter against Bill McDermott. So, quick bit of track prep before we get to them. Nitro FM, just a couple of moments. We're rattling through our semi-finals and setting up all of our final rounds. It won't be long.
I just know that things are gonna end bad when my body only moves for the beat. You've been waiting for me. I'll just keep dropping it like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it. La 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it. La 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it. La 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it. La 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 la.
Joe Baxter Mustang, the cuter for Mark Sheridan. Well, Mark Sheridan rolls through stage. Joe Baxter is off and running with his boot in it all the way through to a 7:26, 204 miles an hour. That is a real shame for Mark Sheridan. It wouldn't hold on the starting line.
It's not a done deal until the win light comes on.
Oh, you got it. What does he do? Take it easy? Not by the looks of that. Terrific looking run for Rob Carter again. Seals the championship with a 7.40, 188 miles an hour. Well done to the blue team down there. 2025 Street Eliminator champion. Another great run for James Murray as well. 9:27 at 145.
The exact same time, semi-finals.
No, they're going to blow the tyres off. Well, that was a good opportunity to see what the track would take, and they found it. It's not necessarily the track issue, it's the too much power too soon type issue. We've got a great pair of mouth-watering semi-finals, so possibly set for some of the best ever. Rob Carter is taking on Bill McDermott. On the other side... can we have Super Street Bike as well, please, for the semi-final round? 10:57 again, way too quick for Carl. He dials an 8:86, 10:23 for Jake. Jake will go first by almost a second and a half. Well, off and running. Phil's going to be pulling alongside. And he's already there. Perfectly judged for Phil Pratt, 9:12 and an 8:86. It's the win light that counts. He was off the line first. Basically, that's how to do it. Here comes Scott. I think he's going to get there. He does, and he's already sat up and coasting. Perfectly judged, Mr. Collier. And that goes down as a whole shot win as well. He was further away from his dial-in, but a big starting line advantage, a 0 reaction time for Alan. It started with a 0.3. Semi-finals, Scott.
Bike test. Gone. 30-something years ago.
It's not bad considering you're 41. So, it's all right. More cake. Lyra trying to run it down. Oh, look at that. Isaiah takes the win by 0.44. An 0.9 to a 0.14 reaction time was pretty much the same difference at the finish line as well. That means Isaiah gets a bye run into the final round. Rico Patterson. Darcy goes first. Here goes Rico. All Darcy's doing is being a sitting duck at the moment. Here comes Rico coasting. Rico takes the win. Darcy actually, for once, not quite on a dial-in for a change. Never mind. Still a fabulous weekend for the Cordell family. Semi-final matchups. Isaiah has a bye run. Rico will be against Alia, who goes through with a 922 on a 14.
That's it.
Thank you, Liz.
Okay. Didn't say a lot that time.
The only problem is as we go through elimination, heads up, first to the finish line wins. Dragster and door car again. Looks like Warren's in front. And Warren goes way too quick. Ellie runs bang on the money, 8.90. She was also 0.5 on the... Now, of all the songs we could interrupt, I don't mind interrupting Bon Jovi, quite honest with you. I remember going to a gig at the Marquee and they had Bon Jovi on one of the TVs and someone got up and climbed up 3 people height and turned it off. Much to the cheers of everybody there. Anyway, VW Sportsman and Sportsman ET, please, into the lanes. Top Speed Automotive, Street Eliminator, semi-finals, and it's an all-star cast.
Could potentially, without confirming anything, this could potentially settle second place in the championship. Joe Baxter in the Kestrel Beer Lane, absolutely fantastic debut year with the car in the class. And Tony Higgs, a long-time veteran of the class, struggling this weekend. Pro Mod transmission in that car at this moment.
Tony goes red. Joe Baxter, it looks like, is confirmed. Oh, big one again for Joe at the finish line. 7.44 at 2.08, but it's Joe that takes the win, going 7.87 at 1.53. Going for a bit of a slalom, actually, was about 8th mile.
So, Tony, with a borrowed transmission and shifter from a Pro Mod Mustang, has just reset his fastest ever speed, 208 miles an hour, in a losing effort with a red light. If you're going to lose a race, you may as well lose it in style.
Well, Joe was 0.3 on the tree as well, so he will be round for the final round with that Mustang. Do you know what? That's the only thing that kid hasn't done this year. He's done just about everything else, set personal best, all sorts of stuff. If you look at the times as well, they were dead even at half track.
Both 5.06.
Well, on the other side of the ladder, who will Joe race? Yeah, the track crew out there checking up the top end like they did when Joe got squiggly the other day.
So Rob Carter in the Kestrel Beer Lane, the newly crowned 2025 Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator champion, taking on Bill McDermott in the Bentley.
This is going to be a hell of a race as well, because Bill ran really quick earlier, so did Rob Carter. 2 7.3 second street cars.
Rob said to me a few minutes ago that they'd had a lot of issues this weekend at the top end of the track. So for the previous run, they effectively reset the ECU, put an old map in it, and they're back to their old selves.
Well, Bill goes deep staged.
And goes red.
2 red lights in a row. Unbelievably, Rob Carter is in the final round. Bill goes 7.45. Rob goes 7.34. Check out the speed as well, 1.92.
I think I've set a new PB for the amount of times I've said PB this weekend.
Not a bad problem.
7.34 from a previous best of 7.37 for Rob.
Well, goodness me. I must admit, Bill probably needed a whole shot that time round. It's Joe and Bill. It's Joe and Rob, the final round. Right. Thank you, Jamie. More PBs in the final round, please.
Yeah, we'll see. Thanks again.
Top man, thank you very much. Okay. Back onto 2 wheels, 850 bike semi-final round. We've got all the semi-finals stacked up round the back of the tower, and then it will be nothing but final rounds in all of our classes. Patrick Marie and Paul Morris, your first pair round. Well, Jay Rose right behind with the bye run, so the winner of this, provided Jay can stage under his own power, will be against Jay Rowe in that final round. Not sure what's going on with Patrick's bike. Yeah, Dave says, okay, whatever it is, let's go. The guy in the other lane's waiting very patiently in pre-stage with his visor down. Here we go. Whoa! Oh, Patrick goes straight up in the air. Looking over his shoulder in the other lane, clicks it off to a 9.11, takes the win. Patrick was nothing like ready when the tree ran. He did go into stage. Paul wasn't exactly quick with a 0.2, but it didn't matter because the guy in the other lane had a reactions time that started with a 1. J. Rowe will be his opposition in that final round matchup. And Jay does the sensible thing to save it for the final round. Paul Morris and Jay Rowe, your final round in 850 bike. If you're wondering why there is any buy runs, it's because they run a 32 bike ladder, but there weren't 32 bikes. So at some point during race day, it shapes up that someone gets a freebie. Okay, I think well, this is just a time trial run in 850 bike for Patrick DeLange. That's it. Just keep it away from the blocks. 8:38 at 1:59. Semi-final round of ET Bike. Going to be Phil Pratt burning out with Satan's Lady. Taking on Carl Rushby. On the other side of the ladder, it's a buy run for Scott Collier. Will it be numbers 1 and 2 in the championship? We've got quite a few of those today, actually, facing off in the final round. Carl Rushby sticks with an 11 flat dial-in. He's been 11.5, 10.5, almost every run so far. Maybe he wants some wriggle room. Phil's going to be running him down. Phil's already run him down. Phil will be looking over his shoulder and sitting up and coasting to a 9.22 win. It's another round win. Scott Collier with the lowest dial-in ever, I think I've seen, for the bike with a 9.40. They're going to run it out the back door and see what it'll run. Yeah, Kyle just cruises off on the scrutineer and exit up the top end. It's going to be one last time in 2025. It's going to be a race between Phil and Scott. Scott with a 0:05 reaction time. See if he can run 7:40. 43. Well, that'd still be pretty tough to get around. Phil and Scott, your final round in ET Bike again. I don't think they've actually raced that much this summer. Semi-finals of Junior Drag Bike. I think we have a buy in a race. Isaiah Alvarez with the green machine from just down the road in Bedford. 14.15, racing to the 8th mile. Isaiah with a very nice 0.1 light. Goes way too quick. 0.4 of a second too quick, in fact. Doesn't matter. Win light came on. Rico Patterson and Alia Lester racing for the pleasure of going up against Isaac in the final round. Alia with a 920, a 905 for Rico. Not much in it at all. Well, it's going to be Rico and up against Isaiah in the final round. Excuse me. Alia goes red. I was just going to say, please don't run bang on your dial-in. Right, a few more semi-finals to go. Okay, VW Pro semi-final round. Carl Goldsmith and Mike Strachan both having a wonderful day at the racetrack. Carl didn't start out very well yesterday. The car turned, it normally goes up, but it went straight right and up. Nearly took out the tree. Carl caught it very well when it landed. Well, Carl left first, but Carl was supposed to leave second, is all I'll say about that one. I'm not sure what he was looking at, but it wasn't the tree. If Carl doesn't break out, which he doesn't, Carl Goldsmith into the final round. That's really nice to see. He's a lovely bloke, Carl. Okay, the other side of the ladder, going to be James Hodson against your new PB man and champ as well, Mr. Luke Stevenson, supported by RTMG Performance, GP Turbos, Street Racers, and 32 racing wheels with a front-wheel drive Golf. So James Hodson dials 1065. Luke actually winds it back to a 1090. Sorry, 1190 even. Luke goes on the green, so does James. Luke's got a lot to play with at the finish line if the car runs like it did earlier. He's going to have to stand on the anchors, and he gets it with an 1194. Beats James Hobson to set up a final round with his good buddy, Carl Goldsmith. Well, unreal. You can hear him from up here, can't you? Wild Bunch. Elimination round 2. I think this is it semis?
Semi-finals.
Yeah, semi-finals to set up the final round. A bye run and a race. Rob Brown with the Rebel slingshot. I don't know whether this is, for, like I said, for the vast majority of the people here, racers here, car or bikes, it's their last event of the season. I have to say it out loud as well, we were incredibly lucky with the weather yesterday. Yeah, it did rain, but nothing in comparison to the rest of the country. For once, we absolutely got away with it. So 8.40 for Rob. $8.34 for Rob. Well, breaks out again. Not that it really matters. In fact, that pretty much equals, I think, his PB on ET. Speed 158. He's been slightly faster than that before. Okay, the two ladies. Philippa Turton with the coupe. The beautiful, beautiful looking coupe. Up against Marie Mills. It's nice to see Dave doing some crew chief duties on something other than the fuel funny car. It's also nice to see Marie not having to do the clutch on something. Dave is the crew chief on the Shockwave funny car. Marie is his young lady. And she works on the team as well. Very hard indeed. Well, Marie reacted visibly quicker. Philippa should have gone before Marie did. Didn't work out that way. Marie takes the win even though she breaks out. Look at that for Philippa though. New personal best again, 10.17. They don't care that she lost. 128 miles an hour finally. The car is behaving itself. Nostalgia Superstock semi-final round. Thank you for the message, Andy, saying it was a bit cheeky what I said about Bon Jovi. I do apologise, honestly. Dave Bilodeau, Guy King. So, Guy King, Dave Bilodeau. Guy gets the green first. Dave's going to try and run him down. It's Mr. Bilodeau again by the lesser of the two breakouts. Once again, stop me if you've heard that phrase before. I think I must have said it 50 times today, at least. Chris Goodale with the gorgeously turned out Rousseau's Rat will be Dave's opponent in the final round. Just a word out there and a heads up for everybody. It's just gone 3:30. Race director, we've nearly done all of our semi-finals. Looking to run all of our final rounds from 4 o'clock, which is about 25 minutes away, something like that as well. Just to give everybody a little bit of extra turnaround time. The semi-finals we have to run are in the lanes right now, and then we have a bit of a break before we do have the final rounds. So, Felicity Gibbs, Kirsty Tram, this is Sportsman ET. Hutchinson and Dibley Sportsman ET, I beg your pardon. Felicity, 17.18. Kirsty, 12.04. Not bad. Off and running in the Mustang. There goes the Camaro. That was almost a double step, but it wasn't. Kirsty's going to get there. Kirsty's coasting to a double breakout win again. 11.98 at 12.04. She was off that way before the finish line. It was an 06 to an 0 line on the tree, and Felicity broke out as well. Goodness me. So, one half of the final round will be Kirsty Tram. The other half will come from one of these two. Aaron Springford, having his best day ever in eliminations himself. Like I said, he's had some pretty fine days crewing for Colin Miller, but as a racer himself, this is by far his best day ever. Both these two are two of the quickest cars in the class as well, because Dan Holloway in the other lane, 12 flat. Aaron, 12.06. No brake lights this time, Aaron. Dan just nudging the Fox body into full stage. There we go. Tree's going to run. Well, there was a visible difference on the starting line that you could see there. Aaron's going to have to keep this pinned all the way through. It's going to be Dan. Beautiful job. 0-2 on the tree to a point one stick. Still a great day for Aaron Springford. Just a real shame to end it in the semi-finals, but still, again, a terrific, terrific day. Okay, VW Sportsman semi-final round. That is the last of our semi-finals. Then we're all just on to final rounds. Andy Cooper and John Gallen. Andy with the Skoda. John with the Audi. Well, they both go on the green. I think the little TT has already caught the Skoda this time round, even though there's half a second difference in the dial-in. It will be the Kestrel lane, though, that takes it. Andy Cooper with the Fat Man Skoda in the final round of VW Sportsman. Our last semi-final round before we start collecting all of our finalists, which will be run from 4 o'clock, I think, starting, according to the race director, with ProMod and comp and everything else as well, but subject to confirmation anyway. Bruce Harvey, Morgan Wilson. Morgan again dials 17.40 with the family Beetle. The tree will run first. Wow, it looks like Bruce has got a long way to go to catch up Morgan. But he does, and Morgan goes 17-18. Yeah, like, that's nearly a second quicker. Bruce didn't break out. That was the main difference in that one. So the great day for Morgan stops just there. We're at all our final rounds. A massive thank you to all of our racers and to all of our track crew for keeping everything on track. I know the Millers are up there watching somewhere. Is that right? I know Colin's out there somewhere on there. Is he gone, Lynn? He's probably run away, isn't he? Okay, all right, no problem. In a minute, maybe. So we're on a little bit of a break just to collect our finalists, which will be in about 20 minutes' time, something like that. And then we will run through all of our final rounds for all of our racers here at the 2025 version of the National Finals. Thank everybody again for just what's been a great day so far. Let's finish it off in style, shall we? Nitro FM, back to you.
You've been waiting for me. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it.
Okay, Mike's tracking with the Audi. Off and running alongside Joe Hall. Joe's fallen way behind, unfortunately. As long as Mike Strachan doesn't break out, which he's now cruising. Yep, 11.88 win light. Okay, that is the semi-final set. Carl is going to be against Mike Strachan, and Luke is going to be taking on James Hodson. The bug that takes the tree first before the little Audi. Can both Stevensons. Well, they doubled up at the first event of the year, winning both classes. It's still on today at the moment, anyway. There goes Morgan. Oh, and the champ goes red. Unfortunately, that was an 09 red for Lily. Oh, well, she can stick around and cheer Dad on, which I'm sure she'll do. So Morgan will be in the semis with a 17.35. Who is off and running. Closely followed by Bruce. Not the Bruce, of course. At the stripe it will be in the Kestrel lane. Bruce Harvey. 2. (15-3) on a 14.50. Someone who was nowhere close to breaking out. The tree will run exactly the same time. And they both move pretty much at the same time. You could see that. So, Carrie or John into the semi-finals? The answer is John, with the lesser of the breakouts, as I've mentioned a few times today. Carrie goes 13.76 on a 14. They were only a couple of hundredths apart on their reaction times. Okay, Sportsman team. That. So Jane's going to go first, which he does on a green light. Kirsty goes on a green light as well. Who has the best car at the stripe? They will both be there, neck and neck. It's nip and tuck. Jay McCready goes too quick, so does Kirsty, but not by as much. Jay McCready was over the line first, but only by 0.1. She would have had to slow up an awful lot to be the right side. Still a great day. Okay, Sophie Evans and Dan Holloway. Sophie dials 13.05. Dan dials as quick as you can dial in Sportsman ET 12.00 for the Fox Body Mustang in the Slick Tricks lane. Staging very carefully. Well, I think Dan is already alongside Sophie. So this is, yeah, you can hear it. It's going to be feathering it to the finish line, making sure he takes the stripe, which he does. He had a 0.1 reaction time. Unfortunately for Sophie, hers was 0.5, which is pretty much the end of that. Oh, well. So the Mustang will get the tree run first. And goes on the green. Trying to run her down is Jill Medley. Don't know whether Felicity will hear that big V8 coming. Jill's nearly there. Wow. They both go too quick, funnily enough. Felicity Gibbs was 0.87 on the tree. Jill was 0.35, but it didn't matter in the end because they both broke out. Big moment in the season for both these two. Well, Jazz's bike will leave the line stronger. Here comes the turbo power at the top end. Dan's got it. 721 beats a 720 on a whole shot. Dan was 04 on the tree. Jazz was 09. Wow. Okay. Final against Dan Diaz. Well, expertly caught by Pete Slater. I don't think he's got enough for Mike Piggott, though. Oh, so close. 723 takes out a 748 reaction time advantage for Pete Slater. Well, it goes to the final round. Well, Johnny Marriage goes for the wall. Can he pull it back. Adam Lowe is out in front at the moment. That's close. Johnny Marriage takes it. 10.82 going the long way round and looking very spectacular. Whoa! Wow, round of applause for Mark Elchingham. He didn't win the race. James Wooten finishes number 2 in the championship. How did he hold on to that? Well, the car's still going. I think it might have doinked the wheelie bar and his pants. But, goodness me, that was way more lively than it needed to be. James Wooten had a whole eyeful of Mark Elchingham right in front of him. That, well, very uncharacteristic 08 light. But Stu Doheny, I'm sure they're more interested in what's going to happen on the scoreboard. 9.95, backed off just before the finish line. So, Dave Fulton is runner-up in the National Supergas Championship now. Stu Doheny is the winner, and it will be an all-Stewart final. Pick your favourite Stewart. Doheny goes deep staged.
And goes red.
2 red lights in a row. Unbelievably, Rob Carter is in the final round. Bill goes 7.45. Rob goes 7.34. Check out the speed as well. 1.92.
I think I've set a new PB for the amount of times I've said PB this weekend.
It's not a bad problem.
7.34 from a previous best of 7.37 for Rob.
Well, the guy in the other lane's waiting very patiently in pre-stage with his visor down. Here we go. Whoa! Patrick goes straight up in the air. Looking over his shoulder in the other lane, clicks it off to a 9.11, takes the win. Patrick was nothing like ready when the tree ran. He did go into stage. Paul wasn't exactly quick with a 0.2, but it didn't matter because the guy in the other lane had a reactions time that started with a 1. That's it. Just keep it away from the blocks. 8.38 at 1.59. Maybe you want some wriggle room. Phil's going to be running him down. Phil's already run him down. Phil will be looking over his shoulder and sitting up and coasting to a 9.22 win. It's another round win. Scott with a 0.005 reaction time. See if he can run 7.40. 43. Well, that'd still be pretty tough to get around. Phil and Scott, your final round in ET Bike again. I don't think... Isaiah with a very nice 0.1 light. Goes way too quick. 0.4 of a second too quick, in fact. Well, it's going to be Rico and up against Isaiah in the final round. Excuse me. Alia goes red. I was just going to say, please don't run bang on your dial-in. Right, a few more semi-finals to go. Well, Carl left first, but Carl was supposed to leave second, is all I'll say about that one. I'm not sure what...
you feel better if I said that this touch could last forever? Every moment I'm with you feels like heaven. If I said this is love, would you feel better? Better. Would you feel better if I said that this touch could last forever? Every moment I'm with you feels like heaven. If I said this is love, would you feel better? Would you feel better if I said that this time? Would you feel better?
Whoa! Wow, round of applause for Mark Elchingham. He didn't win the race. James Wooten finishes number 2 in the championship. How did he hold on to that? Well, the car's still going. I think it might have doinked the wheelie bar and his pants. But goodness me, that was way more lively than it needed to be. James Wooten had a whole eyeful of Mark Elchingham right in front of him. That, well, very uncharacteristic 08 light for Stu Doheny. I'm sure they're more interested in what's going to happen on the scoreboard. 9.95, backed off just before the finish line. So, Dave Fulton is runner-up in the National Supergas Championship now. Stu Doheny is the winner, and it will be an all-Stewart final. Pick your favourite Stewart. Doheny goes deep staged.
And goes red.
2 red lights in a row. Unbelievably, Rob Carter is in the final round. Bill goes 7.45. Rob goes 7.34. Check out the speed as well. 1.92.
I think I've set a new PB for the amount of times I've said PB this weekend.
Not a bad problem.
7.34 from a previous best of 7.37 for Rob.
Well, the guy in the other lane's waiting very patiently in pre-stage with his visor down. Here we go. Whoa! Patrick goes straight up in the air. Looking over his shoulder in the other lane, clips it off to a 9.11, takes the win. Patrick was nothing like ready when the tree ran. He did go into stage. Paul wasn't exactly quick with a 0.2, but it didn't matter because the guy in the other lane had a reactions time that started with a 1. That's it. Just keep it away from the blocks. 8.38 at 1.59. Maybe you want some wriggle room. Phil's going to be running him down. Phil's already run him down. Phil will be looking over his shoulder and sitting up and coasting to a 9.22 win. It's another round win. Scott with a 0.005 reaction time. See if he can run 7.40. 43. Well, that'd still be pretty tough to get around. Phil and Scott, your final round in ET Bike again. I don't think... Isaiah with a very nice 0.1 light. Goes way too quick. 0.4 of a second too quick, in fact. Well, it's going to be Rico and up against Isaiah in the final round. Excuse me. Alia goes red. I was just going to say, please don't run bang on your dialing. Right, a few more semi-finals to go. Well, Carl left first, but Carl was supposed to leave second, is all I'll say about that one. I'm not sure what.
I'm all kinds of bad when I drop on the beat. Taking down my hair, got your eyes on me. You need it, you want it, but can you handle this? This lollipop is popping, you wanna give it a kiss? Kiss.
They wonder how I do it like that. Two-step, then I bring it right back. No scarf, got ice on my neck. 7-fit flex on the checks on deck. They wonder how I do it like that. Two-step, then I bring it right back. No scarf, got
One of the
ice on
best
my neck.
versions of that
7-fit
song
flex on
ever.
the checks on
Okay,
deck.
Pro Modified. Motorsport UK Pro Modified. Final round. From our race director, can we have all our finalists into the pairing lanes, please? All finalists, please, into the pairing lanes. Well, some incredible performances over the past few days for all of our racers, especially in Pro Modified as well.
Yeah, Mike, Michelle Turenne in the Slitrix lane with a personal best this weekend, 580, and in the last round backed it up with a 581. Really found form towards the end of the weekend after having a mid 580 bracket car. They've picked it up another few hundredths of a second.
I bet next season can't come soon enough for them at the moment.
And Andre Arnover, who found form again in the last round with a 584 at 254 miles an hour, the fastest speed of the weekend by a significant margin.
Well, the front half for Andre wasn't nearly as quick as it has been. The back half, however, was. I think 254 is one of the fastest speeds we've ever seen for a legal pro mod in recent times, actually. I know Tero Laukkanen holds the record, but that was from a long time ago when the boost rules were different.
It was indeed. So we have a supercharged combination against the turbo car. If the supercharged car is not at least a car length or two ahead by the half track,
They're in
it might be
trouble.
hard.
Estonia and the Netherlands, Michelle and Andre. Andre better get a move on. Well, Michelle drives through shake. Oh, the chutes come out. Andre Arnover takes the win. 583 at 253 miles an hour. I can only think that was a safety system pop because it just shut down almost instantly. Look at that. Michelle on the tree, 032. He was 0.931 to 60 foot, which is ridiculous for a legal pro mod. He was coasting at the 8th mile and only he was 1/10 of a second quicker to 330 than the turbo car. Unbelievable ending. Well, hopefully you'll still be happy with his runner-up. Andre Arnover puts an exclamation mark on the championship.
With his quickest run of the weekend and second fastest speed, 253.79 miles an hour.
That was a hell of a run. I must admit, I thought Michel was on his way there.
As you say, he was ahead at the At the half track, it looked like it was about to be an extremely close race. Obviously,
He was coasting at the 8th mile.
a great shame
And
that
he
the
was
chutes
still
came
quicker
out.
there. Yeah.
Was it a burst panel? Did you see?
I didn't see a pop, but it was some sort of safety system shutdown by the looks of it. See, the thing is, the safety system clicks everything off
Sure.
and pulls the chutes. And if it was him or an issue, I doubt he would have. Just in case he probably wanted to coast as far as he could, just in case Andre didn't come past him. Andre's car was a bit of a pooch to 60-foot all weekend with one flats, but it doesn't matter. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a round of applause, a massive round of applause. They've been pretty much resident here all summer from Estonia. Also, while we got a really quick quiet moment, tomorrow is one and only Mr. Colin Miller's birthday. I can't believe Colin's getting even older again. Congratulations, sir. If you'd have stayed over there in Scandinavia, it wouldn't have happened, really. But there we go. Anyway, I hope you have a blinding day tomorrow and you've had a good day on the bank as well.
So with the Pro Mod final complete, you see Mr. David Vedka down on the start line. So we have Ellen in the car once again for what I assume is another test/licensing pass. Ellen made a couple of hits in the car yesterday. One was an early shut-off, effectively 60-foot in a launch. And the second, I assume, was supposed to be quite a lot further down the track, but instead suffered some pretty significant tyre shakes, so she got out of it early.
Well, thanks again to Susan Ponsford for the info that she has driven a blown door car in Sweden. However, nothing quite as pokey as this one. I think this will be the team's last pass in 2025.
Any final checks on the wheelie bars?
Just realised, oh no, that isn't the only run Michel didn't make it down the track. He did have one tyre shaking run. Okay, good luck to Ellen. If it goes in second gear, let's see how far she goes. Well, she got to 60 foot, no problem, with a 102. The car launch didn't really spin the tyres or anything like that, so just getting used to the launch, which is probably rather violent, to say the least, in a Pro Mod car. Okay, Pro Mod has been awesome this weekend. Jamie, thank you for your help. I'm sure we'll see you in a sec for Street Eliminator.
Absolutely, I'll be back.
I am joined back up here by Liz Charman. This is the final round of Super Street Bike. And this one is... It's not the final round of Super Street Bike, sorry. It's a test run from Ross Morrison. Then it's the final round of Super Street Bike. Okay, so Ross on board Gary Bow's machine. Hey, Liz. You just made it back in time. Hang on, I didn't hear you at all. We just turned that off. All right, there you go. That's better. Nice and calm and straight and quick. And a 6.62. Whose bike was that? Was that his own bike? It was his. I was just thinking that was a bit pokey by comparison. 223 miles an hour. Why didn't he ride that at the start of the weekend?
Because he wanted to ride Gary's.
Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Is that's pretty close to low ET of the weekend? just on a quick test run. Wow, the numbers were incredible. The 60 foot was 1.17.
Wow.
Well, he's got his brother right behind him. That's Alan. Up against Jake. Basically, these two have been sparring all round Europe all summer. There is one more trophy to pick up for the winner of this race. Slight advantage to Jake off the line. Jake is out in front, I think. And
Yes.
Jake, oh, the race of the season in Super Street Bike. The quickest and fastest side-by-side we have ever seen in Europe. 661, 221 beats a 662 at 224. The win margin, 0-2. There was 100th in it off the starting line and another 100th at the finish line. Sorry, Liz, you didn't get a chance to say a lot there.
No, I didn't really know.
So Ross and Alan in those runs both ran exactly the same time.
To the 10th out.
To the 10th out, yeah. And almost the same speed as well. What a fabulous way to end the season in Super Street Bike. Jake Michelle putting an exclamation point on another championship. Thank you, Liz. Okay. Final round of Comp Eliminator. Your numbers 1 and 2 in the championship. Dan Williams in the Slick Tricks lane. Reuven Dawson with the Honey Wasp with a significant chunk taken off of his index after his win earlier on today. I think it was Spence that made him do that. Dan's got a real shout at this because Dan's managed to protect his index so far. Reuven goes green. I thought he was going to go red because he was almost rolling. Dan's going to lift and coast. Oh, no, he doesn't. He goes 988. Goodness me.
776 for Reuven.
And Reuven went 776. Their quickest runs of the year. Dan took the strike by 1.8. He's absolutely destroyed his index. So has Reuven. Do you know what? That's a great example of the cagey nature of Comp Eliminator, isn't it? Keeping stuff in reserve. Wow. Junior drag bike. I think this is going to be a repeat of the European finals where I can't stand any more final rounds. Like, it's just too much. So run after run, which is outstanding. Isaiah Alvarez, Rico Patterson for the big trophy this weekend in junior drag bike. Isaiah in the Slick Tricks lane, going to take the tree first. There he goes. Rico's going to try and run him down by the 8th mile. I don't think he's going to get there, and he doesn't break out. Isaiah Alvarez is your winner in junior drag bike. Congratulations, young man. Well, both of them didn't break out. That's a bit unusual. It's not the done thing today.
No, it's been quite sensible.
Something like that. So, you've done this quite a bit, Liz.
Yeah.
And been in plenty of final rounds, I'm sure.
Yes.
Is it more nervous for the final or first round?
I find it more nerve-wracking breaking the beam.
Really? Yeah?
Yeah. It's just, or if you're like first alternate, that's
Okay.
that's a bit.
That's a bit scary because everyone's watching and you know it can go wrong.
Oh, absolutely. It's, usually just happy to get to the end of the meeting with a tin pot.
Makes perfect sense. So, Hayden Michelle, he just saw his dad take the win in Super Street. Well, I hope he did anyway, because that was one hell of a race. Alongside Josh McLean. That's also the quickest and fastest race in Europe all year. And the quickest and fastest race ever, I think, in Super Street Bike. This is the final of 950. Advantage on the tree to Josh. Hayden is going to have to lift, coast, and breaks out by the most. It's Josh McLean taking the win, much to the delight of the team. That's another thing. So, would you rather be on the bike or on the team when you take the win? Because it's a totally different reaction, isn't it?
Yeah, because you don't really know what you've done. I mean, when I raced Alan in the final, we got at the top end and we haven't got a clue who won it, you know, and no one tells you. Angie doesn't tell you.
Whereas the crew... crew and everybody on the team are going crazy on the
Somewhat
start
loopy,
line.
yeah.
As you would expect, really.
yeah.
Just like that, funnily enough.
Yes.
Paul Morris and Jay Rowe, final round. in 850 bike. Heads up race first, the finish line wins. But don't break out. 300s in the bag for J-Row. Will it be enough? He's looking over his shoulder and coasting. And he breaks out unbelievably. 600s too quick. Paul Morris with the better job of lifting and coasting. Jay was way out in front. He just didn't slam on the anchors enough. Well, this is going to be a classic as well, because these two guys have basically been killing it in ET bike now.
Yeah.
The only other person than Phil Pratt to win the championship is, well, guess who? Scott.
Yes. Brilliant.
But they are really good, aren't they? Both of them.
They are. I mean, Phil's.
Well, funny enough,
They've
Scott
given it a
rode
long
the bike that you might be on in a couple of weeks' time.
Yes.
So, Scott Collier for the Collier family in the Kestrel Lane. Okay, absolutely nothing in it on the tree. All about the line. Scott Collier! Oh, wow, and what a way to do it. 9:45 with a 1. Look at that for a race. Win margin of 0-1. They were both 0-6 on the tree. That was unbelievable.
They've had a cracking weekend.
I can't imagine any one of those two could tell you who won that. Well, apart from if they looked at the wall and saw the win light, really.
Yeah.
That was an amazing race. Phil Pratt was right on his dialing as well. He was only 100ths off, but Scott was bang on. Wow. And that's why they have won all the championships. Okay, this is another huge one. Yeah, exactly that, in comp bike. The way this shakes out, if Mike Piggott wins, he's the 2025 ACU comp bike champion. If Dan Diath wins, Jasmine Cordell is, subject to confirmation, of course. Here we go. Dan with a big hole shot. Can he keep it pinned all the way to the finish line and keep the bike on the ground? Yes, he does, on a massive hole shot. Dan Diath takes the event win with a 7:30 at 1:99. Mike Piggott goes 7:19 at 2:03. The win margin, 0-3. Absolutely unbelievable. Dan was doing his best, I think, just to keep the front end down most of the way down there, wasn't
Yeah,
he?
it was looking a bit.
Well, subject to full confirmation, I think that means Jasmine is the comp bike champion for 2025. Sharon, well done. Your kids have done unbelievably well today. Got to be the proudest mum on the whole planet at the moment. That race in the final with Scott was amazing. Well done. Jake Cooper, Daniel Todd. Final in junior dragster. Okay, yeah, I think we're all four wheels all the time now. Oh, and funny bike. And, oh, no, we did comp bike. Yeah, just funny bike. To go. So, Daniel, 798. 872 for Jake Cooper. And again, we're going to leave it to powers higher than us to work this out. If Jake takes the win, it's between him or Chev for number 2 in the points. If Daniel Todd wins, it's Chev who's number 2. Well, it's a green light drag race between the last two standing in junior dragster to the 8th mile. Daniel Todd pulls alongside. Daniel Todd takes the win. Bang on his dialing as well. It was a breakout for Jake by 0-3. He took the stripe by 0-3 as well. Right down to the last race for all the positions as well. Okay. Daniel Todd, though, I think, is that Daniel's first ever win? In junior dragster. Super comp. This one's just for bragging rights. It's not. Oh, sod that. Sorry. I said that out loud, didn't I? Oh, if Ellie wins, she's number 2. Yeah, fair enough. Well, in her first full season in Supercom, Ellie Mae Brown in the Kestrel Lane with a Mystic Dragster finished up in this time last year in Junior Dragster, and she won her final event in Junior Dragster as well, didn't she? She did, yeah, before she moved up to this car, going alongside the perennial number 1 in Supercom, Leah Kellett. They're both good friends. Leah's been doing this a while now, been incredibly successful. See if Ellie can take her down in the final round. I'm sure Tracy's got no nails left wherever she's watching from. Okay. The last Super Comp race of 2025. 2 incredible young ladies for the big trophy. Ellie's in, Leah's in. Wow. Goodness me. Big reaction time advantage to one of them. And that one takes the win. Ellie takes it on a whole shot. 8.93 beats an 8.90. She was 001 on the tree. She took the stripe by 0.03 of a second. Well, Ellie Brown liked Santa Pod Raceway in September. 1 Junior Dragster last year, 1 Super Comp this year. Also, subject to confirmation, I think she's now number 2 in the championship, just behind the person she beat. Now, both of these two have swapped shirts for the final round. The Seawards have got Huxley shirts on. The Huxleys have got Charlie's shirts on. This is the final round in Pro ET. Yeah, that should be, I think that should be 8.90. It's all right, he's just changing it. Hey? Is it on the car? No, it's probably easier if they check it out. Anyway, Mark Huxley over there. One of 2 Huxleys in final rounds. 8.83, that's what he was trying to say. Much easier if you just have a dialing board, though. I hate to say that, you know, it's instead of counting fingers. Okay, Charlie Seaward has had a wonderful weekend. Can he top it off with a win, or can Mark Huxley go out in style in 2025? Well, we have a green light race. What a pair of green lights they were as well. Muscle car or jack car? It's the muscle car with a bang on 8.83. Well, the Huxley T-shirts take the win, just not the Huxley car. Check, I was going to say, I don't know whether you lot can see this. Mark Huxley took the stripe by 0.005. Look at the win margin. But he broke out. They were both absolutely wired to the tree. 0-1 for Charlie, 0-2 to Mark. A fitting way, really, to cap Pro ET. What's been absolutely brutal. Okay, who's your favourite Stuart? Is it the one driving the door car? Is it the one driving the Roadster? One of them is Super Gas champion again in 2025. That's Stu Doyney in the Kestrel Lane. The other one has been there before as well. Stu Morris, here we go. Well, I think everybody saw what I did, but I'm not going to say it out loud just yet. Stu Morris has got a big lead, and he takes the win on a hole shot. He beats the hole shot master himself. He was 0.19 on the tree, and Stu Doyney will be the first to say, I'm sure, he missed the tree with a 0.11. I can't remember the last time that lad had anything beginning with a 0.1. I think you'll all agree this is quite a pretty special ending to the day. Ending to the season as well. Okay, VW Sportsman, your final round. Rolling forward now. We still have a few more finals to go, obviously. Well done to the Kellets. Great final round, that one. One for the books, that definitely. Andy Cooper, Bruce Harvey. Both these two qualified in the 20s in VW Sportsman, which again proves you don't need to be number one. Well, they are both off and running with green lights. Bruce Harvey, actually his green came on afterwards, and he's already in front. Is it going to be the TT or the Skoda? It's the Audi TT. A breakout for Andy Cooper. Also a 0.5 light, unfortunately, didn't help. Bruce Harvey's your winner. VW Sportsman. Do you know the really funny thing I've just realised about that final after Pro ET is it means now the loser has got to wear the winner's shirts. And no matter who won, the loser would be walking around wearing the winner's shirt. Final round, VW Pro. Two great friends that have been at this a long time together. Carl Goldsmith and Luke Stevenson. The last competition pass for 2025 in VW Pro. Carl from down there in Kent, 11.10 with the Beetle. Luke, 11.83. He went way quicker than that earlier. Well, it's another green light race. I think, unfortunately, Carl's missed at least a gear or two. Luke is coasting. And Luke takes the last win light of the season, much to the delight of the team. He also caps off his season in absolutely the best way possible, winning the championship and winning the last race of the season. Yeah, Carl, unfortunately, Carl was much quicker on the tree, but couldn't get it into gear. Well, if one Huxley doesn't get you, the other one still might. Mark Huxley just missed out in the final Pro ET. His brother is going to try and go one better in the final round of Super Pro. So Lee Huxley over there with the dark horse, styles 8.55. Both of these two are numbers 1 and 2 in the championship. The dragster took the number 1. The door car is and will be number 2, no matter what happens here. This is all about getting the last trophy of the season before winter sets in. What a glorious day it's been, and still is. Picture perfect day for drag racing. Nice cool air, tailwind, which we very rarely get. It's the best way to decide everything, out on the track with everybody racing for it. So Lee Huxley will be going first by just, well, the tree will run first by just over a second. Whether he goes first is up to him. I'm sure he will, though. Lee goes red. He went red by 007. Brad, though, was 0-1. Oh, Lee. And he went 8.56 as well. Bradley Didwell was no pushover, though. He was 0-1 on the tree, and he went 52 and a 53. He would have lifted, obviously, but I'm sure he saw the win light. Well, the last two races we had, the champions have taken the win. Let's see if Carter can make it another one.
Well, spoke to Joe Baxter in the slick tricks lane after the last pass, and as you may have seen, quite far down track, broke traction again, and they believe it was due to not being aggressive enough on the burnout, so they made sure to do a nice smoky one there so that they could potentially give Rob a more of a run for his money.
Right, dumb question. How did it get that far then?
Good question.
Not one for us to worry about, obviously. It's down to them. Rob Carter, Joe Baxter, your final. Street Eliminator. Joe gets the whole shot, but I think someone's spinning. Looks like Rob Carter's out there in front at the finish line. Wow, what a race. 7.38 at 192. Rob Carter takes it. The whole shot off the line was Joe Baxter's. He went 7.45 at 202. Now that's the way to cap an awesome season, is it not?
Street cars, ladies and gents, once again, 100% street legal. They could drive those home right now if they felt like it. It's been a pleasure, gents and ladies, and I'll see you again.
Mate, it's been a real pleasure too. Thank you for all your help. Another race worthy of a final round. Okay, we're whittling them down. I don't know how many classes we've got to go, but it's about, I think it's about 5 or 6, something like that. Okay, there are lots of championship connotations with the Wild Bunch. However, we will await confirmation before saying a damn thing at all, because it's too close. Marie won the last round of the championship at the Green Lights, didn't she? First time she's ever been in Wild Bunch with the little altered. Enjoyed it so much. She did it again. She normally runs in Pro ET. But for this weekend again, back in the Wild Bunch. And she's in the final round again against Rob Brown with the slingshot, who dials an 8.33. Well, if he breaks out of that, I'm pretty sure that will be his quickest run ever. So according to the sheet we have, yeah, his quickest ever run was 8.34. He went 8.34 in the round before. So if he goes quicker than 8.33, well, we shall see. Altered will go first, nearly 2 seconds. When they get into stage, of course. So here comes Rob at the finish line. He looks like he might get there, and he does. That is a whole shot win as well. 8.42 beats a 10.27 win margin, 0.7 at the stripe. He had nearly a 10th off the line, and that was what made the difference down at the finish line. Okay, final round of Outlaw Flat 4. Once again, stop me if you've heard this before, numbers 1 and 2 in the championship. No. It's a bit of a theme today, isn't it, really? But then that's the way it's supposed to be, kind of.
4 races left.
1, 2, 3, yep. So Johnny Marriage taking on James Wooten. Well, neither set their alarm clocks on the line. It looks like it's going to be James Wooten is long gone in the Velociraptor in the Kestrel lane. 11.33 takes the big trophy at the last race of the year. Well, he didn't get the #1 spot, but he got the round win. Well done. Nostalgia Superstock. 3 races to go, I think, now. Russo's Rat with Chris Goodale aboard. Well done to the Maras. That was great. Really, really good to see. And he won on a whole shot as well. He did. I'm not kidding. He did. Dave Billaday wearing the #1 into next year with the Yorkshire Heavy. 977. And guess what the dial-in is for Chris Goodale as well? It's a heads-up. 977 race. 2 big American muscle cars with the wheels in the air. And Dave Bilodeau goes red by 0.03 of a second. Chris was 0.1 on the tree. That might haunt him all winter. Someone's backed off. Is that an 870?
No, 970.
Oh, a 970 even, sorry. Again, eyes. The problem is as well, well done to Chris Goodale. That was a really, really good run. He was 0.1 on the tree. Dave Bilodeau just a little bit too anxious. Yeah, the problem is he's looking outside where it's blinding and then trying to look in here and refocus your eyes. Certainly giving my retinas a workout. 2 more races to go. Sorry, look, stopped over there to watch. You see, stopped over there to watch, look. Okay, this is your final round of Sportsman ET. Two of the quickest cars in the class. Actually, they are the two quickest cars in the class because you can't dial any quicker than a 12 flat. Kirsty Tram, Dan Holloway. This will be about who is better on the tree and who doesn't go too quick. There is every temptation to go too quick. Dan just bumping the Mustang in. There we go. You can see it rocking gently into stage. Oh, Kirst. Well, don't be too hard on the young lady. 007 red, which is probably even worse, isn't it? And they both break out. Well, it is Dan Holloway that takes the last big trophy. Kirsty really tried. She would have got there if it wasn't for that. One race to go.
One race.
And it's the last race. And it's for the bikes. Your Leaks Landscapes Funny Bike final round. As soon as racing's finished, please don't go anywhere if you don't want to. Come down and join us on the starting line for prize giving presentations. Celebrate with all the winners for the last time this season. What a day it's been. And to anyone who looks at the weather forecast, don't do that again. So Daniel Berglund, his first time back on the bike in 9 years, Liz.
Years, yeah.
8 years, is it, Liz? Okay. Yeah. Up against the #1 qualifier, Dave Peters.
Oh, no.
Well, Dan jumped through stage. The stage lights were still on, but it was his feet that were holding the lights on. Oh, wow. What a way to cap the season. 6:89 for Dave Peters at 1:92. Well, that'll make winter seem a bit shorter, won't it? Well done. I don't think Daniel was going to run 6:89 no matter what, but well done, mate. Terrific effort. Whoop. Well done to the whole team. We are rolling out. We are rolling out the podium. Please come and join us on the starting line for the last time in 2025. It's been an absolute pleasure working with everybody. To everybody that's helped, Liz, thank you so much.
You're most welcome.
Jamie, if you can hear me again, thank you so much for your help. Colin, even though you weren't talking at all, I couldn't have done it without you. It's like having the ghost of Colin sitting next to me. I'm sure everyone could hear him talking in the background, keeping us updated with the points. Also, raise your hands, please, for the amazing Santapod Racers Club, the whole track crew who got it done and got it done almost in record time, against the weather, against everything else. I would say as they always do, but they always deliver. So thank you all very much indeed. I'm going to hand it back to Nitro FM for a little while we get the podium set up down on the start line. Going to head down there with some trophies. Please join us on the start line. It's going to be fun.
When my body only moves for the beat. Y'all been waiting for me. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la.
scarf, got ice on the neck. 7-foot flex on the checks on deck. They wonder how I do it like that. Two-step, then I bring it right back. No scarf, got ice on the neck. 7-foot flex on the checks on that. Checks on